Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
There was a glimmer of desire in Norman's eyes. He had carried out countless biological experiments, and this was the closest he had ever come to success. Just recently, all the mutant spiders bred by Osborne Industries died mysteriously, and soon after, Spider-Woman appeared in the public eye. Norman knew that this was the power of the mutant spider and someone had stolen his property. Increase your efforts and make sure to find Spider-Woman and obtain her blood. What about Dr. Connors? Feldman asked cautiously, observing his boss's expression. Don't worry about him. You already have all the test data. Make a new serum and find someone to conduct human experiments. Norman whispered, as if this had taken up most of his energy, there are so many disabled veterans, just find an excuse to vaccinate them. This is also why foreigners refuse to be vaccinated, because some people would use them for human experiments. Feldman had no objection to this. It's just a human experiment. Osborne does too many small things like this in his work. The United States has such a large population, and every day there are people from all over the world trying to smuggle in. It is extremely easy for dozens of people to disappear without anyone noticing. He is Norman's assistant, so naturally he hopes his boss will live a long life so that he can maintain his current position. After Feldman left, peace returned to the ward. Norman watched the news reports over and over again. He has no time left. Even if the new serum has side effects, he will inject himself before his deadline. Compared to life, what does becoming a monster matter? Even if I fall into the abyss, I will live. Norman's face was cold and his words were chilling. If God wants to take my and Harry's lives, then I will turn the world into hell. Underneath New York City, there is one of the most complex sewer systems in the world. The lizard monster who escaped from the Brooklyn Bridge last night is now hiding in a corner of the sewer. Now he has shed the hideous and terrifying monster image and turned back into Dr. Connors with a complicated expression. He did not lose his memory of that time. The blood and desire for killing were still vivid in his mind. If Spider-Woman had not suddenly appeared, who knows how many people would have died at his hands. Dr. Connors was in great pain. He didn't expect that he would inject the serum into his own body in order to prevent Osborne Industries from conducting human experiments. It actually brought about an even greater disaster. Did he really do something wrong? In order to make up for his mistakes and completely eliminate the hidden dangers, Connors felt that he had to do something. Even if he let his lost arm disappear again, he couldn't let the lizard monster reappear in front of the world. Parker, Peter Parker. Doctor. Connors whispered softly. Parker was his assistant. He participated in the entire process of making the lizard serum and was also a genius in genetics. He has been fired from Osborne Industries and is not qualified to enter the laboratory, but Peter Parker is still an intern at the company and can come and go freely. As long as he gets Parker's help, he will be able to make an anti-serum potion. Thinking of this, the doctor struggled to get up and prepared to find Parker. But after taking a few steps, his face turned painful and hideous. The body also changed, and in just 30 seconds it returned to its terrifying appearance of a lizard monster. After a while, a low roar spread in the sewer. Peter, Parker, the car in the previous picture was bigger. I don't know when it will be released. Oh so. Chapter 32, Nick Fury's Fear. Gwen wants to learn fighting skills. Director. Have you found anyone? At the headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Fury sat behind his desk waiting for Coulson's report. No. The head of the novice village, Coulson, shook his head regretfully. I got some information from the high table. It is certain that the Saiyan identity is a fake. There is still no clue as to his true identity. Fury's expression remained unchanged, and of course Coulson couldn't tell if he had changed. He didn't expect Coulson to achieve anything in one night. Tell me what you have found out so far. Coulson nodded. Character number 9021 formerly used the name Tao Pai Pai Saiyan, true identity unknown, age unknown, strength unknown. Fury frowned. Damn, there are so many unknowns, what can you say? Coulson didn't look at his boss's expression and continued reporting. The target first appeared 6 years ago. He obtained gold coins by killing a killer and successfully registered at the Continental Hotel. In the past 6 years, he has completed about 80 missions with a 100% success rate and over 200 deaths. There have even been superhumans who died at his hands. After his fame spread, he was dubbed the King of Assassins in New York. Coulson slowly narrated the information he had investigated. With the support of the Security Council, the resources that S.H.I.E.L.D. can mobilize are unimaginable. Even the high table cannot avoid being infiltrated. Sometimes, when S.H.I.E.L.D. is not convenient to handle a mission, they will entrust it to a mainland hotel to issue a bounty. Just like Sun Wuming, several of the missions he has carried out were issued by S.H.I.E.L.D. Indirect work belongs to the category. And with Coulson's report, Nick Fury's heart became heavier. They are very powerful, treat human life as worthless, and will take any job as long as they are paid. Such people are not superheroes at all. Instead, they are a threat to society. But on second thought, the other party might be doing it for money. And apart from the assassination mission, S.H.I.E.L.D. has not received any information about the other party's crimes. Maybe she is another person similar to Natasha who can be recruited. After rounding out his own logic, Nick Fury felt much better. He raised his one eye and said to Coulson, who was waiting for instructions, "Let's put the Saiyan matter aside for now. As long as the other party is connected to the mainland hotel, it will be fine. Now there are more important things that need you." Coulson shrugged slightly, rolling his eyes inwardly. This is the beginning of KFC him. Every time when he is going to send himself on a difficult task, this boss always makes things sound very serious. However, for the sake of his own salary and pension, Coulson still cooperated and said, "Okay, Chief, but may I know what the mission is?" Tony Stark was attacked by a terrorist group at an arms exhibition in the Middle East and is now missing. What? Coulson exclaimed, "This is Stark, the most talented businessman in the United States and the scientific genius who is best at making money. More importantly, the other party has close ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony's father, Howard Stark, is the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. This matter is not that simple. I have sent people to the Middle East to look for him. You are responsible for investigating the internal affairs of Stark Industries. Do you suspect that it was done by one of your own people?" "Yes." As the king of agents, Nick Fury doesn't believe in any coincidences. Why didn't Stark's itinerary and the surrounding soldiers notice the terrorist organization's raid? Someone must be interfering. "I see." Coulson touched his hairline, which had moved back another 2 millimeters, and sighed. "It's time to work overtime again." At Zhengcheng High School, Sun Wuming paid no attention to the changes in the outside world. He propped up his head and stared out the window in a daze. In the blink of an eye, half a semester has passed, and the midterm exam will be in 2 days. The teacher on the stage was spitting everywhere. He looked at the blackboard and pointed at the books. This is a history teacher, Sun Wuming doesn't understand. The United States has only existed for a short time, which is not even as long as one dynasty of Dragon Country, and has a history of dare. And we have to cut out the part where the old black man is a slave, so the time becomes even shorter. One is Roosevelt, the other is Lincoln. He had been listening to them from elementary school to high school, and his ears were calloused from listening to them. Gwen turned around quietly, looked at Sun Wuming's board look, wrote a line of words on a piece of paper, and threw the paper ball over at a speed that his classmates couldn't notice. Sun Wuming took it, opened it, and saw what was written on it. "Teach me how to fight tonight." Gwen is very fascinated by the magic of Qi, but she cannot practice it for the time being. Let's start with martial arts. In front of Sun Wuming, her skills were not even up to par. Looking up and meeting those beautiful big blue eyes, Sun Wuming nodded, wrote a line of words, and threw the note back. "No problem, but you have to wear the spider suit." Gwen's pretty face flushed. Big pervert. Chapter 33, Time Management Master Gwen, the new spider suit. Gwen finally understood Sun Wuming's evil ambitions. When the two were still hiding the truth from each other, he had said that he liked Spider-Gwen's figure. Now that the truth has been revealed, you don't even want to act anymore, right? Although she felt a little embarrassed, Gwen still did not refuse Sun Wuming's request. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. After emphasizing the scope of the exam a few times, the teacher left. It was impossible to extend the class longer than usual. We all had a fixed salary, so why would we risk our lives? This was the last class in the afternoon, and the students were packing their bags to go home. Gwen and Sun Wuming did not leave together. She still had to rehearse the band with MJ and Betty Brant. The school's anniversary celebration will be 1 month after the midterm exam, and Gwen's band will perform on stage then. In fact, Sun Wuming admires Gwen very much. She can manage her daily life in an orderly manner even though she is so busy. In addition to taking care of him, she also has to study, perform in the band, intern at Osborne Industries, and finally find time to go out and do justice on the streets. What a master of time management, and many more. Sun Wuming was suddenly stunned. Something was wrong. Was he being managed by Gwen's time? Hey, woman. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gwen placed a connected telephone in the house so that she could hear Helen or George knocking on the door immediately. Only then did he feel at ease and climbed out of the window. The spider silk swayed, and Gwen shuttled between skyscrapers and soon arrived at Sun Wuming's home. You can come in through the front door next time. No, Gwen will go through the front door, but Spider-Woman won't. Gwen turned over and came in through the window, taking off her hood and smiling. So now, Sun Wuming stood up from his chair, left the computer, and hugged Gwen in his arms. Their eyes met and their noses touched. Who is standing in front of me, my childhood sweetheart Gwen, or the New York citizen's good neighbor Spider-Woman? Neither. Gwen put her arms around Sun Wuming's neck and her hot breath hit his face. Standing in front of you is your girlfriend Spider-Gwen. After that, their lips touched each other. After changing into her battle uniform, Gwen became much bolder and more unrestrained than usual and was very enthusiastic and proactive. Sun Wuming said he liked this change, which was similar to a dual personality. Who doesn't want to have two girlfriends? After a long time, their lips parted and both of them were breathing heavily. No one really confesses love, but companionship is the most lasting confession. Sun Wuming and Gwen both knew it. After a while of tenderness, Gwen did not forget the important matter. She came here today to learn fighting skills and cannot indulge in the gentleness of life. Don't worry, we still have something important to do. However, Sun Wuming did not rush to take Gwen to practice, but pushed her in front of the computer. On the screen is a shopping website selling various materials. You should change your uniform. Although the fabric is good, it has no defensive power at all. This is the best I can buy, Gwen muttered. Gwen purchased the materials for this suit herself and used some technology from Osborne Industries to make it. Its defense is almost zero, but its comfort and elasticity are optimized to ensure that it will not collapse no matter what movement she makes. Alkali-free fiberglass mesh, this website actually has it. Isn't this a special supply for the military? And this strength of carbon fiber? Incredible. Gwen, who originally didn't care much, couldn't take her eyes off after seeing several kinds of materials. Pick whatever you want. Consider it my birthday present to you. Sun Wuming smiled. This website is the internal website of a mainland hotel. It not only sells various materials but also guns, ammunition, and even missiles. I still have several birthdays to come. Gwen rolled her eyes, propped her chin with her left hand, and asked uneasily, "Is it really okay to buy these things? Many of them are controlled materials." Gwen, this is the United States. Even the position of president has a price tag. Sun Wuming patted her shoulder and didn't care. Gwen was speechless. She couldn't refute this. Under Sun Wuming's urging, she still bought a lot of materials. The battle suits and spider silk launchers made with these materials would definitely be much better than the current ones. It should be here tomorrow afternoon. You can use the basement at home as a laboratory. Sun Wuming paid the bill and said to Gwen. Many of the training equipment in the basement are no longer useful to him, so he might as well take them out and build a secret nest for Gwen. Thank you, darling. Gwen kissed him again, and it felt so relaxing. Secrets after sharing are no longer secrets, but it is painful to have many things hidden in your heart and not be able to tell others. With Sun Wuming around, Gwen can talk to him freely. Where are we going to train? Gwen asked curiously as she stood up. Sun Wuming thought for a moment and said, "The place at home is not big enough. Should we go outside?" Outside? Gwen's eyes lit up. How about the rooftop of the Empire State Building? It's a big place there and no one will bother me. I often go there to rest recently. No problem. Sun Wuming picked up Gwen. He had just told the girl to go through the front door next time, but now he flew out of the window directly. Chapter 34, The Inheritance of the Kamesenryu Guessing Game. The Empire State Building, located on 5th Avenue in Manhattan, was built in the 1920s and officially completed in 1931. This building, which has stood for nearly 100 years, is 443.7 meters high. It was once hailed as a miracle in the history of world architecture and is visited by countless tourists every day. But at night, the rooftop here is extremely quiet. Sun Wuming and Gwen stood at the very edge, looking down at the city of Manhattan and admiring the neon night view. As the current World Financial Center, Manhattan has countless skyscrapers. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be reduced to ruins in a few years. The Chittori Demolition Brigade faithfully fulfilled their responsibilities, causing countless insurance companies to go bankrupt. Should we acquire several real estate companies for large-scale development at that time, you will definitely make a lot of money. Wooming, let's get started. Gwen tilted his head, not knowing what he was thinking of that made him smile so strangely. Come on, let me introduce you to the turtle school that I practice. Sun Wuming collected his thoughts and his expression turned serious, while Gwen also listened attentively. Sun Wuming, who possesses all of Kakarot's training memories, strictly speaking, is practicing more than just the turtle school. Among them are the shadows of God and Popo, the experience of Cat Sage, and the guidance of King Kai and the Destroyer. In the end, Kakarot actually combined the strengths of various schools and created his own martial arts school. But his foundation has always been the Kameryu, and Kamehameha is also his most commonly used move. The Kamesenryu school was founded by a martial arts master named Kame Sennin. The most important thing about Kamesenryu is the training of the body and the various applications of Kai. Of course, there are also many martial arts moves, but these are just auxiliary. The strength of the body and chi is the essence, you must remember this. Gwen nodded vigorously. I understand, but I'm already very strong now. Sun Wuming smiled and poked the girl's head with his finger, criticizing, you are just getting started. Back then, Master Roshi was able to blow up the moon. Can you do that now? Is it fake? Gwen opened his mouth in surprise. To blow up the moon, the power required is countless times greater than that of tens of thousands of little boys and fat men. You don't believe it? Let me show you. As he spoke, Sun Wuming hung his hands on his waist and the blue light appeared again, ready to be fired if there was any disagreement. Stop, 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 I believe it. Wooming, don't be impulsive. Gwen was terrified and screamed. This energy was too terrifying. Her spider sense was giving her crazy warnings, and her body was almost uncontrollably trying to escape from Sun Wuming. That's more like it. Sun Wuming dispersed the energy gathered in his hands, crossed his arms, and smiled. See if you dare to question the teacher casually. In fact, he was just trying to scare Gwen. There was a special reason why Master Roshi was able to blow up the moon. The moon in the Dragon Ball world is different from that in the Marvel world. It was created by the gods themselves. After being beaten by Master Roshi, the gods soon created another one and hung it in the sky. It is understandable that the quality is poor. Gwen said pitifully, I was wrong, Master Wooming. Is that Master Roshi your master? How come I have never seen him before? Half of it he's not in this world. Sun Wuming shook his head. Gwen thought that Master Roshi was dead and hugged Sun Wuming distressingly and comforted him. It's okay, I'll always be with you. Sun Wuming? Did she misunderstand something? After introducing some more Turtle School moves, Sun Wuming said seriously, you must remember the purpose of the Kamesenryu School. Exercise well, study well, play games well, eat well, and rest well. Living happily every day is also a part of spiritual practice. Gwen was stunned. She didn't expect that the purpose of a powerful martial arts school could be just such a sentence. Although Master Roshi is lustful, he is a true martial artist. You will understand this later. Seeing the confusion in the girl's eyes, Sun Wuming did not give any further explanation. When he first watched Dragon Ball, he didn't have any particularly deep feelings about these words. But after experiencing some things and getting a little older, Sun Wuming then realized that among all the people in Dragon Ball, the person with the highest level might be this cynical old man. Sun Wukong and others can be called martial artists, but they are definitely not martial arts masters. The two began practical teaching. I believe you have more experience than me in the application of spider silk, so let me tell you some close combat moves. Today I'm going to teach you a set of paper scissors. Scissors, rock, paper, scissors, is that the kind of game I'm thinking of? It's just the simplest rock, paper, scissors game. I'll show you how to do it and you'll understand. Sun Wuming waved his hand. Come on, Gwen, attack me with all your strength. This sentence of Master Roshi is actually quite profound. I hope that all readers can exercise well, study well, play games well, eat well, rest well, and be a happy person. Chapter 35. Seizing the Space Gem, Infinite Spider-Woman. Rock, paper, scissors sounded too much of a joke, but Gwen believed that Sun Wuming was definitely not kidding her. He rushed forward with all his strength. After what happened just now, Gwen didn't believe that she could hurt Wooming now, so she attacked without hesitation. The speed was so fast that a strong wind was raised on the rooftop. In almost the blink of an eye, Gwen crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. Sun Wuming held his hands together in front of him and only stretched them out when Gwen's fist was about to hit his face. Cloth, fist, fist, cloth. Gwen soon discovered the problem and realized that when he released the cloth, he could completely neutralize the force of his attack. When he punched, his fist became very hard and it hurt when she was knocked down. The scissors were the most insidious. They either hit the eyes or various private parts, making Gwen blush with shame. These three simple variations of moves were more practical than the many fighting techniques she had learned on her own. Cloth. Sun Wuming shouted again and Gwen immediately raised her arms because Boo's attacks were all horizontal. But ouch, you have no martial ethics. You were shouting cloth, why did you throw your fists? Gwen was hit on the head and squatted on the ground feeling aggrieved. No more fighting, Wooming is bullying me. Isn't it normal to yell at Boo to throw his fist? Do you still want to learn it? Sun Wuming had an expression that said, you're making a fuss. and Gwen was so angry that she wanted to bite someone. Study. When she learns it, she will use it to spank Wooming's butt hard. Rock, paper, scissors is actually very simple, and it can't even be considered a real form of boxing. But the ideas and essence contained therein are extremely precious. Not bound by form, free to think, 3 moves creating countless possibilities. Sun Wuming chose to teach this set of boxing to Gwen in order to broaden her horizons and thinking, and to make fighting less rigid. As a top student and with the agility of Spider-Man, Gwen quickly grasped the essence of the game. Okay, let's stop here today, it's getting late. Sun Wuming looked at his watch and saw that it was almost 12 o'clock, so he said to Gwen, continue tomorrow. I think I'll be able to surpass you soon. Gwen said confidently, and Sun Wuming nodded in agreement. In 100 million years you will be able to defeat me. I can go home by myself. If you can't sleep, just review for a while. I have an exam the day after tomorrow. Gwen gave a warning, put on the mask, swung the spider silk and was about to leave. Sun Wuming stopped her and said, wait, I taught so hard today, so there's no reward. Like a real spider hanging in the air, Gwen rolled her eyes at him and slowly slid down. Her body hung down until she was at the same height as Su Wuming. She lifted half of her mask, revealing her delicate chin and rosy lips. Well, mister. Son, this is student Gwen's tuition for today. Sun Wuming naturally wasn't polite. He tasted the girl for a few minutes before letting her go with satisfaction. After returning home, Sun Wuming received a message from Winston. The materials that Gwen just ordered have been prepared and the money has been returned. Of course, Winston knew that Sun Wuming looked down upon this little money, but that was his attitude. All the hotels in the mainland are yours. How can you spend money if you take things from your own home? Sometimes, it is a very comfortable experience to have someone who is sensible and capable under you. No wonder many wealthy people trust their housekeepers even more than their wives. So consider it. After replying that he would go to the mainland hotel tomorrow, Sun Wuming ignored him. Start thinking about Gwen's training plan. Judging from the current world, Gwen's strength is more than enough to deal with most disasters. But the dog owner has disappeared, and the news has not yet broken, so it probably can't be concealed for too long. In any Marvel timeline, the birth of Iron Man is undoubtedly a major event, like throwing a stone into the comm universe, creating ripples. In the future, more and more talented people will appear in New York, and aliens will form groups for team building, and the risk factor will rise sharply. With Gwen's warm heart, if those troublesome things don't come to her, she will join in the fun. The current strength is not enough. Why not just grab the Infinity Stones and have the wealthy dog make a set of Infinity armor for Gwen? Sun Wuming suddenly had an idea that there was a space gem and a time gem on Earth. He can't touch the time stone. It's a good thing that Ancient One doesn't come to find him because he won't go there on his own. Then the only thing left is the space gem. Washington. Nick Fury, who was working overtime, suddenly sneezed, and several pages of documents on his desk were blown away. Damn it, who turned the air conditioner down so low? Send him out for field work. Chapter 36. Dr. Lizard appears again, Wooming and Gwen's disagreement. Sun Wuming temporarily gave up the idea of stealing the space gem. The main thing is that even if he gets it, he won't use it. This thing is a treasure of the Aesir. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have been researching it for so many years, and they have only managed to make some energy weapons. He was a reckless man who only knew how to fight, and he was helpless when he got the weapon in his hands. We can ask Thor when he comes to Earth. He has been a prince for so many years, even if he doesn't want to learn, Frigga and Odin must have taught him a lot of useful knowledge. In fact, there is another candidate who is more suitable. That is Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme who has controlled the Time Stone for hundreds of years. But now Sun Wuming is not strong enough and is still full of fear of Guyi. It is a good thing that the other party does not come to find him. Nick Fury just escaped without knowing it. The next day, Sun Wuming went to the mainland hotel and took back all the materials purchased by Gwen, as well as a lot of equipment. When she got home and saw that all the things she wanted had arrived, Gwen cheered and immediately got down to work, starting to make a new suit. Not only the battle suits and spider silk launchers, but also the quality of the spider silk needs to be iteratively upgraded. Since there is enough material, she can make several more at one time. Sun Wuming also enthusiastically offered some suggestions and took out pictures that he had prepared long ago, making Gwen blush. Except for 2 pieces with changed color, the rest are all not serious. Sun Wuming also had a convincing argument. These clothes were originally passed to me to look at, not for you to wear outside. Don't mess with me. Gwen was so angry that she pushed the man out of the basement. Wednesday and Midtown High School will have midterm exams over the next 2 days. As a famous private high school in Queens, Students who can study here must either have an outstanding family background or excellent academic performance and special skills in certain subjects in order to be admitted. Don't think that the United States is all about happy education. The real elite class is still getting better and better with each generation. The happy education and free growth talks in those public schools are just a means to solidify the class. There was a rustling sound in the classroom. It was the students writing furiously. Sun Wooming also lay on the table and wrote quickly. I didn't even look at the question, I just filled in the answer based on the question number. As soon as I had written enough to pass the exam, I would stop writing and fall asleep on the table. The answer was that he went to the principal's office after arriving at school in the morning, and he was not worried about making mistakes. After lying down for a while, Sun Wooming suddenly looked up and glanced at Gwen, who had finished and was checking. Feeling the gazes behind her, Gwen turned around, and Sun Wooming smiled and mouthed a few words. Spider-Woman, it's your turn. Gwen understood his lip movements but was confused as to what it meant. At the same time, the first floor of the teaching building. Boom, 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 a dull knocking sound came from the bathroom, and finally, boom, the ground broke, bricks and stones splashed. Doctor Lizard crawled out of the sewer, strode into the teaching area, muttering, Peter Parker, Peter Parker. The walls of the corridor collapsed, followed by screams from teachers and students. Ah, monster, run. A student was knocked against the wall, leaving a big hole, and then there was no sound in an instant. Others were the ones who realized it later and fled in panic. The commotion soon spread to the third floor, where Sun Wooming and Gwen were in the classroom. When he discovered that the lizard monster that appeared a few days ago had come to his school and wreaked havoc, these students were completely panicked. It was only when Gwen stepped forward that their emotions were temporarily stabilized. Run the other way, get out of the school. I've called the police. Everyone found the core and crowded out of the door, and so did students in other classrooms. Gwen ran for a distance, then turned back and saw Sun Wooming still sitting on the chair. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I just said that. Okay, it's my fault. Gwen raised her hands, took off her outer clothes, revealing the spider uniform, and took out a mask from her school bag and put it on her head. You've been wearing it all the time. It will affect your development if you restrict yourself too much. Gwen rolled her eyes at the boy. Now was not the time for jokes. Wooming, although I don't know why the lizard man came back to school, you and I will work together to capture him. No. Sun Wooming shook his head under Gwen's astonished gaze. As long as I take action, the lizard man will never walk out of the campus alive. Gwen, is this what you want? Gwen was silent. She remembered something she didn't want to think about in the past few days. Sun Wooming's attack was too cruel. Last time he cut off the gangster's hand, this time he wants to kill the lizard man. Gwen didn't know yet that the lizard man was transformed by Dr. Connors, but she knew that he was also a human being. There seemed to be some disagreement between the two on how to deal with criminals. Okay, leave everything to me. Ultimately, Gwen disagreed with Sun Wooming's approach and chose to solve the problem in her own way. After saying that, he jumped out of the window. Sun Wooming stood quietly at the window and spoke softly. Forgiveness is the grace of the strong. Gwen, you are still far from it now. Because of the need for exposure, the number of words in each chapter is a little shorter, and there will be another chapter later. Chapter 37, A More Thorough Evolution. Gwen in danger. Roar. The lizardmen were wreaking havoc inside the teaching building. With a flick of its tail, the wall collapsed, and its sharp claws pierced through the wooden door and pulled it out directly. Inside the house, the students hiding there screamed, but the lizardman looked around and didn't find the target person, so he miraculously let them go. Because he looked through the window and saw Peter Parker running out of the campus downstairs. The dark side of Dr. Connor's heart was madly expanded when he was in the lizard man state, but he did not lose his wisdom and thinking ability. It's just that my perspective on the world and my personality have changed drastically. The doctor in his normal state wants to find Peter Parker in order to get him to help him eliminate the power of the serum. Now the lizard wants to find Peter Parker, and that means he wants to kill him, so that he will always be in lizard mode and will never become his previous weak appearance. Not only that, he also wants to turn all the people in New York and the entire United States into lizard people. This is the great evolution of mankind. Boom, 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 Doctor. Lizard broke through the outer wall of the building, knocked a big hole, and used his hands and feet to rush towards the crowd fleeing outside the school at an extremely fast speed. Hurry, the monster is catching up, hurry. Hearing the noise behind, a student turned around and saw Dr. Lizard chasing after them with bloodshot eyes and shouting madly. The crowd became even more panicked and ran as fast as they could. In order to run faster, they even pushed away classmates who were blocking their way. MJ. When Peter saw his sweetheart fall to the ground, he rushed over to support her, but he was pushed by the person behind him and fell down himself. Peter Parker. The roar of the lizard man was so close that Peter was stunned. This voice is so familiar. Dr. Connors, you are Dr. Connors. Peter's eyes widened. The next second, the lizard man's sharp claws stabbed towards Peter's heart. Hey, you said he was Connors, the Connors from Osborne Industries. Gwen finally caught up, rushed over and held the lizard man's palm and asked in surprise. No, that's right, he's Dr. Connors. He must have injected himself with the serum. Peter understood everything at once, his eyes filled with shock. The doctor actually used himself as an experiment. Okay, thank you for the news. Spider-Woman is taking over here. Let's run. Gwen pushed hard. Although she was also shocked by the news, the most urgent task was to subdue the lizard man and prevent him from hurting innocent people again. On the way there, Gwen saw that at least 10 of her classmates had died at the hands of the lizard men. The spider silk launcher shot out 2 balls of spider silk, which stuck to the lizard man's eyes. It had no lethality but was extremely insulting. This is what Gwen wants to see. The lizard man's attention was all drawn to him, and he pounced on him with a kick of his legs. Gwen quickly dodged, shooting spider silk while moving towards the gymnasium not far away. It's too spacious here and totally unsuitable for spiders to perform. The two chased each other, and Gwen was surprised to find that the lizardman was much faster than the last time they fought. He is still evolving. Boom! The distance between the two was shortened and the lizard man swung his tail and Gwen was pulled out. Call out. Call out! Gwen continuously shot spider silk onto the beams of the house, and with the help of the huge force of rushing backwards, he used himself as a bullet on a slingshot and launched himself out fiercely. Fist. The force of inertia plus Gwen's own strength made the punch extremely powerful. It hit the lizard man in the face, causing him to spin several times and lose several teeth. With this dental condition, Dr. Connors, you must be a big fan of sweets, right? Even at this point, Gwen still didn't forget to talk, completely angering the lizardman. The lizard man is nearly 3 meters tall, but his agility is not bad at all. He is very strong and has weapons all over his body. Teeth, claws, tail, legs. In terms of frontal combat, Gwen is no match for the lizardman now. He had to escape the lizardman's attacks in very dangerous situations several times. Fortunately, she had a weapon. Gwen could use the spider silk in many different ways in her hands, to bind, to restrain, and to leverage force to move. A large spider web appeared in the gymnasium, and lying in the center of the web was Gwen. Although lizards are natural enemies of spiders, I overcame this nature. As Gwen made jokes, the lizardman stuck in the spider web became slow in his movements. Gwen took this opportunity to keep moving and completely wrapped the lizardman into a cocoon with spider silk. Extraordinary wisdom is the most precious wealth of mankind. You clearly understood this before, Dr. Connors. Gwen sighed softly, expressing her pity for Connors who had become like this. Do you think you've won, Spider-Woman? The lizard man's roar came from the cocoon, and he tore the spider silk with his sharp claws and broke free. Shit. If my materials were upgraded, this wouldn't happen. Gwen rarely swore and was forced to start fighting with the lizard man again. She just started making a brand new battle suit in spider silk yesterday, and today she is still using the previous civilian version. As long as the lizardman tries hard, he can easily break free. The battle between the two is extremely unfair. From a scientific point of view, Dr. Connors is indeed more evolved. It has high attack, high health, and a fast speed. Its mollusk structure allows it to perform various exaggerated movements. The two fought from the gymnasium to the laboratory, classroom, and library. I even met an old man who was organizing books with headphones on. Finally, the long period of psychological tension and huge physical exertion caused Gwen to make a mistake. The lizardman's tail suddenly straightened and swung out like a whip, hitting Gwen's body hard. The girl crashed through the classroom wall and fell to the ground. Chapter 38, Training has not yet succeeded and enlightenment still needs to work hard, cough cough. The crisis was not resolved. The lizard monster rushed over, but the force was too great and Gwen had no ability to resist. If I agreed to Wooming's request, then the one lying here now should be the lizard man. At the last moment, Gwen remembered the conversation she had just had with son Wooming. It's not too late. Son Wooming's gentle voice sounded in her ears and Gwen suddenly opened her eyes. Wooming, the young man she had been imagining, actually appeared before her eyes, which made her think for a moment that she was hallucinating. The 186-meter-tall son Wooming stood in front of the lizard man like an underage elementary school student. But this tiny human was able to stop his own claws with just one finger. Dong ding dong. The lizard man took a few steps back and a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. His animal instinct frantically warned him that the human in front of him was extremely dangerous. The side effects of the genetic serum stimulated his nerves, and the bloodthirsty impulse was like a wave that never stopped. The two contradictory thoughts made the lizardman freeze in place for a moment. Sun Wuming helped Gwen up and wiped the dust off her body. Understanding, Gwen hugged the boy a little aggrieved. After all, she was just a 17-year-old girl. What she needed most after suffering a setback was a safe embrace. Be good, let's go back and practice hard. You will become even stronger in the future. Okay, Gwen responded with her head down, fully aware of the shortcomings of her own abilities. Spider-Woman, Saiyan, die. The lizard man might have been choked by the dog food of the two people, or perhaps he was hurt by this attitude of ignoring. At this moment, his brutal personality overcame his animal instincts. With a powerful kick of his legs, the lizard man rushed towards the two men like a cannonball. Sun Wuming's eyes became fierce and he clenched his right hand. Boom! With one punch, the lizardman flew backwards at an even faster speed, destroying countless objects. Sun Wuming's speed was even worse. Gwen almost blurred out and found that he had come in front of the lizard man and kept punching him. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was shaking slightly and the dust on the ceiling fell to the ground. Sun Wuming's restrained punch was enough to seriously injure the lizard man, but his self-healing ability allowed him to recover quickly. But just as he had recovered, he was hit by another punch and the injury reappeared. Sun Wuming threw punch after punch, his punches getting heavier and heavier with an excited smile. This is a great sandbag. During this period of time, is there anyone who can withstand his punches? Maybe the Hulk, who is hiding somewhere, can also do it. The roar was accompanied by a muffled sound. The lizard man tried to control Sun Wukong with his tail, but he didn't even turn his head. He pulled off his tail and threw it aside, then continued to punch. Gwen finally realized how big the gap was between herself and Sun Wuming. Apart from the chi wave witnessed the night before, the physical strength alone was enough to suppress the lizardman and make him unable to move. Gradually, the lizard people also felt the fear. Although the injuries can be healed, the physical pain will always exist and accumulate, becoming unbearable even for wild animals. So he struggled desperately trying to escape from here. Wooming, don't kill him, he is Dr. Connors, Gwen said fearfully, afraid that Wooming would punch someone to death. Boom. The last punch was delivered with a little more force, hitting the lizard man directly on the temple, knocking him unconscious. Sun Wooming stood up slowly. Gwen, what are you going to do with him? Gwen bit her lower lip lightly. Let's hand it over to the police. We have no right to go beyond the law and conduct a trial. Dr. Connors is not a bad person by nature. The reason he became like this is probably because something went wrong during the mutation process. Gwen thinks that if he is handed over to the police, he might be able to be cured. Are you ready then? Sun Wuming asked back. What? If one day Connors escapes again and starts committing crimes again, thus harming innocent people, can you afford this price? No, Dad and the others will take good care of the doctor. Gwen immediately shook her head, not believing that this could ever happen. Sun Wuming burst out laughing. This was typical Spider-Man thinking, and he was not surprised at all. Gwen has not seen the darkness of society, and the world she has been exposed to has always been bright. She has no idea that the laws of the United States are like waste paper to some people. He dared to guarantee 100% that Connors would definitely fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. But Gwen won't understand these principles if you just tell her. Sun Wuming has no objection to Gwen becoming a superhero. It is her own choice. But when it comes to dealing with enemies, we should never be as indecisive as we are now and blindly trust others. For the last time, Gwen, if we encounter this situation in the future, I will not hesitate to kill those who wish to harm you. Glancing at the still unconscious Connors, Sun Wuming punched him again, making him sleep more soundly. Thank you, dear. Seeing that Sun Wuming finally gave in, Gwen also breathed a sigh of relief. There was no one around anymore, so she took off her mask with confidence and expressed her love. The sound of a police car siren could be heard faintly, and the two figures that were pressed close together finally separated. Chapter 39, the most meaningful thing is to accompany you till the end of time in front of Zhengcheng High School. When the police were called, the lizard man appeared in the school. The NYPD took quick action and George, as the chief, led the team personally. He was anxious all the way and kept calling Gwen, but the call was not connected. George felt extremely guilty. If he had found the lizard man earlier, the dangerous situation today would not have happened. Hurry up, George urged. The shrill sirens blared through the streets. Finally, the NYPD created the fastest response speed in history, and a large number of police officers gathered at the school gate. This time they even brought a lot of heavy firepower, and policemen rushed in fully armed with guns. Gwen, where are you? As soon as George arrived, he rushed into the crowd of students to look for his daughter. Dad, I'm here. Squeezing through a passage, Gwen took son Wooming's hand and came to George. George's worries finally dissipated and he couldn't help but blame. Why didn't you answer Dad's call? I was so worried. Sorry, Dad. Gwen stuck out her tongue playfully. After seeing the lizard monster, Wooming grabbed my hand and ran out, leaving his phone in his school bag. Seeing that his daughter was not too frightened, George naturally did not say much. He said a few words of thanks to son Wooming and focused his attention on capturing the lizard man again. What's the situation inside? Are there any casualties? Can we determine the location of the lizard monster? A police chief replied, several teams have entered the school. According to these students, Spider-Woman suddenly appeared and attracted the attention of the lizard man. As for the number of casualties, the number of confirmed deaths has exceeded 15. Spider-Woman, why did she come so quickly? George frowned and muttered to himself. At this time, the radio received information about the situation ahead. We found the lizard monster, he's fainted, and he's trapped in the spider web. Has he been subdued? George's tone was a little complicated. Spider-Woman helped the police again, put on special handcuffs, everyone enter the school. Mr. George took the lead, wearing a bulletproof vest and holding a shotgun and rushed in, followed by the police behind him. Seeing Gwen's worry, son Wooming whispered, don't worry, that guy will be unconscious for at least another 2 hours. The lizard man was taken away and locked up by the New York police in a special alloy cage. Peter was also taken away by the police because many people heard the lizard man calling out Peter's name. It is obvious that Peter has something to do with the lizard man's attack on the school. A large number of injured people were sent to nearby hospitals. Even the students and teachers who were not injured had heavy expressions on their faces. 1/3 of the school's teaching building was destroyed, the interior of the gymnasium was completely damaged, and several rows of bookshelves in the library were smashed to pieces. Under such circumstances, there is naturally no way to continue the exam. The school has given the students a holiday, and we will have to wait for notification on when school will resume. Gwen also followed son Wooming back. They were both silent on the way and didn't say a word. What do you want to eat? Back home, Gwen finally spoke. Order takeout. You're already very tired today. Why don't you go upstairs and take a nap? Stroking the girl's hair, son Wooming asked softly. No need. Gwen shook her head and said hesitantly, I want to talk to you, a good chat. Of course can. Son Wooming sat on the sofa and Gwen subconsciously sat next to him and leaned over. But after thinking about it, he ran to the opposite side of son Wooming and did it again, which seemed more serious. Wooming, have you ever thought about what you want to do? Eat and wait for death, practice and become stronger. Son Wooming answered without hesitation. But you have this power, you should do something more meaningful. Gwen bit her lip lightly, like today if you had taken action not so many people would have died. Are you blaming me, Gwen? Son Wooming looked into her eyes and the faint smile on his face disappeared. I didn't. Gwen reacted very violently, gesticulating and explaining, I have no right and will never ask you to do anything. My point is, honey, I think you can do better. Afraid that son Wooming would be angry, Gwen jumped into his arms. The two looked into each other's eyes and she tried her best to express her sincerity. Relax, Gwen, I'm not mad. Son Wooming patted the girl's back comfortingly and said slowly. If you weren't here today, maybe I wouldn't have taken action until the police showed up because I didn't want to. But with great power comes great responsibility. Now that you and I have gained power, shouldn't we do something meaningful? Gwen retorted cautiously. She heard this sentence after she accidentally saved an old man from a gangster while working as Spider-Woman. She felt that this sentence made a lot of sense and was even prepared to use it as a standard for her own behavior. Son Wooming stroked the girl's hair and said, For me, the most meaningful thing is to stay with you till the end of time. Chapter 40 The greater the ability, the greater the temper. With great power comes great responsibility. Why should ability be linked to responsibility? Son Wooming only believes that the greater the ability, the greater the temper. He controls his temper and does not harm ordinary people. This is the quality that 9 years of compulsory education has given him. Okay. Gwen did not continue to persuade. She would not interfere with son Wooming's choice just as son Wooming respected her decision. She just found that she still didn't know enough about the boy in front of her. Soon, the takeaway ordered by son Wooming was delivered. After they finished eating, Gwen went into the basement and began to make a new battle suit. If she could use the latest spider silk and battle suit today, the battle with the lizardmen might not be so passive. The next day, the news of the lizardmen attacking Midtown High School made the front page of the newspaper as expected. All the teachers and students in the school were witnesses. More than 10 students died, and the New York police could not hide the incident even if they wanted to. All the newspapers were criticizing the New York police for their poor performance, but only the Daily Bugle kept holding on to Spider-Woman. Believing that the Lizard Man and Spider-Woman must be connected, otherwise Spider-Woman would not have been able to arrive at the scene quickly enough after the Lizard Man appeared twice. What is interesting is that the news that the Lizard Man is Dr. Connors has not been exposed. Sun Wuming felt that it must be Osborne Industries that was behind the scenes. Once the news became known to the public, the stock price would definitely plummet, and another natural thing happened. Dr. Connors was taken away by the military before he stayed in the police prison for 24 hours. The reason is that the prisoners are too dangerous and must be held in special military prisons. Sun Wuming didn't believe a single word. The school gave students a 2-week holiday and used the time to repair the teaching building. Sun Wuming then had some free time. Gwen also has plenty of free time to arrange herself. She makes battle suits during the day and occasionally goes out to be a good neighbor to New Yorkers. At night, I learned Turtle School from Sun Wuming, and my life was extremely fulfilling. There was a special tacit understanding between the two. Sun Wuming would not interfere with Gwen's actions and would teach her the Turtle School wholeheartedly every night. Gwen never mentioned making Sun Wuming a superhero again. That afternoon, Gwen came to Sun Wuming's house as usual and told him about the troubles she had encountered. I don't know why Dad had to keep going after Spider-Woman. I was obviously helping him clean up the mess, but since the Lizard Man was caught, he's been looking for me. The girl's words were full of resentment. With the threat of the Lizard Man neutralized, Mr. George turned his attention back to Spider-Woman's identity. Perhaps because he helped the police both times, George is no longer as hostile to Spider-Woman as before. He wanted to have a face-to-face conversation with the other party. If possible, he would offer him an honorary police officer position, but the prerequisite was that he had to be registered with the police station. Of course, Gwen couldn't agree to this. Her father was so smart that if she chatted with him for a few minutes, he might guess her identity. And Mr. George has found something. First, Spider-Woman mostly appears in the afternoon and evening, which is in line with the life patterns of office workers and students. The second is that Spider-Woman appeared too quickly. At other times of the day, Spider-Woman did not rush to the school from other places, but appeared out of thin air. This gave George reason to suspect that Spider-Woman was most likely a high school girl and a student at Midtown High School. You are just too flamboyant. You showed up during the school holidays. Mr. George is capable of becoming the director. He does have some ability. Sun Wuming was concentrating on massaging Gwen. It would be a waste to just play with her legs for a year, so she had to keep playing with them. As she pressed, her hand slid to her ankle. Gwen's face instantly turned red with embarrassment and she swayed nervously. Here is a hot scientific fact. Spiders' feet are the most sensitive, hundreds of times more sensitive than humans. Gwen had already used force to suppress it, so she didn't kick Sun Wuming away. At this moment, the TV, which was originally playing a variety show, suddenly changed the screen. Here's a piece of news. According to reliable sources, genius scientist and famous playboy Tony Stark has been confirmed to have been attacked by a terrorist organization while demonstrating munitions in the Middle East. Sun Wuming looked up. At present, all the casualties of the U.S. military have been recovered, but Stark's whereabouts are still unknown. Virginia Pepper Potts, the chief assistant of Stark Industries, has issued an $800 million reward. Gwen's attention was also drawn to this. After reading the news, she looked at the smiling boy with a strange expression on her face. Wooming, it couldn't be you who did this, right? Stark disappeared shortly after selling tens of millions of stocks. No matter how Gwen looked at it, she felt that her man was suspicious. Why would I kidnap a man? If I had to kidnap someone, I would kidnap you and keep you at home. Sun Wuming pinched the girl's nose and said, this was done by their own people. Otherwise, how could such a confidential military operation be known to the outside world? Gwen nodded thoughtfully. As expected of a capitalist, he is good at biting each other. Chapter 40 won 3-star Dragon Ball. In fact, this is also the reason why Sun Wuming dared to sell all his stocks before Stark's accident without being investigated. As a leading company in the stock market, Stark Industries' stock trading volume is billions of dollars every day. This little money of his can't make any waves at all. Those senior time travelers were visited by S.H.I.E.L.D. just because they sold some stocks. They really thought too much. Nick Fury isn't that idle yet. Jingle bell. The phone suddenly rang. Sun Wuming took out his cell phone, then found that he had taken the wrong one. It was the work phone that rang. Winston, what do you want from me? Sir, the Kimura family's assets have been cleared. Do you want to sell them all or keep them and run them? If you need manpower, the Continental Hotel also has a group of elite business talents at your disposal. Sun Wuming thought for a moment and replied, "Please make a list and I'll go take a look later." Okay. After hanging up the phone, Gwen asked, "Are you going out?" She heard the conversation clearly, but Gwen didn't intend to care about it. No matter what Sun Wuming did, she didn't want to interfere, so the training over the years has some effect. At least Gwen is not the kind of superhero who doesn't care about her relatives. It's no big deal, just go there in the afternoon. Come, I'll continue to massage you. After lunch in the afternoon, Gwen continued to modify her battle suit while Sun Wuming came to the Continental Hotel. Winston welcomed him in warmly. He had been in high spirits in recent days. Because they were wary of Sun Wuming, although other high-table forces were reluctant to give up the piece of fat meat in the United States, they still involuntarily reduced a lot of their power. After all, no one wants their family to be hit by a blue wave of terrifying energy. He has now become the North American head of the high table, and the manager of the Continental Hotel has become the former front desk clerk Karen. However, Winston still did not change his office location. "Sir, this records all the property of the Kimura family." Winston handed over a booklet respectfully. Sun Wuming took it and looked through it. Most of the above industries are highly profitable industries such as casinos, nightclubs, bars, and used car dealerships. Sun Wuming had asked Winston to destroy the flower business long before. Although this kind of thing that harms both others and oneself is harming the American people, he will never touch it. After counting, the Kimura family had $1.5 billion in liquid funds on its books, and its fixed assets totaled more than $3 billion. It's up to you. If you think it's good, keep it. If you can't make money, sell it. Sun Wuming asked casually, "Have you collected all the artworks of the Kimura family?" Winston quickly handed over another list. "It's all on there. It's all sealed up as you instructed." Sun Wuming nodded. He wasn't interested in art, but Gwen liked it. Gwen is not only a science and engineering genius, she is also very interested in many arts. She also said that her dream when she grows up is to own a museum of her own. Now Sun Wuming is preparing for this. The girl's birthday is in August. Gwen will definitely be very happy if I give her a museum then. The Kimura family is worthy of being a mafia that originated from Italy, a literary and artistic country. They have collected a lot of precious paintings and antiques, which is more than enough to open a museum. To acquire a large museum in Manhattan and renovate it to the highest standards. Yes. Sun Wuming quickly flipped through the list of artworks and saw many famous paintings that only appeared in textbooks. There are even 2 copies of Van Gogh's Sunflowers. Leonardo da Vinci's Benova Madonna should be in Russia's museum, but I didn't expect he could see it here. Winston, do you think these things are genuine? Sun Wuming didn't want any fakes to be present in the museum he gave to Gwen. Winston responded humorously, "Sir, you may doubt the fighting ability and moral standards of the Italians, but when it comes to art appreciation, they are professionals." These words made Sun Wuming laugh. When he turned to the last page, his movement suddenly stopped and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Even his aura leaked out unconsciously. Winston felt depressed and thought he had said something wrong and angered Sun Wuming, so he quickly lowered his head. "Where did the Kimura family get this thing?" Sun Wuming pointed at the items in the picture and asked, and Winston hurried over to look. In the picture, there is a yellow crystal ball with 3 stars inside, but other than that, there is nothing special about it. However, for Sun Wuming, this was a complete depth bomb. Apart from the one in his hand, he finally saw the second Dragon Ball in 17 years. Sorry for being late, I'll have more later. Chapter 42, find it for me. The whole city of New York is in chaos. Please give me flowers and monthly tickets, Winston said with difficulty. "Sir, the people of the Kimura family have been given by you. Call." Sun Wuming took a deep breath and sat back in his seat. "Bring me the Dragon Ball and check it out." Winston didn't dare to delay at all, turned around and walked out of the office to get busy. Sun Wuming slowly calmed down his excitement. Sure enough, Dragon Ball also came to this world with him and appeared on Earth. Collect Dragon Balls and summon dragons. This was the only thought in Sun Wuming's mind. Saiyans are a natural fighting race, but this race is not immortal. It is just that their body functions will be maintained at peak levels before death to ensure that their fighting power will not decline. The normal lifespan is only a few hundred years. The cultivation of Qi can also make people live longer. Master Roshi is already over 300 years old, so it seems like he can live for another few decades without any problem. Adding the two together, Sun Wuming estimated that his lifespan would not exceed 1,000 years. He is not afraid of death, he just wants to be the master of his own life. If I want to die, I die. If I want to live, I live. Not only that, having the dragon in hand is like having an extra trump card. The Shenlong is a noob when it comes to fighting, but when it comes to fulfilling wishes, Sun Wuming still recognizes Shenlong's ability. Seeing that Sun Wuming attached so much importance to the pearl, Winston did not dare to delay at all and brought the Dragon Ball back as quickly as possible. Sir, this bead was obtained by Santino from the Sotheby's auction house. I just called the auction house and they also acted as a proxy, so I don't know the specific information. Sun Wuming took the Dragon Ball and touched it. The material was exactly the same as the one-star Dragon Ball in his own home. He was sure it was authentic. Go find them all. Whoever can find the real Dragon Balls will be granted a condition, even if it means killing the President of the United States. Sun Wuming's words frightened Winston, and he couldn't help but look up at the ordinary bead. Dragon Ball? What kind of magic power does this Dragon Ball have that can make this person offer such exaggerated conditions? If he could find it and hand it over to Sun Wuming, would his position be more secure? For an instant, Winston's heart burned. Because of Sun Wuming's words, all the killers in North America accepted this unconditional mission. Whoever can get this bead called Dragon Ball will receive a reward of $10 million from the Continental Hotel and a promise that is more precious than the Blood Alliance. Some well-informed people even know who issued this task. All of New York went completely crazy. Countless killers flooded the streets, sneaked into the mansions of the rich, broke into universities, and kidnapped archaeology professors. The crime rate in New York is skyrocketing, and Mr. George has been living in the police station for 3 consecutive days. These killers don't know what the Dragon Ball is, but they know that the last Dragon Ball appeared at an art auction. Therefore, the direction of their search also tends to be towards artworks. Some people with evil intentions even came with their own counterfeit Dragon Balls. Sun Wuming left the 3-star Dragon Ball in a mainland hotel. Just by touching it, one can easily tell the difference between the real one and the fake one. On the busiest day, Winston killed more than a dozen counterfeiters before the killers stopped. Many forces have received news of such a big move, and they don't know what Winston is going on about. Even John Wick, who had completely retired, came to Wooming. I heard you were looking for some Dragon Balls. Sun Wuming was shocked. Yes, you have news. I've never met him before. John Wick spread his hands, but I can ask some old friends for you. Okay, I hope you can find it. At least the reward wasn't given to outsiders. Forget about the reward, you've already helped me enough. John shook his head, indifferent to the bounty that had tempted countless people. He is very satisfied with his current life. He walks his dog and plays with his car every day. His life is simple but peaceful. The dog his late wife had given him died, so the current dog was adopted and John didn't give him a new name. Giving a name meant becoming a family member, and he didn't want to experience the pain of loss again. The two chatted for a while and then John left. Dragon Ball. In Hell's Kitchen, in a commercial building, Kingpin was playing with a Dragon Ball in his hand which had 6 stars in it. To the outside world, Mr. Wilson Fisk is a great entrepreneur, philanthropist, and collector. He and his wife Vanessa met in the museum. Jin Bing has a very high level of artistic accomplishment. This 6-star Dragon Ball was obtained by him from a gang he wiped out. At first glance, the Dragon Balls are round and cute, but that's all. At most, the material is a little strange. However, people with a high level of appreciation like Kingpin can discover the extraordinariness of Dragon Ball. It's too round. The current technological precision is simply not capable of producing such a smooth sphere. This alone makes it qualified to be part of Kingpin's collection. He also learned a lot of information from his own channels about what happened to the Kimura family that night. The killer that he wanted to recruit turned out to be such a terrifying person. Jin Bing, who knew the situation, immediately stopped his men's actions and dared not have any more evil thoughts. But now, the high bounty on Sun Wuming has given Jin Bing new ideas. Should we give the Dragon Balls to the Saiyans and let them fight the hand for us? Chapter 43, 2 more Dragon Balls, school anniversary party. What does the Continental want to do? New York is already in chaos. SHIELD, although Nick Fury's recent focus has been on the missing Tony Stark, it does not mean that he has ignored Sun Wuming. Naturally, he also got the news of such a big move. Although we don't know what the function of the Dragon Ball is, the fact that mainland hotels are searching for it so frantically must be more than just a work of art. Just in case, he also sent his men to collect the Dragon Balls. However, the purpose was not to make friends with Sun Wuming, but to conduct research on his own to see if he could discover the secret. Just like that, the entire east coast of America became a mess, and overnight Dragon Ball became a hot search term. Everyone is looking for its whereabouts. A month passed quietly. The underground world is turbulent and Gwen has become busy. During this period, she has become more and more adept at the identity of Spider-Woman, and her active figure can be seen in the streets and alleys of New York. The rising crime rate has made New York citizens have a better opinion of Spider-Woman. Compared to the inefficient police work, the elusive Gwen can serve as a better deterrent. Especially the time period from 7 p.m. to 12 am every day is when Spider-Woman appears most frequently. Even criminals will be cautious and avoid this time. This also made Gwen even happier and more proud, and she often showed off to son Wooming. During this month, son Wooming obtained 2 more Dragon Balls, one with 2 stars and one with 7 stars. He also fulfilled his promise very readily and agreed to one condition from the other party. The conditions for the killer to contribute a 2-star Dragon Ball are very simple: to destroy a West Coast gang that killed his parents. It is so simple that son Wooming doesn't even need to do it. The killers under the Continental Hotel are enough. As for the person who took out the 7-star Dragon Balls, it was actually John Wick. As the former top star in New York, the #1 killer, John has an extremely famous name in the entire killer world and has friends all over the world. This Dragon Ball was sent to him by an old friend from Gaul. John didn't have anything that required son Wooming to do, so this condition remained. However, son Wooming also made a promise that no one would disturb his retirement life in the future. Wooming, how do I look in this? Pretty good. What about this body? It's also very good. Forget it, let's just go with the first set. Gwen, if you delay any longer, we're going to be late. At Gwen's house, son Wooming stayed in the living room, helplessly watching Gwen change into different clothes. Today is the school anniversary celebration, and Gwen's band will be performing on stage. She has also made an appointment with her 2 teammates to make use of the last time to practice a few more times, but I was troubled by the choice of clothes. It's almost 4 o'clock. Gwen exclaimed, looking at the alarm clock on the wall, and rushed into the room and changed into the first set of clothes as quickly as possible: a loose blue sweatshirt, ripped jeans, and a pair of white canvas shoes. Her graceful figure was completely covered up, but it matched the band's rock theme very well. Not bad. Son Wooming gave a thumbs up. You can tell from the looks of it that you're from the West Coast. Stop making fun of me, this is all I have. Let's get going. Gwen rolled her eyes, put drumstick on her back, and ran out the door. Arriving at school, Gwen went straight to the music room to find MJ and Betty Brant to start their final practice, and son Wooming came to the classroom. Maybe it's because people in the Marvel world are kind-hearted, or maybe it's simply because Americans are very accepting of accidents. Even though such a big thing happened in the school a month ago, everyone's emotions recovered quickly. The class was very lively. More than a dozen people were rehearsing Shakespeare's Les Miserables, and many students were watching. Peter, son Wooming called out, and Peter, who was sitting by the window in a daze, heard someone calling him to turn around. Hi, Wooming. Peter forced a smile. You don't look very interested. What happened? Nothing, I was just thinking about Dr. Connors. I don't know how he is doing now and whether he has returned to normal. I guess he's being dissected. Son Wooming complained silently in his heart but said, even if he turns back into a human, he can't appear in society. The crimes he committed are enough to sentence him to 500 years. I know, I just feel sorry for him. Peter is the one who knows best why Connors is so obsessed with developing animal serum. In his early years, Connors was a battlefield doctor and accidentally lost an arm on the battlefield. From then on, his dream was to grow his arm back. In the end, he ended up turning into a monster. It's hard not to sigh. There must be something hateful about pitiful people, Peter. Some things cannot be forgiven just because they have reasons. Son Wooming shook his head. All the villains in Marvel Comics have tragic pasts, especially these mutants, whose life stories are more miserable than each other. And the rule of this world seems to be that once evolution fails, the dark side of thought will be infinitely magnified, and it will go on the anti-human path from then on. Also no one. Chapter 44. The future father-in-law is stabbed in the heart. Cute, want to. The two chatted for a while, and Wooming asked Peter about his uncle's recent situation. Uncle Ben is fine. He has some problems with his eyesight, but that's okay. He's retiring soon. Peter also smiled when talking about his family, a blessing in disguise. Although he did not become Spider-Man, Uncle Ben did not sacrifice himself. It is not known whether this is good or bad for Peter. Next, Peter asked son Wooming where he wanted to go to college. In the United States, students usually start deciding which college they want to go to in their 3rd year of high school. The last year is their senior year. Within a few days, teachers will reach out to students to understand the situation, ask about their wishes, and give suggestions. I'm definitely staying in New York. I'm used to living here and I'm too lazy to move. Sun Wuming replied, actually, there is nothing good about this crappy place. Every time the aliens invade the Earth, they choose this place. The Chitauri came once, then Thanos came again, and then there were demons from other dimensions. But Gwen didn't want to leave. Both of his parents have taken root in New York, and especially after the appearance of the lizard man, Gwen has become increasingly aware of the dangers of this city. In order to protect Mr. George, she would not leave. So Sun Wuming had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, he really wanted to go to UCLA for college and experience the Gold Coast of California. Who knows, you might even be able to grab a water gun and fight 300 rounds of battle in the sea with the California beauties. That's great. I plan to apply to Columbia University so we can meet often in the future. Peter said with some happiness. He didn't have many friends in high school. Harry was the only one and the rest was Wuming. As a nobody in school, Peter cherishes friendship very much. Are you planning to study biology? Sun Wuming asked meaningfully. Correct. Let me give you a piece of advice, Peter. Sun Wuming patted Peter's thin shoulder and said earnestly, biology has no future, physics is your destiny. Anyway, your physics grades are also very good, so don't hang yourself on a tree. Look at the people who study biology. Connors has even put himself into the research. In the Marvel world, those who usually get into trouble are those who have problems studying biology and genetics, and Sun Wuming doesn't want Peter to be involved in it one day. Seeing that he was so serious, Peter didn't understand, but still said that he would seriously consider it. Half an hour before the celebration party was to start, Sun Wuming also went to the auditorium. The campus became lively. Many well-known alumni were invited back, and many of them gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to talk and discuss. These people were dressed in suits and ties, meticulously dressed, turning the auditorium into a place of fame and fortune. Midtown High School is an aristocratic school, and its annual anniversary celebration is more of a place for students to expand their network than a celebration for the school. Sun Wuming walked straight through these boring people and found the tall George sitting in the 3rd row. Uncle George. Wuming is here, sit next to me. As the police chief of New York, Mr. George has little money, but he has a high social status and is surrounded by a group of people. Seeing that he let a young man sit next to him, everyone was a little confused. I heard that the police chief is a little princess. Who is this boy? His relative? George didn't know how to explain it. Should he just say that this guy was Gwen's boyfriend? He hasn't admitted it yet. The performance was about to begin and the people surrounding George had to disperse. This gave him a chance to ask, Gwen is the first one to perform. It should be the 5th one. George breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I can go back to work overtime after the show. Sun Wuming looked at him with pity. Is this what a social animal is? I have to think about work even when watching a performance. A salary of several $1,000s a month, why risk your life? What are you looking at me with? George said, a little embarrassed. I'm just working, you'll be busy too when you enter society. Impossible. Sun Wuming shook his head. I am already financially independent. After graduation, I will travel around the world with Gwen. There is no way I will go to work. Puff, George almost vomited blood. It felt like I was stabbed in the chest. It was so painful. He turned his head away and ignored the brat Sun Wuming. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, the host came on stage and spoke a lot, and the anniversary celebration finally began. The first performance on stage was an American talk show. Even after living in New York for more than 10 years, Sun Wuming still didn't understand the funny parts of these talk shows. Not as interesting as the actors' facial expressions. So when people around were laughing at the students on the stage, Sun Wuming had a blank expression on his face. Some want to sleep. What followed was also very boring, a drama and 2 choruses. The funniest one was actually a magic trick. A black student dressed in black stood in front of a black background with his eyes closed. It's like it really disappeared. What the hell? Sun Wuming complained in his heart, but fortunately Gwen finally showed up. Here it comes, Gwen, look over here, mister. George was much more excited than Sun Wuming. He held up his camera and took pictures frantically. Gwen heard her father's voice and smiled brightly in the direction of the 2 of them. He also gave Sun Wuming a wink. Cute, want. Chapter 45, Sudden Earthquake, Immortal Dragon Bones. There was thunderous applause in the auditorium. Compared with the previous performances, the performance of Gwen and her 2 teammates was the most exciting. Yesterday Again, a classic rock song by Capone, was sung very tastefully. MJ was at home and Sun Wuming's eyes widened when he saw Peter. A while ago, Peter asked him to ask Gwen for help and went on 2 dates with MJ. I don't know whether these 2 people will succeed or not. After getting off the stage, Mr. George praised his daughter a few words and left in a hurry. Gwen also sat in his seat and held Sun Wooming's arm affectionately. How was the performance just now? Tie pants, speak nicely and don't be sarcastic. It's really good. You guys are good enough to debut. Hee no I don't, the band is just a hobby, I don't plan on becoming a big star. Those who had just surrounded George saw the two of them whispering to each other intimately and they suddenly understood. It turns out he's the director's son-in-law. The performance went on. Sun Wooming had no interest in watching it, but with Gwen chatting with him it wasn't so boring. Snap, the lights in the auditorium dimmed and many people felt dizzy. What happened? What happened? It's an earthquake, there just was an earthquake. Someone shouted shrilly and then the ground shook violently again. Dust from the roof fell in large areas and many people couldn't stand steadily. The scene was in chaos. Sun Wooming took Gwen's hand and squeezed through a passage to walk out of the room. Behind them, the students were also fleeing in a hurry, as if Dr. Lizard had come to Midtown High School again. Why do earthquakes happen? This is unscientific. Gwen was very surprised. Earthquakes rarely occur in New York due to its geographical location. The last earthquake that was felt was in 1884, more than 100 years ago. Sun Wooming didn't say anything. The earthquake came and went quickly. It was over before many people could run out of the auditorium. They stood there not knowing whether to continue running or go back. For safety reasons, the school terminated the performance early. Except for the last few groups of students who had not yet performed who were somewhat dissatisfied, everyone agreed with the decision. What's wrong with you, Wooming? You've been acting weird since a while ago. On the way home, Gwen looked at Sun Wooming, who was always thinking with his head down and couldn't help asking, "What?" Sun Wooming then looked up. His attention had not been on his surroundings. "No, I'm fine, I just found something unusual." "What's abnormal?" "There was something wrong with the earthquake just now," Sun Wooming said in a low voice without any intention of hiding anything. "At the moment of the earthquake, I felt a huge amount of energy." Angry. "Are you saying that this earthquake was man-made?" Gwen's voice rose involuntarily. "I'm not sure, that energy is very strange." Sun Wooming shook his head. "I was just looking for the source of that energy, but I didn't detect anything." This is the main reason why Sun Wooming is confused. Qi is a symbol of life energy. Although a normal person's qi is not strong, it still carries vitality. But the energy just now was fleeting, and Sun Wooming felt that he was lifeless, like a pool of stagnant water. Moreover, such a huge energy, which was not much weaker than his current energy, disappeared in an instant. There's something weird about this place. After listening to Sun Wooming, Gwen fell silent. It was not until she reached the door that she said, "I'll investigate anyway." If it's really man-made, it's really terrible. All beings are equal in the face of natural disasters. Once someone can really control earthquakes, the destructive power will be more terrifying than nuclear weapons. Sun Wooming also nodded. "Be careful, tell me if you encounter any problems, don't be stubborn." "No problem." Gwen smiled sweetly. Gwen stayed at Sun Wooming's house for a while before leaving. Sun Wooming called Winston again and asked him to check the information about the earthquake. The next morning, after Sun Wooming got up, he received news about the earthquake. Sure enough, there is something strange. The epicenter of the earthquake was in New York, more precisely in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan. When Sun Wooming saw this place name, he thought of something, but he couldn't put it into words for the moment, so he could only continue reading. According to the information obtained by Winston, the epicenter of the earthquake was a Midtown financial district under construction. All construction sites there had suspended work, awaiting reports from government departments. The company responsible for constructing those buildings was United Construction Company, the power of the hand. A flash of inspiration passed through Sun Wooming's mind: hands and earthquakes. So the owner of the energy he sensed yesterday was indeed not a living person, but the dragon bone. In the Marvel world, it is said that in the Far East, there is a mysterious space called Kunlun. This Kunlun has nothing to do with traditional Eastern mythology. It is just a strange subspace, and dragon bones are the specialty of Kunlun. Kunlun's patron dragon is named Shu Lao, and the dragon bones are the remains of Shu Lao after his death or reincarnation. With the powder of the dragon bones, Kunlun can make the elixir of immortality. Hundreds of years ago, several traders stole some dragon bones, escaped from Kunlun and founded the hand. Those traders also became the 5 fingers of the hand. So much time has passed, and the dragon bone powder in the hands of the Shu society has been almost used up. There is a complete dragon skeleton buried under New York. The commotion last night must have been caused by the hand in their attempt to get the dragon skeleton. Chapter 46. Troublesome Seal. The Shura Society is anxious. Let's not talk about why Kunlun's dragon bones appeared underground in New York. The people of all nations and races in the hand were actually disciples of Kunlun, and in the end, they chose an American as the Iron Fist. These things made Sun Wuming very sick. Let's say that the dragon bones have become the dragon veins of New York. As long as the dragon bones are taken away, the foundation of New York will collapse, causing an unprecedented earthquake. Such ridiculous world rules can only be found in Marvel. After all, New York is the center of the world, and those who understand will understand. Sun Wuming looked down upon the immortality-conferring properties of dragon bones. He had no appetite for eating rice mixed with bone ashes, but this dragon bone had other magical uses, so he had to hold it in his hands. He immediately called Winston and asked him to send someone to keep a close eye on the hand's movements and inform him as soon as there was any news. By the way, keep an eye on Danny Rand's movements. This is the advantage of having people under you. You don't have to do everything yourself. Once you give an order, countless subordinates will naturally complete it for you. Sun Wuming gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. After doing all this, he called Gwen again and asked her to ask for leave for him, and then disappeared in the villa. He planned to see if he could break the seal around the dragon bone with his own strength. Arriving at Hell's Kitchen, near the Midtown Financial Circle, Sun Wuming flew into the sky and quickly locked onto a building. He felt a lot of energy underground in this building, which was much stronger than that of ordinary people. He must be a member of the Hand. They sneaked in quietly and found a huge pit under the building. Dozens of ninjas were guarding it, with a dark marble wall behind them. These ninjas have much stronger energy than ordinary people. Even the two leading ones are 10 times stronger than ordinary people. It is estimated that the keel was also used. Swish! Sun Wuming had no intention of getting entangled with the small fry, so he burst out at full speed. The ninjas' eyes blurred and they saw a young man appear in front of them. Before he could even shout, Sun Wuming punched out. Boom! The powerful fist wind directly blew the dozen or so ninjas in front of him into a bloody mist. The rest of the ninjas who were standing in scattered positions escaped. Someone immediately wanted to sound the alarm. Just from this punch just now, they knew how terrifying this person was. But Sun Wuming was too fast, and his neck was broken before his fingers touched the alarm. In just 5 seconds, all the ninjas in the underground space were wiped out. Sun Wuming stood in front of the wall, observed for a long time, then stretched out his arms and released his energy. Buzz, the walls shook but soon returned to calm. Sun Wuming frowned and withdrew his arm. The other side of the wall was indeed the dragon's skeleton. He could already feel the cold and lonely atmosphere inside, and the energy contained in it was extremely huge. But this seal is more troublesome than previously imagined. The power of the seal has been linked to the dragon bone, becoming an endless hole. If the seal is to be destroyed by force, Sun Wuming can do it. With the full power of Kamehameha, it is absolutely easy to deal with a small seal. But by then, half of New York City would be blown up and the keel would be completely destroyed, which would be a thankless task. If you use your brain, sorry, he's a Saiyan, what brain does he have? It seems like we can only wait for Iron Fist to come over. Sun Wuming whispered but decided to wait. Iron Fist was born in Kunlun. His strength and dragon bones come from the same source. His strength can break the seal without harming the dragon bones inside. His action just now caused another earthquake. He believed that those heroes roaming the streets would be able to trace the cause back to the hand quickly, so Sun Wuming was not in a hurry. Not long after noticing the unusual movement, the 5 fingers of the hand arrived at the scene one after another. Looking at the broken limbs and arms on the ground, Mrs. Gao and Murakami's faces immediately darkened. Who did it? Who did it? The ninjas here are all subordinates of the two of them, and the money and energy spent on training a qualified ninja is an astronomical figure. They are justifiably angry after losing so much in a short time. It's not Daredevil's gang. They don't have the ability to find this place so quickly. Leader Alexandra calmly analyzed, another force has set its sights on us. The existence of the dragon bone may have been exposed. Soanda came to the wall and observed it carefully and concluded, the seal is still there, so it is safe for the time being. Although the dragon bone was not stolen, 5 Fingers was not happy at all. New York was becoming more and more chaotic recently, and troubles happened one after another. The Defenders, led by Daredevil, have been against them, and now a mysterious force has emerged and is targeting Dragon Bone. Alexandra took a deep breath and said, Batu Soanda, call all your men to New York. We don't have many Dragon Bones left. Now is not the time for internal fighting. If the Dragon Bone is gone, we will all die. The other 4 Fingers remained silent and did not refute Alexandra's decision. The Five Fingers had been fighting openly and secretly, and Batu and Murakami had their eyes on the position of leader. But compared to the continuation of life, those rights and money are really nothing. Soon, the five men reached an agreement to concentrate the hand's power in New York. The power map of Hell's Kitchen has changed again, and the original Kingpin has taken over most of the benefits. However, the Shuhahui suddenly had a lot of new forces, and the areas that Jin Bing had previously taken over were forced to spit out. In this situation, he finally made up his mind and asked his men to deliver the Dragon Ball to the mainland hotel. Chapter 47. The Defenders versus the Hand. Gwen shows up. Kingpin wants to see me. Sun Wuming was playing with the 6-star Dragon Ball in his hand, and Winston beside him explained the origin of this Dragon Ball. Yes, he didn't make any requests, he just wanted to talk to you again. I don't have time for that, I still have to review for the final exam. Sun Wuming shook his head and rejected Jin Bing's request without hesitation. The corners of Winston's mouth twitched and he could not continue. Until now, Winston still finds it incredible about Sun Wuming's true identity. How about this, you give him a call and I'll talk to him on the phone. After thinking about it, Sun Wuming said that since Jin Bing contributed a Dragon Ball, he couldn't be too merciful. The call was quickly connected and a deep male voice was heard. I hope you bring me good news, Mr. Winston. Wilson Fisk. Far away in Hell's Kitchen, Jin Bing was stunned at first when he heard that the person talking on the other side was actually a young man, but he quickly reacted. Sir Saiyan, it's me. I heard from Winston that you wanted to see me, forget it. Just state your request and I will help you achieve it. Sun Wuming went straight to the point and didn't give Jin Bing a chance to be polite. Jin Bing's face changed. He didn't expect Sun Wuming to be so disrespectful. He is the underworld king of New York. His words can decide the lives of countless people. Even those high-ranking politicians and congressmen have to be cautious when facing him. I took a rare humble approach and proposed a meeting, but was rejected. It took Jin Bing a while to adjust his mentality. Now he needs help from others, and Sun Wuming is not one of those cowardly parliamentarians or politicians. In terms of strength and power, the other party is superior to him, so just keep your head down and be a good person. Since Sir Saiyan doesn't have time, forget it. My condition is to destroy the hand. You want to deal with the hand? Sun Wuming raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Jin Bing to put forward such a condition. Could it be that you have any connection with the Shu Society? Jin Bing's heart tightened. No, I was just surprised. Sun Wuming said, I agree to your terms, but the hand cannot be destroyed yet. Give me a month and then Hell's Kitchen will be your territory, Fisk. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Jin Bing time to react. Jin Bing listened to the busy tone on the phone in a daze, and it took him a long time to react. He didn't mind waiting for a month. As a gangster, one of the skills he mastered was forbearance. However, judging from the tone of the other party, it seems that they had a plan to target the hand. Was his condition in vain? After figuring this out, Jin Bing felt a tightness in his chest. Okay, I got this Dragon Ball for free. Sun Wuming's face was full of smiles. Even if Jin didn't mention it, he would not allow the Shu Society to continue to exist. As long as they lose their usefulness, they should disappear. What's the situation with Danny Rand? Sun Wuming asked. Our people can only track him during the day. That daredevil's senses are very sharp and we can't get close to him at all. Recently, Danny Rand has been very close to Luke Cage and Jessica Jones, whom you mentioned. The progress is too slow. Sun Wuming knocked on the table. Find a way to reveal some information about the hand to them. Anyone can do it. Yes, sir. A week later, the defenders finally discovered the hand's conspiracy, and Sun Wuming, who was meditating at home, also received a text message. Daredevil and others rushed to the Midtown Financial Circle to rescue the kidnapped Iron Fist, and several of their friends also went to the police station to report the case. At the construction site, Daredevil put on his own battle suit, and he was accompanied by Luke Cage and Jessica. The three were in a very bad condition. Their infiltration was quickly discovered by the guards, and then a steady stream of ninjas surrounded them. These hand-associated ninjas seemed endless and knew how to cooperate. Even though 3 of them had unique abilities, 2 fists were still no match for 4 hands. Daredevil, as the leader, is the most miserable, Luke Cage is invulnerable to swords and guns, and Jessica Jones has infinite strength. As for Daredevil, apart from his radar-like perception and superb fighting skills, his physical fitness is just that of an ordinary strong man. We can't go on like this, there are too many of them. Don't even think about rescuing Iron Fist. We're going to be killed too. Jessica Jones threw a ninja with all her might, knocking many people away. Matt, aren't you a lawyer? Use your high IQ brain to come up with a solution. Luke Cage was at the front, and a group of hand ninjas slashed at his body with their blades, but the blades were curled and couldn't break through his skin. I'm a lawyer, not a military advisor. Daredevil Matt Murdock spit out, either we take care of them or we get taken care of. There is no other way. The three of them were beaten up right from the start, and half of the credit should be attributed to Sun Wooming. If he hadn't suddenly rushed to the seal and killed so many ninjas, alerting the Five Fingers in advance and gathering most of the manpower from all over the world, the defenders wouldn't have had such a hard time fighting. But it was too late to say anything now. The three of them knew that if they delayed too long, the hand would take away the dragon bone. Half the city would be destroyed. Just when they were anxious, a clear and pleasant sound came into their ears, accompanied by a bunch of spider silk that entangled the bodies of the hand ninjas, disrupting their formation. Wow, so many people gathered together so late at night. Are you having a party? Chapter 48, thanks to Iron Fist for unlocking the seal Spider-Woman. Seeing the person coming, Jessica cried out in surprise. Unlike Daredevil, a street hero who walks in the dark and has little fame, Gwen is now a well-deserved top star in New York City. Defeating the Lizardmen twice earned her a high reputation, and Gwen was usually just like the citizens called her, a good neighbor who was not at all arrogant. Many people also posted photos with Spider-Woman on social media, which further increased her fame. They all felt that watching Spider-Woman wandering around on the streets of New York pulling on spider webs was a very safe thing. The reason Jessica was happy wasn't because she also admired Spider-Woman. At this time, the arrival of any helper is good news, especially a strong helper like Spider-Woman. With punches and kicks, Gwen fought his way through and came in front of the three people, looking at them with some curiosity. Hey, can you tell me what happened? And sir, your battle suit covers your eyes, is that really okay? I recommend you to use a full coverage hood which works well. Gwen started talking nonstop as soon as she came in, silencing Daredevil and the other two. When she stopped talking, Daredevil finally said, Spider-Woman, we need your help. The hand has a huge conspiracy. There is a dragon bone hundreds of meters underground. If they take the dragon bone, half of New York will be destroyed. Dragon, is it the kind I imagined? Gwen kicked the ninja that rushed towards him and asked curiously, it's the kind of dragon with huge wings. It may be different from what you think. It is an Eastern dragon. That's even cooler, I'm in. Gwen became even more excited and decided that when she saw the dragon bones, she would take a few photos of Wooming. Compared to the shabby defenders, Gwen is now a high-level boss equipped with top-notch equipment. A brand new spider suit has been completed, with greatly improved defense and silk quality. During this period of time, she has not given up her practice of turtle school. Her skills have become even more powerful, and with her strength-generating techniques, she can unleash a terrifying force of nearly 100 tons. The hand ninjas slashed at the spider suit, but the sharp blades were unable to break through the suit's defense. With her help, the ninjas on the ground were quickly dealt with, and several people got on the elevator to the underground space. You are so amazing. You have taken care of almost half of those ninjas. Perhaps because there were so few female heroes, Jessica couldn't help but start chatting with Gwen. You are great too, much better than the one with the eye patch. In fact, I envy your eyes more, they are so beautiful. I am mixed race, my grandmother is. During the short time in the elevator, the two girls chattered and quickly started chatting. Regardless of the occasion and their attire, the content of their conversation was exactly the kind of conversation that would occur between ordinary girls. Daredevil's mouth twitched. This Spider-Woman is even more eccentric than Jessica. Her real age must not be that old. But thinking about the other party's strength just now, I can only say that the gap between people is really too big. The fighting skills he had practiced since childhood were meaningless in the face of talent and mutation. Geek. The elevator reached the bottom and Daredevil said in a deep voice, be careful, the 5 fingers of the hand are not simple characters and each of them has special abilities. Don't be careless. Gwen nodded. Wooming had taught her this, never underestimate your enemies. After opening the door, several people rushed out quickly. There were already a large number of ninjas waiting there. When they saw them, they all rushed up. Why is Spider-Woman here? Alexandra frowned at this unexpected turn of events. Badu, Murakami, Suanda, go and tie up Spider-Woman. After hearing the order, the 3 fingers rushed forward decisively, their figures like ghosts. Gwen, who was killing everyone, immediately sensed the danger and shot spider silk towards the 3 fingers. Swish. The 3 men disappeared, then reappeared from the ground, startling Gwen. Damn it, you guys are actually ninjas. These minions dressed as ninjas before only knew how to use swords, and Gwen thought they were just ninjas in name only. Facing the siege of 3 fingers, Gwen dodged them easily, leaped forward, kicked down the Badu, and was forced back by Murakami's blade. If she was willing to kill and used all her strength, the three fingers would definitely not last long. But unfortunately, Gwen's mindset has not changed and she is always merciful. Do you want to watch your friends die in front of you? Open the seal and I will leave New York with my men immediately. Alexandra urged again. Only Iron Fist can break the seal left by Iron Fist. Don't dream, I won't agree to your request. Iron Fist's tough words made a flash of murderous intent in Alexandra's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Now we still need this useless Iron Fist until the seal is broken. She would definitely kill him at the first opportunity. Call out. Daredevil found the right moment and threw out his ninja sword to untie the ropes that bound Iron Fist. It seemed that the tacit understanding between them made Iron Fist have anticipated this moment long ago and had been secretly accumulating strength in advance. As soon as the rope opened, his fist lit up and hit Alexandra beside him. Just as he was about to hit the target, Sun Wuming suddenly appeared beside him and aimed his iron fist at the ceiling wall. No. Chapter 49, Qi Yuan Zhan. Things changed so quickly that many people didn't even notice. It was Iron Fist shout that attracted the attention of the heroes and villains present. Upon seeing this, Luke Cage and Jessica were stunned. When did this man come? Is Iron Fist crazy? He actually wants to open the seal. The Shura Society was also stunned. Was this man who suddenly appeared the helper invited by the leader? Why haven't I seen this before? What a wise leader. Gwen lost her balance and almost fell off the wall. Why did Wooming come here? Taekwon's desperate roar could not change anything. With his half-baked kung fu, it took him a long time to build up strength for a punch, and once the direction was fixed, he had no control over his punch at all. He could only watch helplessly as his glowing fist was imprinted on the ancient wall. As soon as the two came into contact, the wall glowed with golden light and a golden protective shield appeared, rapidly dissolving around the point where the Iron Fist hit. Alexandra was stunned by the sudden surprise while Iron Fist was furious. Fuck, who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Someone you can't afford to offend. Well, you have nothing to do here, you can get out now. Sun Wuming didn't even look at Iron Fist, he just stared at the protective shield, watching it getting weaker and weaker. Hey. Why are you doing this? Gwen freed herself from the entanglement of three fingers, jumped a few times and came to Wooming's side and asked in a low voice. There is a dragon bone inside. Does Wooming also want to steal the dragon bone? Do you need help then? Because I need what's inside. Don't worry, I won't take away the keel, nor will I destroy New York. Wooming was also a little helpless. Didn't this girl say that she was going back to sleep? Why did she come over when there was some fun? The dragon bone is mine, no one else can get their hands on it. Sun Wooming's words stimulated Alexandra. She shouted loudly, drew out her long sword and slashed at Sun Wooming. The blade, flashing with cold light, almost cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. As the leader of the Five Fingers, Alexandra is also the strongest, but she is still trash. Sun Wooming raised his hand slightly and easily grasped the ninja sword. It was made of high-strength alloy and not even a white mark was left on his palm. With a little force, the sword broke into countless pieces. A yellow light condensed at the tip of her index finger, and before Alexandra could react, her head was blown up. Lived for hundreds of years but died so simply. It's really not worth it. The golden protective shield finally completely dissipated, leaving only the last wall. Without the protection of the seal, the wall is no longer unbreakable. Danny Rand, to thank you for helping me break the seal, I will kill all the people in the hand. If you feel like blood, you can close your eyes. This last sentence was directed to Gwen. Sun Wuming didn't want to show his bloodthirsty side in front of Gwen again, but the ninjas and fingers of the hand must die. You can hand them over to the police. Gwen tried to dissuade Sun Wuming. Their deaths mean a lot to me, Miss Spider, and I'm sure you'll understand. Gwen remained silent and did not continue to persuade her. After saying this, the air in Sun Wuming's hands began to rotate at high speed. The air in the outer circle was compressed like saw teeth, making a sharp buzzing sound. Qi Yuan Zhan. This is a unique skill created by Krillin, and there are also detailed training methods in Kakarot's training memory. It's not that Kakarot doesn't know many of the moves, but that he is not used to using them. His strongest skill is the Kamehameha, which he used from beginning to end. But Sun Wuming is different. He has great interest in these unique moves, and Krillin's Kai Enchanting is one of them. The Kai N slash does not consume much Kai, but requires extremely high control over Kai and is sharper than the Kamehameha. It is a unique trick of using the weak to defeat the strong, and it is also more lethal. The golden disc was thrown out while spinning at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, Sun Wuming had not yet mastered his skills and could not change the direction of the Qi Yuan Zhan, so he could only go in a straight line. Wherever it passed, it was like a sharp kitchen knife cutting the enemy in half. It took several shots to finally eliminate all 3 fingers of a ninja and a Batu. Oh yeah, here's another one. Sun Wuming looked towards the elevator entrance and shot out a Qigong wave from his fingertips. What? A scream was heard and misses. Gao appeared with a big hole in her chest. After doing all this, Sun Wuming prepared to break the wall to get the dragon bones. No, you can't do this. Without the keel, New York's geology will continue to soften. Taekwon quickly stepped in front to prevent Sun Wuming from destroying the wall. Daredevil and the other two also recovered from the shock and ran to Iron Fist to confront Sun Wuming. Although there was a huge gap in strength, they still stood up without hesitation in order to protect the city as they believed. Gwen looked at Sun Wuming, then looked at those others and did not choose to move but stood next to her boyfriend. She believed that Sun Wuming would not do anything rash and he must have his reasons for doing so. But now is not the time to ask. Gwen is only thinking about fighting soon and asking Wooming not to kill Jessica and the others. They are not the bad guys like the Hand. Sun Wuming was also very happy with Gwen's attitude. The murderous intent in his heart had dissipated a lot, and he explained to Daredevil and others in a rare good mood, "I won't take away the dragon bone. I will just absorb some of the power inside. Besides, even if I wanted to take the dragon bone away, you wouldn't be able to stop me. Now you have 2 choices." Sun Wuming raised his finger and said, 1. Get out of the way. I'll go in and absorb some energy and then leave. 2. Get knocked out by me, then I'll absorb the energy and leave. Chapter 50. One punch, one defender. Dragon bone appears sometimes. Even if a choice is given, it does not mean that it is a multiple-choice question. Faced with Sun Wuming's magnanimity, several street heroes also expressed their attitudes. After 2 seconds of silence, they looked at him firmly. Don't even think about getting in unless you step over our bodies. Whether they are good superheroes or bad supervillains, they all have one big thing in common. That means you can't listen. Only believing in what you firmly believe in is like being brainwashed. It is very difficult to convince a superhero to agree with your point of view. Especially Sun Wuming didn't know any of them, and judging from his actions, he couldn't be considered a good person at all. So it's even more impossible to convince Daredevil and the others. Because of their firm belief, even after witnessing the horror of Sun Wuming, they will not retreat. This creature is the so-called superhero, so Sun Wuming never thought that he could be a superhero. They are all a group of paranoid people. Well, Spider-Woman, what's your choice? Sun Wuming shrugged helplessly and looked at Gwen beside him. Me. Gwen's eyes flashed with cunning and she snorted proudly. Of course I will defeat you, the big devil, and protect the peace of New York. Daredevil's ears move slightly, and through heartbeats, he can analyze whether people are lying. Spider-Woman was not lying in what she said just now. But judging from the tone of their conversation and their positions just now, why do I always feel that they know each other and have a special relationship? But at this time they urgently needed Spider-Woman's fighting power, so Daredevil naturally would not ask any questions. It's fun, right? Sun Wuming looked at Gwen with her arms folded across her chest, a smile in her eyes. Gwen is really getting better and better. He continued to walk towards the wall. Iron Fist was the most violent. His skill CD had been replayed and his 2 arms and fists were shining. All his skills are based on this Iron Fist. The chi cultivated by Kunlun is not fundamentally different from the chi cultivated by Sun Wuming. Both are a kind of development of life energy. It's just that Sun Wuming has a better physique, and the effect of the Turtle School's chi training is much stronger than the Kunlun, specifically the Kunlun in this world chi training technique. To Sun Wuming, the Iron Fist's attack was as ridiculous as that of a baby. With his 2 palms open, Sun Wuming took the 2 punches head-on. Under Danny Rand's shocked gaze, the energy burst from his fists was like a stone sinking into the sea without causing any ripples. Luke Cage saw that Sun Wuming's hands were entangled and launched an attack decisively. In order to cover him, Daredevil threw the last dart. Boom, a blue aura erupted and both the dart and Luke Cage were blown away at the same time and Iron Fist opened his mouth wide. No, it's impossible. How can there be such a powerful energy? During the time when he practiced in Kunlun, none of the masters and elders, even Shu Lao, had such a powerful aura. If the energy contained in his body was a water tank, then what he felt from Sun Wuming now was a boundless ocean. All the Iron Fist members are dumbfounded. Sun Wuming had no intention of answering. He just knocked out all 3 Iron Fist players one by one, leaving only Jessica who did not make a move. Can I surrender? Jessica shrank her neck. She had just stood up to stop Sun Wuming because she was infected by the emotions of the other 3 people. Now the 3 grown men couldn't even withstand a single move and all fell to the ground, their energy almost gone. Then take them all away. Sun Wuming smiled and Jessica felt as if she had been pardoned. She dragged Matt and the others towards the elevator. This man is so terrible she never wants to meet him again in her life. So you are the only one left, Miss Spider. How are you going to defeat this big devil like me and drain me dry? As Jessica disappeared in the elevator, only Sun Wuming and Gwen were left in the huge underground space. Sun Wuming was not in a hurry to break through the wall, but instead lifted Gwen's chin jokingly. He is a real pervert who teases young girls. Gwen slapped Sun Wuming's hand away in annoyance. Don't make trouble, I'm the good guy now, you're the bad guy, we're enemies. Role-playing, I like that, go to hell. Gwen took off her hood, looked at the boy seriously and asked, Wooming, are you sure what you are going to do won't harm New York? The consequences that Daredevil and the others mentioned were serious, so Gwen decided to confirm it again. Don't worry, it will at most cause some small earthquakes. After that, I will seal this place again to ensure that no one can find the dragon bones. Sun Wuming assured, the energy contained in the dragon bones is extremely huge, I will take a little bit of it. Okay, Gwen nodded, then you better hurry up, the police will be here soon. They won't be so fast, I promise. Sun Wuming smiled and said with certainty. He just called Winston and asked him to inform Kingpin to stop the police from approaching here. If he can't even do this little thing, Kingpin would not be worthy of being the underground emperor of New York. Just go back to the countryside in Texas and start a slave plantation. Boom, Sun Wuming punched the dark wall and the wall shattered, revealing a passage. The two walked in together. The dark environment made Gwen a little scared. She hugged Sun Wuming's arm tightly and stuck to him. After passing through the narrow and dark passage, the view suddenly opened up. They came to a natural cave. The space inside was much larger than the one dug out by the hand. Gwen opened her mouth wide, looking at the huge skeleton in front of her. It's so big, even bigger than a whale. And it glows as it's sprinkled with fluorescent powder. This is what is called a dragon bone. Sun Wuming took a few steps forward, stroked the skull that emitted a faint fluorescent light and said in a low voice, Chapter 51, Rising Anger SHIELD intervenes. Outside, the Hell's Kitchen Police Department received a report from Foggy Nelson and Karen Page. Out of trust in Daredevil, Detective Misty believed their words and prepared to go out on a police mission. But at this moment, the police station's emergency phone was instantly flooded with calls. In the Hell's Kitchen area, a large group of people appeared, fighting, looting, and burning, causing great chaos. This is a conspiracy of the Hand, they are stalling for time. The female reporter Peggy said impatiently, and Misty shook her head helplessly, but it's effective. Our police force was cleared out in an instant. Fergie asked, what do we do now? Daredevil and the others have already headed to the Midtown Financial District. Misty thought for a moment and called NYPD headquarters for support. And Jin Bing, the mastermind behind all this, also received a mysterious phone call. Stop your little tricks or I won't mind putting you in prison for 500 years. Who are you? Kingpin frowned, looking at the unknown number on his phone. You don't deserve to know. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. If you exceed this time, the Sidewinder missile will be sent to your home. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jin Bing's face was gloomy and he once again felt the feeling of being despised. Be it the Saiyans or the owner of this mysterious phone, they didn't take me seriously at all. Jin Bing felt humiliated, but he didn't dare to gamble. The other party revealed several of his secrets in just a few words, so since he said he would treat him with Sidewinder missiles, it must be true. Let everyone come back. How are you going to absorb it, eat it? In the underground cave, Gwen looked at the huge creature in front of her and got goosebumps all over her body. A pile of skeletons in the dark space emit fluorescent light, and the scene alone is enough to make people's hair stand on end. Imagine Sun Wuming breaking off the bones piece by piece and then chewing them. Gwen shuddered violently. What are you thinking about? I'm not that disgusting. Patting the girl's head, Sun Wuming circled around the dragon bone and then flew into the air. He opened his palms and released the energy in his body, wrapping the dragon bone completely and trying to penetrate it. Provoked by him, dragon bone instinctively began to resist, and the green fluorescence became stronger, illuminating the entire space. Gwen took several steps back, afraid of disturbing Sun Wuming. Without Shu Lao's soul, the dragon bone is essentially a treasure containing powerful life energy. The Shu Society uses bone powder to mix a special potion to extract the energy from dragon bones and extend their lifespan. Now what Sun Wuming needs to do is to bring the energy of the dragon bone back into his own body, which can also be seen as a kind of devouring. He kept adjusting his breath to align with the breath fluctuations of dragon bone. It was like picking a lock. Sun Wuming kept trying keys until he made a lock that could twist open the dragon bone. Click. After the door opened, Sun Wuming would be regarded as the owner of this room and could take away everything he wanted. The surging energy found a gap, released, and continuously flowed back into Sun Wuming's body. At this moment, his momentum surged and his hair stood on end. Gwen felt difficulty breathing and retreated again and again until he reached the edge of the passage. As the energy of the dragon bones was lost, the space became unstable, causing 2 consecutive earthquakes. Wooming, please stop eating. New York is really going to be ruined. Gwen was extremely conflicted at the moment, wondering whether or not to interrupt Sun Wooming. Hiccup tilde. Fortunately, Sun Wooming finally opened his eyes, burped with satisfaction, and fell to the ground. He had some indigestion because he absorbed too much at once. At this time, there was less than 20% of the energy left in Longu's body. If he continued to absorb, something serious might happen, so Sun Wooming let go. Anyway, today's harvest has been huge. Let's go, I have to go home and practice in seclusion. Sun Wooming said to Gwen in a very happy mood. Gwen pointed to the other end of the passage. What about this seal? Can you fix it? Sun Wooming shook his head. Don't bother. The Iron Fist seal will automatically repair itself and will be back to normal in a few hours. Gwen was relieved. I hope this secret will never be exposed. I don't want the house to collapse while I'm sleeping. Then I'll add another layer of insurance, Sun Wooming suddenly said. At the construction site, a large number of police officers have arrived, including George, the police chief. A cordon had been set up around the area and residents in the 2 nearby blocks had been evacuated. After doing this, the police did not rashly enter the building. 2 earthquakes have just occurred in succession. This building is already in danger. If there is another earthquake, no one will be able to escape. The situation became deadlocked. George was arranging the work on site when he saw his men walking towards him with a middle-aged man with a high hairline. Although the man's smile was kind, George was still very dissatisfied. Sir, this place is very dangerous right now. Please do not disturb our police work. Hello, Chief George. Coulson didn't mind George's cold face and took out his ID and several A4 papers from his suit pocket. Phil Coulson, senior FBI agent, we have been authorized and this operation will be fully under our control. FBI? George's face turned cold. After taking the authorization letter and Coulson's ID and looking at them, and confirming that they were all authentic, he felt extremely dissatisfied. These spy organizations have relied on their high authority to interfere in local affairs more than once or twice, but with the documents, their actions are all legal and compliant, and George has no way to stop them. Do you need help? George asked again. Thank you for your kindness, Chief George, but we still have enough manpower. Coulson still kept smiling. As they were talking, a group of agents in suits and ties had already taken over the police's task. Several heavily armed teams were about to enter the building. A rumbling sound suddenly came from inside. Chapter 52, Destroy the Building. Coulson's amazement. Boom, boom, boom. The strange noise became louder and louder, and Coulson immediately stopped the special operations team and asked them to retreat. George and other police officers who were about to leave stopped immediately and turned to look in the direction of the building. A large cloud of dust came out from the building, and then the sound of something heavy falling became louder and louder. Mr. Agent, I suggest you step back. This building is about to collapse. George was acutely aware of the shaking of the ground and shouted to Coulson. A ball of blue light broke through the roof and came into the air. Coulson quickly picked up the telescope and looked towards the sky. My dear, you have a really hard head, Gwen said seriously in Sun Wooming's arms. The two of them just rushed up from hundreds of meters underground, and all the cement and steel bars they encountered were knocked away by Sun Wooming. Believe me, your head will become very hard in the future. Sun Wooming responded to Gwen's teasing with pretended seriousness. This was a hobby unique to the two of them. Then he looked down and saw Gwen in one hand and a blue light in the other hand. As long as the underground cavity is filled, the dragon bones will be absolutely safe. Sun Wooming explained to the girl that Gwen, with her supervision, saw a group of police officers and agents and reminded them, don't affect other people, okay? You don't believe in my ability. After saying this, Sun Wooming pressed down with his free hand. Drink. The thick energy wave with a long tail flame went straight towards the building. It was so dazzling and eye-catching in the dark night sky. Boom! The strong flash made it impossible to open one's eyes. Coulson stretched out his hands to block in front of him and yelled, run, the farther the better. The dust in the air almost filled his mouth, and the agents fled in panic. It took a full 30 seconds for the dazzling light to disappear. The nearly 100-meter-high building has disappeared, replaced by ruins. Most of the main body of the building has been pressed into the ground. From now on, this land will be empty unless someone spends a lot of money and effort to dig out all the ruins. Otherwise, the house will never be built because the foundation has been destroyed. Great, I want to learn this trick. Gwen first confirmed that her father and the others were not injured, but just a little embarrassed, and then she cheered. She is somewhat disgusted with killing, but doesn't care about the loss of money. She destroys the bad guy's property and protects the safety of the city. This made her feel that Wooming was just like the chivalrous thieves in the stories, and her eyes were filled with admiration. If you want to learn, you have to please the teacher. Maybe I will teach you if I'm happy. Son Wooming hinted wildly, and Gwen shyly hit his chest. On the ground, the police and agents were covered in dust, as if they had just emerged from the desert. But fortunately, no one was injured, which shows how precise Son Wooming's control of his power is. Looking at the blue light drifting away in the sky, Coulson put down the telescope and muttered to himself, "This world is too crazy. If Saiyans were to engage in demolition work, they would definitely become the richest people in the United States." He was ordered by Nick Fury to take over the case because, according to intelligence, the Hand's recent actions were closely related to the Saiyans. His most important task was to get close to the Saiyans and have a good talk with them in order to establish initial contact. From this perspective, the mission seems to have failed. However, Coulson felt that the gain was greater. Through the telescope, he could clearly see the Saiyan's face surrounded by flames. Son Wooming did not change his appearance again, and he was no longer a killer, so there was no need for him to hide like this. The most important thing is that Gwen didn't like it very much after he changed his appearance, so Son Wooming stopped doing that. Leaving his men at the scene to clean up the mess, Coulson got into his own car and sped towards Washington. 2 hours later, Coulson appeared in Nick Fury's office. "You said you saw the Saiyan's true face?" "No, it's just another face." "I'm not sure if it's the real face." As an agent, Coulson was very proficient in some basic skills. He immediately picked up paper and pen and started drawing based on his memory. Son Wooming is actually quite easy to remember. After all, he is very handsome, and his appearance is so stunning that you will never forget him once you see him. Soon, a stick figure was placed in front of Nick Fury, and with the authority of SHIELD. He quickly locked onto the target. Wooming's son, Coulson, came over, looked at the photo, and said with great certainty, "Boss, that's him. It's rare to see such a handsome Asian, and he has such muscles. I just don't know, is it a Saiyan who specifically disguised himself to look like him, or is it a Saiyan himself?" Nick Fury did not jump to conclusion, but browsed through Son Wooming's information. Soon, he found something suspicious. Son Wooming is too rich. The Stark Industries stock he once held was worth tens of millions of dollars, and his monthly bank expenses exceeded $100,000. The old man who adopted him didn't have such a wealthy family. Nick Fury was sure that there was definitely something wrong with Son Wooming, and it was very likely that he was a Saiyan. Coulson. When Coulson heard Fury calling his name again, he quickly reminded him, "Boss, I'm still following up on the Stark Industries case, and I really don't have time. My boss is good in every way except that he likes to use too much power on one person. He doesn't even have time to do scalp care recently and really doesn't want to have another job." Okay then. Fury sighed and thought about it. He felt that it was not a good thing to have contact with Son Wooming temporarily. The other party's character is unpredictable, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is murderous. Sending someone to follow up rashly may very likely have the opposite effect. You have to wait for the right time. Chapter 53, Deep-Sea Body Refining. Absolute strength can break any rules. After absorbing the power of the dragon bones, Son Wooming returned home and began to practice. At this moment, he was like a fat man after overeating. Almost double the amount of energy was accumulated in his body. While making Son Wooming full of strength, it also brought hidden dangers. After all, external forces are not as reliable as those cultivated by oneself. When Sun Wukong drank the super divine water, he almost died and managed to survive. Son Wooming is not in that much danger now, but this energy also needs to be tempered before it can be completely transformed into his own strength. But he encountered another problem. With the current level of science and technology and material technology, the equipment in Son Wooming's hands can no longer meet his needs for cultivation. Mainland hotels have some more advanced materials, but they are not much better, and the slight increase in weight is just a drop in the bucket. In other words, he had to go on a long journey. The next day, Gwen came to Son Wooming's house as usual to go to school together, but got an unexpected answer. "I'm sorry, Gwen, I can't go to school with you today." Gwen was stunned. "Why? I have to go somewhere else to practice. The equipment at home can't meet my needs." Gwen's mood was visibly depressed. Son Wooming rubbed the girl's head and comforted her. "It's not like I won't come back, but I'm not sure when I'll be back." "So where are you going? Is it dangerous?" The bottom of the sea, Sun Wuming said softly, only the deep sea can bring me pressure. In fact, I should have gone there a long time ago. There are no gravity rooms, no high-tech weights. On Earth, only the high-pressure environment of the deep sea can meet his training needs. After promising Gwen that he would spend 1 day a week with her, Gwen went to school alone unhappily. Once the most difficult one is dealt with, the rest will be easy to solve. He called the school and donated another 2 million yuan, and he received his final exam results in advance and was also given the title of honorary alumnus. Then comes the supplies. The Saiyans are powerful in combat, but they also need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. Especially during high-intensity training, their demand for food is terrifying. Tell Winston to prepare high-calorie food for hundreds of people in his home for a long time and replenish it immediately if it is found to be consumed. After all the preparations were completed, Sun Wuming flew towards the coastline. Flying all the way over New York and into the vast Atlantic Ocean, half an hour later, after going thousands of kilometers deeper, Sun Wuming finally stopped. It is too close to the land, the ocean is not deep enough, and it is easily disturbed by fishing boats and cruise ships. In the center of the Atlantic Ocean, it is almost a forbidden zone for humans. Sun Wuming dived into the sea and continued to sink. For every 1,000 meters he went deeper, the pressure would increase by 9-8 MPa. What concept? Without any protective measures, a normal human being's lungs will become unable to breathe at a depth of 200 meters, and their bones will begin to shatter at a depth of more than meters. Sun Wuming sank directly to 5,000 meters before he felt a slight pressure on his body. Here, it is rare to see any living creatures, and even if there are any, they are only some strange-looking species. When he reached 6,000 meters, he finally stopped going down, and even moving a step would become extremely difficult. The surrounding seawater turned into an iron wall, constantly squeezing Sun Wuming's body. By transforming external breath into internal breath through the circulation of qi, Sun Wuming began his life of arduous cultivation. The first thing to do is to practice walking. His expression was ferocious, and it seemed as if he had used up all his strength just to lift his leg. It took him a long time to take the first step. 1 step, 2 steps. New York, ever since Sun Wuming entered the state of cultivation, Gwen has become listless, as if life has lost its color. Although they could meet from time to time, every time Sun Wuming came back he looked tired and was either eating or sleeping soundly. Gwen didn't even have time to feel heartache, so how could she disturb him? George and Helen saw it but didn't know how to persuade them. To others, Gwen told them that Sun Wuming had gone to participate in a competition, and in order not to disturb him, she couldn't call. It's only been a few days and she has lost her appetite. My daughter is too deeply poisoned. Walking down the street, Gwen looked at the familiar streets. In the past, there was always a lazy teenager by her side, but now she was alone. Now, Gwen finally understood why Sun Wuming always said that companionship was the most lasting confession of love. It turns out that the world will be different with or without him around. In order to cheer herself up, Gwen put more energy into the identity of Spider-Woman. New Yorkers have discovered that Spider-Woman is appearing more and more frequently. Perhaps if they look up, they can see her agile figure moving between skyscrapers. Continental Hotel. No news about the other 2 Dragon Balls yet. Winston called Karen, and Sun Wuming told him that there were 7 Dragon Balls in total, and 5 of them had been collected now. The last 2 must be found no matter what. I'm sorry, sir, there has been no clues about the Dragon Balls these days. With our current strength, this is already the limit. Winston lowered his head and thought for a few seconds, and suddenly saw the gold coin box on the table. This is a batch of hotel gold coins that have just been delivered. Let mainland hotels in other regions help us post missions. Perhaps the 2 Dragon Balls are not in North America. Sir, isn't this crossing the line? Karen hesitated. There is no direct competition between the various mainland hotels, but the unspoken rule is that each one manages its own territory. Winston is overreaching by issuing missions to other regions with such fanfare. Winston stood up, walked over to Karen, patted his right-hand man on the shoulder and said meaningfully, Karen, this world is different now. Absolute strength can break any rules. Just like that, a month passed quietly. Chapter 54. Tony returns and the Green Goblin is born in the Middle East. The terrorist organization 10 Rings attacked a U.S. military convoy 3 months ago and captured a seriously injured Tony Stark. With the help of Dr. Ethan, Tony escaped death, but under the threat of terrorist organizations, he still had to make weapons for them. But as a genius scientist and playboy, how could Tony possibly work honestly for the 10 Commandments? During this period of time, He used the materials sent by the terrorist organization to manually create the first generation of miniature arc reactor, which he embedded in his chest to firmly absorb the shrapnel that wanted to pierce his heart. At the same time, he was quietly building an armor that could help him and Ethan escape. Clang, 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 the crisp sound of blacksmithing came from the cave. The MK1 armor was about to be completed. Tony, who had a gloomy face for 3 months, rarely smiled. Speaking of which, Ethan, what do you want to do when you get out? Me? Ethan, who was sitting in front of the computer helping Tony check the data, was stunned with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. I want to see my family, most definitely. Tony was silent for 2 seconds and then spoke softly. Just when the MK1 armor was about to be completed at the last step, the members of the 10 Rings found something wrong. Hearing the footsteps coming from outside, Ethan finally chose to sacrifice his life to buy time for Tony. Although they had only been together for less than 3 months, Tony had undoubtedly regarded Ethan as a true friend. Carrying Ethan's last will, Tony, wearing armor, fought his way out of the 10 Rings base. After flying for dozens of kilometers, the armor finally couldn't hold on and fell apart. Maybe it's because he is not destined to die, or maybe he is the destined son of this world. In this vast desert, before Tony died of thirst, he was finally found by the rescue team who had never given up looking for him. A day later, Tony returned to the United States on a military plane. On the tarmac, when Pepper saw Tony with bandages on his body, tears welled up in her eyes. Feeling sad for the boss, Tony said jokingly, "No, these are tears of joy. I don't like looking for a job." After getting in the car, Pepper was about to tell Happy, who was acting as the driver, that they were going to the hospital, but was interrupted by Tony. "Go back to the office and tell the media I'm holding a press conference." "Happy, buy me a cheeseburger on the way," Pepper said puzzledly. "But Tony, your body." "I know my body well, don't worry, Pepper, let's go to the company." The car started and headed straight for Manhattan. Tony looked out the window out of boredom on the road but was directly shocked. "Holy shit, what is this? Why is this person swinging between skyscrapers?" Happy heard this and smiled foolishly. "Boss, this is Spider-Woman. You'll get used to her after seeing her more often. She's a good neighbor to New York citizens." Seeing that the two of them completely accepted this setting and that he was the one making a fuss about it, Tony couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. "I just disappeared for 3 months and New York changed." Osborne Industries. "Norman, after discussion by the board of directors, your position as chairman has been removed." Osborne Industries has been experiencing a series of setbacks recently. Although the matter of the lizard monster was not known to the public, the top management naturally knew the true identity of Dr. Connors. As a result, Osborne Industries lost a large defense order. Not long ago, an electrical engineer of the company had an accident while repairing a circuit and turned into a special being that was half energy and half life, causing a lot of trouble. In the end, it was Spider-Woman who subdued him and sent him to prison. 2 consecutive accidents at Osborne Industries made the government completely lose patience with them. The board of directors must find someone important to take the blame. So, who is more suitable to be the scapegoat than the chairman who single-handedly promoted the biological genetic experiment? Although it's called Osborne Industries, the rest of the board members united are enough to impeach Norman. Lying on the hospital bed, watching the directors leaving one after another through the video, Norman did not show any anger. Instead, he laughed. But his smile makes people feel creepy and terrified that they dare not look at it for even a second longer. Norman took out a tube of green serum from the drawer. This is the most stable genetic serum ever created, combining Dr. Lizard's terrifying repair abilities with the agility of the spider serum. However, the risk is still very high, and none of the subjects who were injected with the serum reached a perfect state. But now Norman can't wait any longer. He wants to survive, to take revenge on those businessmen who take advantage of the situation, and to take revenge on this society. Ah, 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 ah. A creepy roar came from the VIP ward, then disappeared, and everything returned to silence. Half an hour later, a green figure stepped on a flying vehicle and flew out of the building. He succeeded. Osborne kept performing difficult flying moves in front of the mirror-like glass, letting out a series of laughs. The hereditary disease that had been tormenting the Osborne family finally disappeared from his body, and Norman now felt full of strength. The feeling of being healthy is so wonderful. His dry body in the past made him feel that every second of life was torture. Flying in the sky, the Green Goblin's personality continued to expand. Looking at the bustling city, he felt a strong urge in his heart. He wants to destroy all the good things. Chapter 55. The endless emergence of evil villains, Spider-Woman vs. Green Goblin the next day, the two pieces of news made the front page of the newspaper, each occupying half of the space. Tony Stark is back after disappearing for 3 months. He announced that he will permanently close the weapons manufacturing division of Stark Group. Terrorist attack. A green man stepped on a flying vehicle and dropped a large number of bombs, causing hundreds of casualties. Who is responsible for this? In a beach house, Tony browsed through the major and minor events that took place in New York during the months he was missing. Spider-Woman, the lizard monster, the Saiyan, the Electro, and this new Green Goblin. Damn it, I was missing for 3 months or 3 years. Why did biotechnology suddenly explode? Although Tony Stark's main research direction is applied physics, a genius is a genius. He can see at a glance that Spider-Woman and the Lizard Man are both products of biological experiments. As for the Green Goblin, his bomb contained highly corrosive poison gas, and he was also playing with biochemical factors. Jarvis, can you identify these people? Sir, based on the data collected from the internet and the company's information database, it can be determined that the real identity of the Lizard Man is Kurt Connors. Electroman's real identity is Max Dillon, a former electrical engineer from Osborne Industries. Spider-Woman has identified 18 suspected targets, including the Saiyans and the Green Goblin. As there is little information available, it is impossible to make an accurate judgment. Then, Jarvis retrieved all the information about Connors and Max. He's actually Osborne's employee. Tony raised his eyebrows. As two major technology giants in the United States, Osborne and Stark have different research directions. One is more inclined towards bioengineering, and the other is more inclined towards physical technology. However, the main cooperation partner of both parties is the military, which also leads to a competitive relationship between Stark and Osborne. Because of Tony's existence, Stark was able to suppress Osborne. Now that he saw the other party causing such a big mess, he felt a little gloating. However, Tony soon stopped paying attention to the disturbances in the outside world and concentrated on studying the Mk2 armor. Since returning to the United States, Tony has been extremely anxious and lacking a sense of security. Only the feeling of being wrapped in armor can bring him a sense of peace of mind. At the same time, Gwen was also searching for the Green Goblin. Ever since she became Spider-Woman, New York has never been at peace. When the lizard disappeared, the hand appeared, and when the hand disappeared, Electro appeared. It hadn't been long since Electro was locked up when the Green Goblin showed up. Compared to the previous villains, the Green Goblin seems to be more difficult to deal with. Because he was wise and rational, the Green Goblin killed a large number of ordinary people and left before Gwen arrived. A few days later, the Green Goblin finally appeared again. He rode on a flying vehicle and randomly scattered the pumpkin bombs in his hands at the crowd. These tiny pumpkins can cause a violent explosion when they fall to the ground, affecting surrounding cars and triggering a chain reaction. The bustling Fifth Avenue instantly turned into a living hell. People fled the area screaming, but how could two legs possibly outrun the Green Goblin who had a flying machine? The Green Goblin screamed and chased after the group of people who were running away and dropped another bomb to end their lives, feeling extremely excited. The more miserable she screamed, the happier he was. Suddenly, the Green Goblin saw Spider-Woman, wearing a black and white battle suit, approaching him with the help of Spider Silk in the building in front of him. Seeing Spider-Woman coming, the Green Goblin temporarily gave up attacking the people, and instead of retreating, he went forward to meet her. After waiting for Gwen to approach, the pumpkin launcher under his feet shot out 2 pumpkin bombs. Whizzing, Gwen reacted very quickly. He wrapped the bomb with spider silk and then threw it hard, and the bomb was returned. Boom, boom. After the violent explosion, the Green Goblin fell from the aircraft to the ground, looking very embarrassed. Spider-Woman is here, we are saved. The crowd on the ground felt relieved when they saw Gwen suppress the Green Goblin with one move. They stopped running and just stood there to watch the show. Green Goblin, you lunatic. I'm going to send you to jail to atone for everything you've done. Gwen clung to the wall, looking at the dead people, feeling extremely angry. You're right, I'm a madman. What's wrong with a madman doing some crazy things? Norman Osborn, with only half of his face exposed, looked at Gwen and sneered, what about you? Spider-Boy, you are just a thief. You stole other people's experimental results and shamelessly showed off. Gwen's heart skipped a beat. The Green Goblin's words were meaningful, as if he knew how he acquired his abilities. I never thought of this as showing off. I just wanted to do something meaningful, like catch you and hand you over to the police. Do you think you can do it? The Green Goblin laughed wildly. During the time they were talking, the aircraft had already returned to his feet. The 2 sharp wings were used as weapons, splitting everything in their path in half. After such a long period of training, Gwen's spider gene has been completely integrated, and her strength and agility have reached their peak. Not only that, she has also made great progress in her practice of Kame Senryu. Gwen did a backflip to avoid the Green Goblin's attack and shot out spider silk to bind the aircraft in an attempt to restrict his movement. "I'm sorry, sir, I'm going to confiscate your wheelchair," a sharp-tongued woman. The Green Goblin exerted force with his feet, and the aircraft spun at high speed, cutting off the entanglement of the spider's silk. The two men started a street fight in this forest of skyscrapers. Chapter 56, Tempered into Steel Breakthrough in Strength. With the help of the flying vehicle, the Green Goblin can move in the air more flexibly than Gwen. Using the sharpness of the flying vehicle, he can also cut off Gwen's spider silk. However, his attacks could not pose any threat to Gwen. The pumpkin bomb with the strongest firepower could be easily avoided by Gwen, and even if he got the chance, the opponent could throw it back, making him look miserable. Damn it, Spider-Woman, you deserve to die." The Green Goblin was mad with hatred. Why couldn't he beat this little spider even after being injected with the serum? It is obvious that his serum is the strongest one that combines the strengths of lizard and spider. He, the Green Goblin, is the strongest. Spider-Woman, she's just a despicable thief. The suppressed rage finally drove the Green Goblin completely crazy. He gave up attacking Gwen and aimed all his firepower at the crowd and buildings. In order to rescue the people, Gwen gradually fell into a disadvantage. This was the first time she encountered such a crazy opponent. The Lizard Man and Electric Man before were not as cruel as the Green Goblin. They did not care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Gwen was also angry. She landed on the ground, pulled up street lights, fire hydrants, telephone poles, and anything else she could throw, and threw them all at the Green Goblin in the air. Boom! In a moment of carelessness, the Green Goblin's aircraft was hit and green smoke came out. Looking at the sky, he saw a police helicopter heading towards here in the distance. The Green Goblin knew he couldn't keep going. "Spider-Woman, I'll be back. As long as you are in New York for one day, I will be the nightmare of this city." With that, he unleashed all of his remaining firepower, taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Because Gwen wanted to intercept the pumpkin bomb, she could only watch the Green Goblin disappear in midair, leaving behind a scene of hell. Although New York has encountered such incidents several times, there is no doubt that the damage caused by the Green Goblin this time is undoubtedly the greatest. The first time it appeared, it killed hundreds of people and destroyed countless public facilities. The second time we came to Fifth Avenue, which is the center of Manhattan and where countless elites gather. Several directors of Osborne Industries were blown to pieces, hundreds of people died, and 2 buildings were severely damaged. The economic losses reached billions of dollars. This completely ignited public opinion. On the internet and in newspapers, people were frantically criticizing the government and the police, cursing the Green Goblin, and even Gwen was not spared. Spider-Woman should be held responsible for this incident. Without her battle with the Green Goblin, the losses might not have been so severe. She is the embodiment of disaster. Ever since Spider-Woman showed up, all kinds of monsters have appeared. I suspect they are in the same group. That's right, New York was so peaceful before. Apart from gunfights, flour, and human trafficking, there would never be such a monster. Spider-Woman is the source. What the hell is the NYPD for? Why hasn't they revealed Spider-Woman's true identity yet? Faced with public anger, the police also announced that they would put all the blame on the Green Goblin and Spider-Woman and officially listed them as wanted criminals. Gwen sat in front of the computer, reading the comments and speeches, her eyes filled with pain. Why did it turn out like this? She was clearly trying to make this city a better place, but why was she lumped in with those evil people? And my father is also wanted for me. For a moment, Gwen fell into deep self-doubt, looking at the battle suit on the bed, her fingers trembling slightly. Atlantic Ocean, Puerto Rico Trench, 9,000 meters deep. It is dark here like an abyss. The sunlight cannot penetrate the depth of 9,000 meters and reach this forbidden zone of life. Boom, boom, a strange muffled sound was heard, the ocean current became violent and the ground was shaking slightly. The muscles in Sun Wooming's hands bulged high, veins were exposed, and he gritted his teeth and pushed a small hill to move slowly. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10,000 meters. After running a full 100,000 meters, he finally stopped and closed his eyes to meditate. After more than a month of hard training, Sun Wooming moved from 6,000 meters below the sea to 9,000 meters below the sea. From the time when running was very difficult to now being able to push up a hill, his progress has been tremendous. The body has been tempered by enormous pressure, as if it has become strong through 100 rounds of training. Beneath the streamlined body, there is hidden explosive power. and the energy absorbed from the dragon bones has also been completely digested. Compared to before, the strength has more than tripled. However, having never fought against a strong person, Sun Wuming did not know what level of strength he was at. Marvel has a set of standards for dividing strength. They are respectively the planetary level, sub-god level, single universe level, and multiverse level. The planetary level is the broadest, from the lowest level Daredevil to Thor, who has not yet awakened the power of Thor. They are at the same planetary level, but their destructive power is incomparable. Sub-God Father level refers to an existence that can display some of the strength of a God Father level, but will undoubtedly lose if it goes up against a true God Father level. For example, Thanos without gems, Doctor Strange with the Time Gem, and Hela who is not in Asgard. The Heavenly Father level is the dominant existence in a single universe and can at least own a galaxy. The Heavenly Father also has another title, and that is the God King. Only the leader of a pantheon can reach the level of God the Father. The representative figures are Odin and Ancient One. Before these two big guys died, Thanos knew that the Space Stone was here, but he didn't dare to say a word. As for the single universe level, multiverse level, super universe level, and omnipotent universe level, these realms are still far away from the current Sun Wuming, and he is unable to guess. According to Sun Wuming's estimation, his current strength should have broken through the planetary level, but it is difficult to estimate his specific position among the subgods. I have cultivated to this point. This is the deepest bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Even if we were to move to the Mariana Trench, it would not cause any qualitative changes. Sun Wuming was thinking that he had already conquered the worst environment on Earth, but the remaining strength improvement would not be so easy, so it's time to relax. He has not spent enough time with Gwen during this period of time, which makes Sun Wuming feel a little guilty. Drink. Sun Wuming roared and the energy in his body exploded, expanding the nearby seawater. With his body as the center, the seawater above was directly expanded, and the water flow appeared to flow back in a strange way. The flying dance technique was activated, and Sun Wuming soared into the sky, flew over the sea, and flew quickly towards New York. A group of sonic boom clouds formed behind him. Sun Wuming's speed was also several times faster than before, reaching the terrifying level of Mach 10. It took him less than half an hour to fly back to New York, a distance of thousands of kilometers. The first thing I did when I got home was to find my phone and send Gwen a message. Gwen, I'm back. Chapter 57, George discovers the truth. You are my anchor in this world. At Gwen's house, Gwen was killing time by watching TV series. When she heard her cell phone ring, she picked it up casually. She thought it was MJ and Betty who asked her to go shopping, but when he saw the sender, his eyes immediately lit up. Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a while. Wooming is back. After saying that, Gwen went back to the house to change her clothes without waiting for the two to reply. She looked at the battle suit hidden in the deepest part of the closet and hesitated for a moment. She didn't reach out to take it but turned around and walked out of the house. This child was so happy when he heard that Wooming was back. Helen chuckled. She was very happy to see Gwen back to normal. It is said that love is the most effective antidote in the world. Perhaps the antidote for Gwen is enlightenment. George, who was resting at home on the weekend, looked at the door thoughtfully. He heard from Helen that Gwen had been away from home all day some time ago, but these days she has been staying at home doing nothing. Miraculously, Spider-Woman has also disappeared in the past few days and has not appeared on the streets of New York since. Combined with some clues and ideas he had obtained before, George was shocked and came up with an astonishing guess. Spider-Woman, could it be Gwen? On the other side, Gwen has arrived at Sun Wuming's home. When the two met, they embraced each other without saying a word and then kissed passionately, expressing their love for each other. Like two beavers fighting over grapes. It took more than 10 minutes for the overlapping figures to separate. Gwen was breathing heavily and felt a lack of oxygen. Sun Wuming carried her back to the living room and waited until Gwen recovered before asking softly, Gwen, what happened? The person who knows Sun Wuming best is Gwen, and the person who knows Gwen best is also Sun Wuming. As soon as they met, Sun Wuming noticed something was wrong with Gwen. Although Gwen hid it well, the smile she showed was genuine, but Sun Wuming could see a trace of sadness between her brows. Thinking of this, Sun Wuming's anger grew. To him, Gwen is the most important person in the world, no doubt about it. Because of Gwen, Sun Wuming has a bond with this world. It can be said that Gwen is the anchor of his existence in the secondary world. If Gwen hadn't been by his side, perhaps he would have grown into a standard Saiyan, warlike, violent, and emotionally indifferent. Even destroying the world is not a surprising thing. Now someone actually dared to make Gwen unhappy. Thinking of this, Sun Wuming suddenly felt a surge of rage. No, I'm just so happy to see you back. It's nothing, I'm Spider-Woman. Gwen still wanted to cover up her past, but Sun Wuming saw through her. He kissed the girl's forehead and asked softly, if that's the case, then why did you take a taxi here? Gwen was silent. She didn't know what kind of destination she would face after putting on the battle suit. Anger, resentment, or blame, Gwen didn't want to face either one. In a depressed mood, she recounted her recent experiences, the Green Goblin's arrogance and cruelty, the people's responsibilities, and her father's lack of understanding. Wooming hugged the girl distressedly. This is not your fault. The ignorant and incompetent people in the world always make up the majority. When they are powerless in the face of disaster, they will blame others, and you are just the target they find to vent their anger. If there's no Spider-Man, there's Tiger Man and Lion Man. Anyway, they won't admit that they're incompetent. Let's not put up with that. I won't be Spider-Woman anymore. Gwen hesitated for a moment but nodded. She really doesn't want to act as Spider-Woman right now, so she might as well take a break for a while. After figuring it out, Gwen's depression dissipated a lot. She twisted in Sun Wooming's arms and found a comfortable position. What about you? Do you still want to continue practicing? Not for the time being. Sun Wooming shook his head. With my current strength, it's hard to improve just by practicing. I must go through a battle of equal strength to make a breakthrough quickly. It's summer vacation now, how about we go out for a walk? Okay, where to go? Gwen immediately became interested when she heard that she could go out and play. How about California? I happen to have a beach house there. Of course, Sun Wooming was talking nonsense. He had never been to California, so how could there be a beach villa? But as long as Gwen agrees, Sun Wooming can buy one immediately. Thinking of the beaches and sunshine in California and their own world of two, Gwen was indeed moved. Then let's go in the next 2 days. No problem. Gwen gave her a sweet kiss. With a boyfriend who loved her so much, the grievances she had suffered these days were nothing. The two of them were enjoying the long-lost warmth, and Gwen asked curiously, "Dear, how strong are you now?" Gwen had seen Sun Wooming take action several times, but each time he crushed him easily and with ease, and the strength he displayed was not even the tip of the iceberg. In addition, he actually practiced hard in the deep sea for a whole month. Gwen couldn't even imagine it. Is there anyone on Earth who can be a match for Sun Wooming? As for me, Sun Wooming organized his words and said uncertainly, I am not sure how strong I am, but at least I can sink the North American continent with one strike. Gwen was dumbfounded. My boyfriend is so strong. Chapter 58. The perfect fruit is about to be harvested. The collaboration between the Green Goblin and Obadiah Winston helped me buy a beach house in Los Angeles with a private beach. The bigger, the better. In the evening, under the urging of Mr. George's series of life-threatening calls, Gwen reluctantly left Sun Wooming's house. Sun Wooming immediately called Winston and made arrangements. Don't go there and find that the house is gone. That would be so embarrassing. Sir, have you forgotten? The Santino family has a lot of houses in Los Angeles, and they are all left for you. After Winston finished speaking, Sun Wooming remembered that the Santino family's properties were indeed spread all over the world. Then choose the one with the best conditions, clean it up, and send the keys over tomorrow. Yes, okay, I agree. At Gwen's house. Unexpectedly, Gwen thought she would have to spend a lot of time and effort to convince George and Helen to let her go on vacation with Sun Wooming. But unexpectedly, she just brought it up and George agreed decisively. It's fine for you to go out and play, but Gwen, girls need to protect themselves. Your birthday is at the end of August. What George said was meaningful, but Gwen was stunned by his easy talk and just nodded blankly. Helen waited until her daughter returned to the room and then looked at her husband with confusion on her face. George, aren't you usually the most worried about what will happen to Wooming and Gwen? Why are you so careless today? Why did you agree to it when I didn't object? George smiled and shook his head. My daughter has grown up, she knows what she is doing. Perhaps we all don't understand Gwen. Helen looked at her husband as if he were a ghost. Could this guy be stimulated by something? The next day, Sun Wooming took Gwen on a plane to Los Angeles, temporarily away from the troubled New York. The two of them stay in the villa and private beach every day, enjoying the sunshine and sea breeze. There is also a quiet world for two people. The complete integration of spider genes makes Gwen's figure better and better, which makes Sun Wooming very excited. Now there were only two of them, and no one would respond even if Gwen shouted at the top of her lungs. Wooming, please wait a little longer. Gwen slapped away someone's mischievous hands and said with a seductive look, give me another month. Important things should be done at important times, which will be more meaningful. Faced with the girl's request, Sun Wooming naturally would not force it. Although if he was more resolute, Gwen would definitely be reluctant. Don't be so impatient to get the meat right before your mouth. It is more important to give both of you a perfect experience. In New York, Spider-Woman disappeared and the Green Goblin also disappeared. Osborne Industries, Norman Osborn took back his chairman's seat. Several directors were accidentally killed in the attack launched by the Green Goblin, which allowed him to buy back shares at a very low price. Many of the news reports criticizing Spider-Woman recently were fueled by him. At the same time, Norman also knew that without the support of the people, his current strength was no match for Spider-Woman. If you want to defeat the opponent completely, you must upgrade your Green Goblin armor and aircraft. However, when it comes to weapons modification, Osborne Industries has already reached its limit, unless it seeks cooperation with Hammer Industries or Stark Corporation. This would undoubtedly expose his identity as the Green Goblin. So Norman chose another path. If one person can't beat you, then use 2 or 3. Connors and Electro, who are imprisoned in the laboratory and subjected to inhuman torture every day, are his best choices. Perhaps this is fate. The villains that have appeared in New York recently are all from the Osborne group. After putting on the Green Goblin armor again, Norman was about to go search to see where Connors and Electro were imprisoned when he received a phone call. Obadiah Stan? Norman frowned. He had naturally heard of this name. He was the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. The two had met several times, but they could not be said to be close friends. Why did the other party suddenly look for him? Norman answered the phone and heard a hearty laugh in the headset, but the words spoken made him shudder. Should I call you Director Osborne or Mr. Night Devil? Norman was cold and trembling and replied with forced calmness. Mr. Stan, are you calling me just to tell a joke? This is not funny at all. Heh. Another chuckle. Osborne stopped playing dumb. Do you want me to pull up the hospital's video footage from that day? Seeing that the other party had said this, Norman stopped pretending to be stupid, and there was a hint of evil in his voice. Obadiah, now that you know my identity, are you trying to use it to blackmail me? Norman, easy, don't be so nervous. To be honest, I admire your armor and aircraft. Maybe we can have some cooperation in the future. Cooperation? Norman was stunned. Are you negotiating with me on behalf of Stark? Don't mention that disgusting name to me. Obadiah's voice suddenly became angry and he roared into the phone. It's always like this. When people mention Stark Industries, they always think of that playboy. What was he? Obadiah Stan. A clown? Norman suddenly laughed. He understood everything. It turns out that Obadiah, who has always been as close to Tony Stark as a family member, also has hidden ambitions that are unknown to others. But fortunately, with Obadiah's help, his armor and bombs can be better upgraded. Obadiah, you're right, we really should have a good talk. As Obadiah gave an address, Norman hung up the phone, boarded the aircraft, and sped away. Chapter 59, Undercurrents, the Birth of Iron Man, Stark Industrial Park, District 16. The Green Goblin took advantage of the night and came to the place where he had agreed to meet Obadiah. As soon as he landed, Night Demon felt that there were more than a dozen sniper rifles aiming at him at the same time, and he couldn't help but take out the pumpkin bomb. Relax, my friend. Obadiah waved his hand and the sniper rifle was instantly moved away. He walked forward enthusiastically and hugged Norman in the armor in front of him. Mr. Green Goblin, with your help, I believe my plan will succeed. There were many scientists around. After hearing the Green Goblin, they just looked at him curiously and turned around to continue their work. It's cooperation, Obadiah. There is no reward without hard work. Of course, your aircraft plus my armor, the entire military order is ours. Obadiah sneered in his heart. Old man, I'll kill you once I deal with Stark. Norman also did not believe Obadiah's promise, but the two sides now had a basis for cooperation, so now was not the time to turn against each other. He looked at the huge steel monster in front of him. Is this the armor you designed? With all due respect, it is impossible to drive such a huge thing with the current technology. This behemoth, which is nearly 7 meters tall and weighs dozens of tons, has a huge hole in its chest, which is obviously where the power drive is placed. Obadiah smirked. Just because we can't do it doesn't mean that playboy can't do it. The Green Goblin understood immediately. You mean Stark's technology has made another breakthrough? This world is so unfair. People who date cover girls every day can easily develop epic-making energy technology. He worked so hard and invested a lot of money to develop a serum, but it was still so difficult. For a moment, the Green Goblin began to hate Tony as well. This kind of God's favorite deserves to die. Obadiah smiled and did not reveal any more information but stated his request. I need you to improve the flight system and control system of this armor. No problem, what can I get? You can take your pick of Stark Industries weapons. The Green Goblin pointed at the big hole and asked tentatively, what about this one? What do you say? Unless you hand over your serum technology, I can give you a finished arc reactor. Then forget it. The Green Goblin shook his head. He knew his own business well. His serum was just a semi-finished product, otherwise why didn't he delay injecting it into Harry? The reason why the Green Goblin targeted Spider-Woman was that he wanted to get her blood to save Harry. Whether he's Norman Osborn or the Green Goblin, he's a father. I agree, let's get started now. Obadiah laughed and held out his hand. It's a pleasure working with you. By the way, I hate Spider-Woman too. She's ruined my deals several times. In the villa on Malibu Beach, Tony is taking the time to adjust his armor. In addition to the most core arc reactor that provides energy, the MK armor also has numerous other black technologies. For example, shock absorption system, miniaturized weapon technology, and power assist system. Each of these items can make a person or a company earn a lot of money and never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. After replacing several materials and smashing countless collectible cars, Tony finally made a piece of armor that he was relatively satisfied with, which was named MK3. Jarvis, what color combination do you think is better? Gold is recommended for your preference. No, it's too flashy. Tony shook his head and looked at the car model next to him, and suddenly he got an inspiration. Red is the main color and gold is the secondary color. Here, just turn the visor into gold. Soon, a cool simulation image appeared on the LCD screen. Tony clapped his hands. That's it. Jarvis agreed. This is consistent with your usual Loki style. I don't recall adding a flattery system to your module. Sir, this is just the truth. After the armor was painted, Tony put on the armor with the help of a robotic arm. Flames came out from under his feet, and he flew into the sky through the big hole created by the previous experiment, all the way to the Middle East. In Ethan's hometown, he wiped out the local warlords. On his way back, he was mistaken for an enemy by a US B-22 aircraft, causing a riot. Fortunately, with Rhodes' help, the matter was suppressed. The week passed quickly. Son Wooming and Gwen's vacation in Los Angeles has come to an end. During this week, the two of them stayed together every day and visited all the fun places around them. Gwen also came out of her low point and had a smile on her face all the time. Playing every day would be boring, so when the two didn't want to go out, Son Wooming took the time to teach Gwen how to use chi. He injected his energy into Gwen's body, letting her experience the feeling. Using this almost cheating method, Gwen quickly developed her own Kai, which was very strong. After all, Kai has a lot to do with physical fitness, and with Gwen's Superman-like physique, it's normal for her to have a huge Kai. However, her control over Kai was still far from perfect. She could barely use Kai waves, but she couldn't even overturn a car, so she might as well get started. Gwen was not discouraged. She was already very satisfied with what she had achieved so far, and she could just make progress slowly in the future. The two returned to New York by plane. Although it would be faster to fly back with Gwen in my arms, life is life, and occasionally acting like a normal person is also part of life. When I got home and had dinner, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Wooming, I'll go back first. Gwen still missed her parents a little after not seeing them for a few days. Great, see you tomorrow, see you tomorrow. Gwen kissed Son Wooming and skipped away. Looking at the girls disappearing back, the smile on Son Wooming's lips slowly disappeared. Gwen has walked out of the shadows, but this matter is not over yet. Those media that discredit Gwen will be sanctioned, and the culprit Green Goblin will not escape either. Son Wooming never cared about what Gwen did, but when someone bullied his woman, the situation changed. Chapter 60. Tony, did your PE teacher teach you English? My name is not shit. Son Wooming browsed the recent news in New York. The Green Goblin only appeared once, attacked a biological laboratory, and then disappeared. Many netizens have begun to miss the days when Spider-Woman was around. In the first few days, criminals in New York thought Spider-Woman was just taking a few days off and would reappear after a while. But after waiting and waiting, they no longer saw Spider-Woman wandering around Manhattan and Queens, and their courage grew again. Seeing that the crime rate is on the rise again, people naturally understand why. Son Wooming sneered, "Do not live by committing sins." My Gwen acted as a vigilante with good intentions, but in return she was met with criticism and disgust from these ignorant people. Live it. Because no one has ever really seen the Green Goblin. Therefore, Son Wooming was unable to locate his position through his aura. But he also has a way. As long as he can find an independent breath moving at high speed, it is basically the Green Goblin. In the following time, Son Wooming would open his breath perception every few days. Finally, 2 days later, he caught a glimpse of a breath moving at high speed in the air. Without hesitation, he chased after him. Jarvis, test balance, pressure stability, and life support function depletion. The balance is 94%, the air pressure remains stable, and the life support function has consumed percent of the total energy. Tony frowned in the armor. The balance is too bad and the consumption of life support functions is too high. It seems that it needs to be improved. Remember this, Jarvis? Yes, sir, I think you should look at this first. A radar detection image suddenly appeared on the screen and a red dot was approaching him rapidly. What the hell, what speed is this? Mach 5, Mach 7? Tony yelled and Jarvis gave a timely reminder. It's Mr. Mach 8, 4. According to orbital calculations, his target is you. Could it be a missile? Tony was anxious. He thought it was a missile launched by the military and identified it as a UFO. I'm going to call Rhodes right away. I'm afraid not, it was a person, people. Before Tony could ask a question, a figure blocked his way and a sonic boom slowly sounded behind him. The person who came was Sun Wuming. Why you? Looking at the iron armor that he had forced to stop, Sun Wuming's face was full of disgust. If he hadn't seen it, he would have forgotten it. Tony Stark also returned to New York, and the Green Goblin was not the only one who could fly in the sky. He said, how could the Green Goblin fly so fast? It was already supersonic. With this level of technology, the current Gwen is definitely no match for him. What do you mean? Tony was stunned, but then he realized, no, you know who I am. Well, Playboy's shit is big, it's okay, I'm leaving now. Sun Wooming shook his head in disappointment and flew towards home. Hey, wait, Tony hurriedly chased after him. Fortunately, Sun Wooming was not flying very fast at the moment, so he could still keep up. Did your PE teacher teach you English? My name is Stark, not shit. Why do you know it's me? Who are you? And why can you fly? God, this is unscientific. Such a fast speed will crush your body. Tony's mouth chattered like a machine gun, and all he came out with were questions. The scene before him had caused the scientific worldview that he had spent decades building to collapse, and he desperately wanted to know something from Sun Wooming. Feeling a little annoyed by the noise, Sun Wooming finally spoke. Aren't you a scientist? Why do you keep talking about God? Tony retorted, the end of science is theology, of course not the kind that ordinary people understand. From a scientific point of view, God is just a creature we don't understand. Tony was right about this. Aren't gods like Thor's so-called aliens? You can call me a Saiyan or you can regard me as a god on Earth. I deserve this title. How arrogant. Okay, big shit, that's enough for today. I should go back and eat. Sun Wooming left his last words and suddenly accelerated, leaving Tony behind. Sensing the scent, he knew Gwen had already set off towards his house. The two of them had to go out for lunch, and he didn't have time to stay here and chat with a middle-aged man. Looking at the little red dot getting farther and farther away, Tony was still full of doubts about his life. Jarvis, go back and make an appointment with a psychiatrist for me. I strongly suspect that everything that just happened was an illusion. Sir, the armor has a recording function. Do you need me to retrieve the records for you? Shut up, you idiot. After returning to his villa, Tony immediately transferred the armor's video into the computer and checked Sun Wooming's personal information. Saiyan Sun Goming. He's still a high school student, no wonder he looks so young. Tony muttered, looked at the information again, and found no useful information, so he stopped paying attention to it. He turned around and devoted himself to the modification of the armor. Today, Tony was completely defeated in terms of speed. With his competitive spirit, he naturally would not tolerate such a thing happening. The armor must be modified to the most perfect state. The output power of the arc reactor can be increased, and the armor must also add more aerodynamic design. Just when Tony was absorbed in his work, Pepper came. Tony, do you need me for something? Hey, Pepper, do you want something to drink? Tony came over. No thanks, there are still many things in the company that need my attention. Little Pepper shook her head. The relationship between the two is a little awkward now, more than friends but less than lovers, plus the relationship between boss and employee, which makes Pepper not know how to face Tony. Well, you can try my whiskey next time when you're not busy. Tony shrugged helplessly, sat down opposite Pepper and took out a USB flash drive. Pepper, you're the only person I can trust now and I need you to do me a favor. Chapter 61, Tony's visit the next day. Ding dong, ding dong. Early in the morning, the doorbell of Sun Wooming's house rang. The man was wearing an expensive custom-made suit, sunglasses that covered almost half of his face, and a shiny gold watch on his hand. Behind him is a limited edition Ferrari sports car. There are two temperaments exuding from head to toe. Rich, what a slut. Is this the decadent life of a high school student? It's already 9 o'clock and you still don't get up. Tony spread his hands, looking incredulous, and spoke in a tone that made him deserve a beating. If you say that again, I'll hire a killer to hunt you down for a whole year. Okay. Tony admitted his mistake decisively. He knew that the young man in front of him was the killer leader in North America. Why don't you invite me in to do it? This is not the way to entertain guests. An uninvited evil guest. Sun Wooming rolled his eyes but still gave up his position. Tony smiled, then went into the living room and sat down by himself, while son Wooming went to the kitchen and took out 2 bottles of orange juice. His expression changed. Damn it, I hate fruit and vegetable drinks the most. No whiskey. If that doesn't work, white wine will do. Oh, and I only drink wine produced by Chateau Oena. Son Wooming ignored him and opened a bottle and drank it all in one gulp. You are encouraging a minor to commit a crime, you idiot. I haven't even celebrated my 18th birthday yet, and you actually thought there was alcohol in my house. U.S. law stipulates that only adults over the age of 21 can drink and smoke. Although not many people comply with it, at least stores will not openly sell tobacco and alcohol to minors. There are minors like you. Tony couldn't help but complain. The things that the Continental Hotel did are enough to get you arrested and locked up until the destruction of the earth. Your investigation is very detailed. Wuming supported his head with one hand and looked at him. Then why did you come to me instead of staying at home to study your tin cans? Ever since he met Tony yesterday, son Wuming didn't think that he could hide his identity, but the other party's arrival so quickly was indeed beyond his expectations. Tony was a little dissatisfied with the boy's name for the Iron Man suit. This is not a tin can. This is a unique flower in the history of human industry. Oh yes, you are also a freak among humans. Son Wooming's face was full of black lines. Does this guy know how to speak? Who is he calling a weirdo? What I mean is. Tony looked at son Wooming's changing expression and explained quickly. Your existence is a miracle. Can you tell me how you became what you are now? Genetic experiment, nuclear radiation, or innate superpowers? Son Wooming closed his eyes. This guy is really good at talking. She can be more talkative than Gwen in her battle suit. As expected, he is one of the 3 chatterboxes in Marvel Comics. If there were another Deadpool, he felt that his ears would explode. Wooming, here I come. Say Gwen and Gwen will appear. Gwen, carrying a school bag and dressed like a girl next door, walked in and was stunned when she saw the 2 people in the living room. Sorry, I didn't know you had a visitor. Wait, Tony Stark. Gwen then recognized that son Wooming's guest was the playboy who often appeared on TV, the chairman of Stark Industries, Tony Stark. After hearing Gwen's surprise, Tony stood up, put on a showy smile and stretched out his hand. Miss Gwen Stacy, nice to meet you. In the model created by Jarvis, the probability that Gwen Stacy is Spider-Woman is more than 37%, but after confirming that son Wooming was the Saiyan from some time ago, the probability suddenly soared to 95%. Gwen smiled sheepishly, dodged Tony's outstretched hand, and ran to son Wooming. Tony, puff, son Wooming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gwen doesn't have a good impression of this playboy, or rather, 80% of Americans dislike arms chiefs. The reason why Tony is so popular on the internet is because he is handsome and rich. But compared to son Wooming, Tony is just a sloppy middle-aged uncle. Shit, my current strength is all from practice, and it has nothing to do with the scientific experiment you mentioned. If you are also interested in chi, come to me after you have solved your own troubles. Son Wooming did not hide anything. He also had something to ask of Tony. The last 2 Dragon Balls had not been found yet, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. I wonder if Tony, with his brain cursed by knowledge, can make a Dragon Ball radar. In fact, the author has also been cursed by knowledge, otherwise he wouldn't be so bad at math. Trouble? What kind of trouble can I have? Tony didn't understand what son Wooming said. He wanted to ask something else but was kicked out of the house. I was kicked out. Standing outside the door, Tony looked around in disbelief. How could he, a billionaire and the most handsome chairman in the United States, be so unpopular? Okay, next time I'll come over in my battle suit and see how you kick me out. Tony was so angry that he laughed. It was the first time he had been treated like this, but it's quite interesting. Chapter 62, the villains gather for a big carnival. Gwen wakes up and transforms. Sir, your assistant Pepper Potts called. As night fell, Tony, who was modifying his armor at home, received a reminder from Jarvis and came to the living room. Hey, Pepper. Tony, you are right, there is indeed a big problem in the company. Pepper's voice was rapid and shocked. Don't be anxious, Pepper, take your time. Tony's eyes flashed with a sharp light, but he still tried to soothe Pepper's emotions. After he announced the closure of the weapons department, the company's weapons and equipment were still leaked to the outside world, and he was also kicked out of the board of directors. It's not that Tony didn't understand before, he was just too lazy to pay attention to these trivial matters. How could the Stark family know nothing about business? They just disdain it, but this time these people's actions undoubtedly touched his reverse scale. It was Obadiah, he planned the kidnapping. What? Now Tony couldn't remain calm anymore. Obadiah, who had always taken care of him like his own uncle, turned out to be a traitor. He has always treated Obadiah as a relative. Why did he do this? There was a sharp buzzing sound, and Tony's body stiffened, and he immediately collapsed on the sofa. Tony, congratulations on discovering the truth, but it's too late. Obadiah walked out from the shadows with a happy smile on his face and a small device in his hand. As Tony's most trusted person, he naturally has access to the house. The funny thing is that this trust brought a fatal threat to Tony. I wanted to spare your life, but you are too arrogant. Can't you just be a research and development staff? As he spoke, Odia took out the arc reactor from Tony's chest. I also made a prototype. Don't worry if you laugh at me, it's not as stingy as you. With a final taunt, Obadiah walked out of Tony's house with the Arc-16 reactor. He didn't finish off the enemy because there was no need. Without the arc reactor, the shrapnel would slowly crawl into Tony's heart. This is the most painful way to die. On the way to Stark Industries, Obadiah called the Green Goblin. I have got what I want, and Stark is on his way out. I need you to help me solve the official problems and that female assistant. At the top of the Empire State Building, the Green Goblin hung up the phone with a sneer. That old guy actually did it, the arc reactor. And it's a miniature one, so the Green Goblin is naturally jealous. With this epic-making black technology, his armor and aircraft will definitely have a qualitative improvement. Norman, where is the Spider-Woman you mentioned? Why hasn't she appeared yet? Behind Norman, the lizard man asked manically, and next to him was a strange man emitting blue arcs of electricity. Both of them were rescued from the biological laboratory by the Green Goblin. They are all super villains and no one is willing to submit to anyone else, but the Green Goblin said that he could help them take revenge on Spider-Woman, so the two reluctantly stayed with him. Don't be impatient, Connors. You are much less patient than you used to be. Norman said slowly, let's go to Stark Industrial Park. There is an instrument I prepared for you. It can spread the lizard serum all over New York in the shortest time. As for you, Max Electro, are you hungry? Max, who was wearing a hood, nodded slowly. Yes, I'm hungry, very hungry. The Green Goblin nodded in satisfaction. He opened his arms to the skyscrapers that filled the streets. This is your dining table. The electricity from New York is all delicious food. What are you waiting for? Click, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the night sky, and Max's figure disappeared. Soon, a nearby commercial building was plunged into darkness. Dr. Lizard glanced at Norman, jumped off the building, and headed towards Stark Industrial Park. The peace and tranquility of the city was about to be broken. The Green Goblin stepped onto the aircraft and waited patiently for his masterpiece. He wants Obadiah's arc reactor, and he also wants Spider-Woman's life. With the addition of Lizard Man and Electric Man, the whole city will be shrouded in his shadow. Tony, are you okay? After receiving a call from Pepper, Rod rushed to Tony's residence and helped Tony install the old arc reactor at the last minute. Where's Pepper? Tony, who had regained his ability to move, immediately asked with concern. She took 5 men with her to catch Obadiah. Damn it, 5 people can't do anything. Under Rhodes' astonished gaze, Tony put on his iron armor and flew out of the villa. Broadway, Manhattan. The most famous music and stage theater in the United States was in chaos. The lizard monster that had disappeared for a long time appeared again in front of people, constantly creating chaos and killing. Human memory is not much different from that of fish. When the lizard monster appeared, many people were stunned and couldn't remember what this strange thing was. It was not until I saw him tear 2 people to pieces that, stimulated by the blood, I recalled what this monster had done in New York a few months ago. Compared to before, the lizard man is now more brutal. After several months of inhuman torture in the laboratory, he and the lightning man have long been filled with hatred for humans. The lights of the skyscrapers in the financial city went out one after another, and the strong electric current shattered countless glass windows, which fell to the ground in large pieces. It would be fine if no one was hit, but if someone was hit, it would be basically impossible to survive. 2 people, one in the light and the other in the dark, kept destroying the city. Ha 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 ha, that's it. The night demon in midair did not make a move. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the crying and screaming coming from his ears. This night belongs to the villains, at son Wooming's home. Gwen and son Wooming finished their dinner and sat in front of the TV watching the news. The screen shows the chaos in Manhattan. Wherever the lizard man passes, people flee for their lives. Anyone who runs a little slower and blocks his path will be given a big beating. Max the Electric Man absorbed enough electricity and was also causing trouble. Through the conductivity of metal, he released a large amount of electric current, and all the metal objects on the street became under high voltage. Once touched, they would turn into ashes without even having time to scream. How so? Gwen squirmed uncomfortably. Weren't they all imprisoned? Why are they reappearing again? Look, this should be him who did it. Son Wooming pouted and the Green Goblin on the screen flashed away. Gwen felt extremely heavy in her heart. What Wooming had said to him before was coming true. Because of her choice, Connors escaped the disaster. It was she who stopped Wooming from killing him. It was also because of her mercy that Max survived. Now retribution has come. All these people who died became like this because of her choice. And behind them, how many innocent families will suffer? Gwen's face turned pained. At this time, Sun Wooming held her in his arms. Don't blame yourself. It's not you who caused all these tragedies, it's the government. Government? Gwen looked up in confusion, staring at him. Look at the boils on Connor's body and the wounds on Electro's body. Where did they go after being taken from the police cell? Gwen looked at the TV screen and murmured, laboratory. That's right. Since they chose to keep these people here but couldn't control them and eventually caused trouble, why do you want to take the responsibility on yourself? Sun Wooming persuaded patiently. He had anticipated this scene. Even if the Night Demon was not released, the Lizard Man and the Electric Man would be used by other ambitious people. This is America and these are the politicians. As long as this incident can change Gwen's mentality, the sacrifice of these people will be worth it. Jingle bell. Jingle bell, the cell phone rang. Gwen took it out and saw that it was George calling. Hello, Daddy? Gwen, where are you? George, who was in the director's office, asked in a deep voice. I'm at Wooming's house. Gwen replied, I need your help. Gwen was very confused. What? George looked outside and saw that the policemen in the police station were all running out. All the police forces in New York were mobilized to deal with those three monster-like creatures. Gwen, I know you are Spider-Woman. George's words scared Gwen so much that she almost dropped her phone on the ground. Sun Wooming, who was standing next to her, also heard it clearly and raised his eyebrows. Did you guess it? Mr. George was slow to realize that his daughter had changed so much only now. Dad, I'm sorry, Gwen. Dad said a lot of bad things in the past, but New York needs you now. We can't let these monsters continue to wreak havoc. After saying that, George hung up the phone, took a deep breath, picked up his shotgun, and strode out of the office. Gwen, what's your choice? Sun Wooming looked at her. I'm going, this is my battle. Gwen took a deep breath and quickly took out a spider suit from the basement and put it on. You asked me at the beginning if I could afford to let Dr. Connors go, and my answer was yes. It turns out that I was too naive. The mistake has been made, all I can do is make up for it. Since this is my choice, then the outcome should be decided by me. This time I will not hold back. Gwen shot out spider silk and opened the window. Although she hadn't put on the battle suit for a long time, she was still very skilled. Wooming, wait for me to come back. I'll prepare a midnight snack for you. Wooming smiled. He saw murderous intent in Gwen's eyes. Manhattan, Doctor. Lizard and Electro destroyed everything along the way as they moved forward. They had already crossed 3 streets. The police had arrived and set up fortifications at the next intersection. There were armed helicopters hovering in the sky, but they were unable to use their firepower because there were too many people around. They didn't open fire until they reached the evacuated area. 2 missiles with long tails flew towards Dr. Lizard. A huge explosion was heard, and the police and the people hiding behind clenched their fists. Hit, roar, but before they could be happy for 2 seconds, Dr. Lizard's roar was heard from the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, people saw that half of his body had been blown away, and tender green buds were growing wildly, repairing the remains, which was extremely disgusting. 2 powerful electric currents shot out from Electro's hands, destroying a helicopter. Fire, a policeman shouted. Duh-duh-duh. Duh-duh-duh. Conventional firepower no longer has any effect on the 2 big villains. The police are fighting and retreating, waiting for support from the National Guard outside the city. Suddenly, a little girl wearing a Spider-Woman mask ran into the blockade and raised her arms to point at the Lizard Man. No, Navia. A woman screamed and tried to rush in but was stopped by the police. Calm down, lady, that's a monster, doctor. Lizard stopped, saw the familiar mask, was silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly went crazy. Spider-Woman, do you think you are Spider-Woman? I killed Spider-Woman. The sharp claws were exposed, and many people around had closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch what was happening next, but soon they heard screams. She is coming. Gwen dropped from the sky and angrily kicked the Lizardman in the stomach with such force that his eyes bulged out. After knocking over several cars, Dr. Lizard finally stopped, and it took him a long time to stand up. It hurts, Doctor. Lizard was very shocked as to why Spider-Woman's strength had increased so much. The kick just now almost broke him in half. That's not all. Gwen grabbed a manhole cover with spider silk and swung it up, hitting Dr. Lizard repeatedly, causing him to run away in panic. Boom, boom. Boom, everyone stared at this scene blankly. Why do I feel like? Spider-Woman is a little angry today. Chapter 63, Iron Man, what's wrong with being small? I can satisfy you even if I'm small, Doctor. Lizard was now in great pain, and his screams could be heard throughout the street. Spider-Gwen's speed and strength have completely surpassed him. The spider silk spun the manhole cover like a meteor hammer, hitting him so hard that he saw stars. What's even more terrifying is that unlike before when she was restrained, today's Spider-Woman is like a completely different person and she won't stop until she smashes it to death. Dr. Lizard was really scared. "Damn it, Max, why don't you come and help me, Doctor?" Lizard roared, then he remembered that he had teammates. But when he looked up at the sky, he saw that Electric Man had been attracted by the helicopter, flying farther and farther away, and had not noticed the situation on his side at all. "Damn it, idiot. This is just a fool." Dr. Lizard was going crazy. What a stupid teammate. He was being led around like a dog. The crowd around was cheering. They had to look at Spider-Woman. If it were the Gwen of the past, facing such cheers and supporters, her heart would definitely be filled with a sense of accomplishment. But now Gwen is calm. Wooming is right. Ordinary people do not have their own judgment. Their thoughts will change based on what the media and the government want them to hear. Today they can cheer for their own reappearance, and tomorrow they can blame themselves for not being able to save a single person. Call out. Gwen came to an abrupt halt in her movement of swinging the manhole cover at Dr. Lizard, exerting force from her waist and turning drastically. The manhole cover was also swung out and hit the missile flying towards her. It caused a violent explosion. "Green Goblin," Gwen said coldly. A shrill laugh was heard in the air and the Green Goblin came above the two of them on a flying vehicle. "We meet again, Steel. Don't even think about escaping this time," Gwen said firmly, grabbing the broken car door on the ground and throwing it over. The Green Goblin threw a bunch of bombs, blowing off the car door, and several other bombs were thrown on the ground, forcing Gwen to climb to the top of a tall building to hide. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Green Goblin lowered his flying altitude, grabbed Dr. Connor's tail and flew away, leaving behind a string of shrill laughs. "Ha ha ha, you despicable thief, just wait until New York becomes a zoo." Gwen frowned, not knowing what the Green Goblin wanted to do, but there was definitely a conspiracy. At this time, George came over. Spider-Woman, their target is Stark Industries. Electro and two Tin Men are fighting there. Hearing this, Gwen nodded to her father, swung the spider silk, and moved quickly towards the industrial area. On the other side, Tony rushed to the industrial area wearing an iron suit and rescued Pepper at the critical moment. "Obadiah, why?" Tony opened his mask and looked at Ironmonger opposite him with pain in his eyes. "Why, you ask me why?" Obadiah also opened the cockpit and laughed wildly. "I have served the company for 20 years, but what have I got? Tony, you're just as much of a jerk as your dad." "Okay, I admit that my dad is indeed a bastard." Tony nodded in agreement. His expression instantly became serious and his eyes became firm. "But you shouldn't sell weapons to terrorists and you shouldn't attack Pepper. This is business, this is America," Obadiah yelled. Ironmonger turned the barrel of the machine gun in his hand. "Tony, you are too naive, just like your armor petty and I am the big guy." Ta-ta-ta-ta, bullets gushed out like tongues of fire. Tony quickly took Pepper to a safe place so that he could free up his energy to deal with Ironmonger. "What's wrong with being small? Can't being small satisfy you?" "Oh, I forgot, Uncle Obadiah, your thing probably was already out of your reach 20 years ago." As expected of Tony Stark, just this mouth can instantly wipe out the impression points of anyone who meets him. Obadiah almost lost his mind after hearing this verbal attack, and he wished he could tear his mouth apart. Obadiah launched a crazy attack, and the two fought all the way from the industrial park to the road. It was obvious that Tony was the one at a disadvantage. Ironmonger looked bulky, but it was made of sufficient materials and its weapons were all equipped with the latest technology of Stark Industries. Tony fired a pulse cannon at him, but only knocked him away without causing any harm. It has no advantage in size, power, or firepower. It can be said that Tony is now being hammered to the ground. This old arc reactor not only has very little energy left, but its output power is also strictly limited. Tony is now like using an engine from the last century to drive the latest supercar of this century, but there is not much oil left. Not only that, Ironmonger's attacks were unscrupulous, and passers-by on the road were also affected. Tony had to devote a lot of energy to protecting passers-by. Obadiah threw another car at him, and Tony realized that he couldn't go on like this. He allocated all his remaining power to the thrusters and flew into the sky. At this time, Obadiah was also furious and urged Iron Overlord to follow. As soon as the two men rose to a height of 500 meters, they saw a flash of lightning approaching rapidly. "Shit, who is this? Why are there so many weirdos in New York?" Tony let out a strange cry, and Electro had already appeared in front of the two of them and attacked Tony. He remembered Norman said that Obadiah was a collaborator and Tony Stark was the enemy. Sizzle. A powerful electric current shot out from his palm and hit Tony's armor. For a moment, it seemed as if a huge light bulb appeared in the sky. Obadiah was already smiling. Then, Tony was surprised to find that the Iron Man suit was actually full of energy and the headlights on his chest were brighter. Tony. Obadiah, which side are you from? Chapter 64. Do you billionaires have any serious illness? The situation fell into a strange silence. Tony looked at Obadiah, then at the dumbfounded Electro and asked tentatively, what should I say? Thank you. Fuck. What are you doing? That's the enemy. Before Electric Man could say anything, Obadiah was the first to break through the defense. Are you a fucking power bank? Why did Norman choose a fool like you? He worked so hard to beat Tony down to low health and thought a helper was coming to finish him off, but he didn't expect it was actually to replenish his health. Max's mind was also in a mess at this time. Among the three Spider villains, he has the lowest IQ and the most serious physical damage. After the torture in the laboratory, Max's brain was no longer enough. He could only remember the most basic things, such as absorbing electricity and killing Spider-Woman. Later, the Green Goblin brainwashed him and he was able to barely accept his orders. By the way, Tony Stark is the enemy. Max's brain finally came to his senses and he raised his hand and fired another bolt of lightning. Tony quickly dodged this time. Hey bro, thanks for your kindness. My energy is full. How about another one later? Tony said as the reactor in his chest lit up, sending a pulse cannon to Obadiah. Tony, who regained his energy support, became more confident. He no longer thought about freezing Obadiah at high altitude, but launched an attack from a height of 100 meters. Max's attacks are all tonic to him, so there is no need to worry at all. All he needs to do is defeat Ironmonger. Tony had a good idea, but the situation soon changed. The Green Goblin arrives with Dr. Lizard. Seeing him, Obadiah first yelled, "Norman, stop this idiot, he's undercover." Norman was stunned and then he saw Max charging Tony. What, Norman? You are Norman Osborn. Tony was shocked. The Green Goblin who launched terrorist attacks time and time again was actually Norman Osborn. The Green Goblin glanced at Tony and didn't answer him. Max, go help Connors install the Lizard serum and let me play with Tony Stark. The Green Goblin threw Dr. Lizard down to a high-rise building in the industrial park, where a transmitter had already been installed. All Connors needed to do was inject his own blood into the serum to atomize it, and then it could be sprayed to every corner of the city. By then, countless people will begin to mutate and transform into lizards. HMPH, don't give me orders, Norman, Dr. Connors yelled before running off into the distance. Don't think that he has a good relationship with Norman. If Norman hadn't fired him and forced him to inject the immature serum into his body, he wouldn't have become what he is now. The current cooperation is only because both parties have common goals and interests. Max still listened to Norman, gave up attacking Tony, and caught up with Dr. Lizard. His position was taken by the Green Goblin. Now, a new round begins. The Green Goblin smiled sinisterly and controlled the aircraft to launch several micro-missiles. Tony dodged in a hurry but was still affected. There were constant explosions in the sky, and Pepper below was terrified. Facing the siege of two people, Tony seemed to be in danger. Beside her, Phil Coulson and another surviving agent were also watching this battle nervously. Phil, didn't you say you were from the Land Bureau? It's the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Agency, Miss Potts. Pepper cursed, shit, now is not the time to worry about what to call you, get someone from your bureau to help Tony. I'm sorry, but it will take some time for the bureau to provide support, and I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Coulson smiled bitterly. What could a group of ordinary agents like them do in the face of this group of monsters? They are just agents, not the military. While Pepper was helping Tony find reinforcements, he was also looking for some himself. Jarvis, help me get through to son Wooming as quickly as possible. Mandatory. The only helper Tony could think of was son Wooming. Although it was still unclear how strong son Wooming was, his terrifying speed alone was enough to show his strength. If you can't win, can't you just run away? The only difficulty was how to convince him, as the two of them had only met twice. Sir, the call is connected. You actually have time to call me, haven't you been beaten to death yet? Son Wooming said in surprise. Fuck you know, I'm watching the live broadcast and I have to say you're pretty good at hiding. Son Wooming stood on a high platform in the distance, admiring the scene of Iron Man running away in panic, and took a few photos from time to time. When you are short of money in the future, you can use these photos to find a big dog owner to exchange for some pocket money. I can't say how much it is, but it's definitely at least 18 million. Help me, you can set any conditions. Tony said anxiously. For the first time, he hated himself for having such a smart mind. Why did he develop Stark Industries' weapons so powerful? All of Norman's weapons were his products, and Tony hated his previous self. I'm sorry, I've already promised someone else that I won't get involved in this battle. This is her battle. Who? Your little spider girlfriend? Yes, she is here. Tony dodged Obadiah's charge again and looked down to see Gwen already swinging on the spider web and arriving at the scene. He fell decisively and landed on the ground. Hello again, Spider-Woman. I haven't seen you, Iron Man, Gwen said strangely. What a shame you have such a bad memory at such a young age. This morning, Tony reminded, Gwen was stunned. You are Tony Stark? No, Gwen was a little depressed because two people revealed her identity at once today. Of course, this is thanks to your boyfriend. Okay, now is not the time. That power bank and the reptile are fiddling with something. My intuition tells me that it must be bad. Tony spoke quickly and Gwen nodded, shooting out spider webs and rushing towards the roof. I understand, I'll leave this to you. No, Tony was stunned. He wanted Spider-Woman to cooperate with him to get rid of Ironmonger and Green Goblin first and then deal with the other two together. Why did you leave? Okay, Tony sighed. Now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and get back with Ironmonger. When the Green Goblin saw Gwen's actions, he distracted some of his attention and tried to stop her from getting close to the transmitter, but Gwen dodged them all cleverly. Spider-Woman. Max, who had been guarding Connors without moving, became excited when he saw Gwen, and arcs of electricity emitted uncontrollably from his body. Hey, bastard, don't touch my transmitter, Dr. Lizard roared in dissatisfaction. Max. Gwen jumped up to the high platform, saw that the timer on the transmitter had started, and wanted to rush up to stop it. However, after seeing her, the little bit of rationality that Electric Man had left completely disappeared, and a powerful electric current covered the whole sky. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky. This was an industrial area, and there were countless sophisticated instruments and circuits that exploded one after another. I should have been more aggressive last time. Gwen's eyes turned cold under the mask. She used to feel pity for Max's tragic experience and was tolerant during the fight. She subdued the opponent with a water gun and handed him over to the police. Even Gwen felt a little sorry for him, but now Gwen has fully awakened. There must be something pitiful about a hateful person, but it is not me who caused your tragedy. Now that we have become enemies, we should go all out. Gwen clenched her fists and gracefully avoided the electric arcs. She used the surrounding buildings to shuttle back and forth, constantly weaving a spider web. Dr. Lizard looked at her warily and did not rush into the battle. The most important thing for him now is to make sure the launcher is successfully activated. After the lizard serum is sprayed out, it will not be too late for him to deal with Spider-Woman. Gwen also guessed what Dr. Lizard was thinking and sat down to prepare secretly. Suddenly, Gwen stopped and waved to Max in the air. Come here. Max, who had no brains at all, obediently released a powerful electric current. Gwen jumped flexibly. Dr. Lizard didn't pay attention at first, but when he saw the metal tower behind Gwen, he immediately understood something and shouted, "Stop, you idiot!" But it was too late. The iron tower was blown away by the Electric Man's attack, and it fell in the direction where the transmitter was. Dr. Lizard tried to hold on with his body, but a spider silk shot out and tied up his tail. Gwen exerted force, pulled Dr. Lizard in front of her and kicked him in the opposite direction. Rumble, the launcher whined and was smashed into pieces. Damn you for what you did, Dr. Lizard roared, jumped into the air and punched Electro. After being beaten, the Electric Man would naturally fight back. The electric shock made Dr. Lizard tremble all over, and he even smelled the smell of barbecued meat. But Spider-Woman can't help but fight. Dr. Lizard had the same idea, so Gwen has to face Dr. Lizard and be careful of Electro's electric current. Dr. Lizard wants to take revenge on Electro and also deal with Gwen, the culprit. Electro mainly targeted Gwen, and every time Dr. Lizard hit him, he hit back. The scene was extremely chaotic, until a heavy object fell from the sky. Boom. Tony fell heavily on the roof, leaving a trail of sparks on the ground. It broke the balance between the three. Sorry, am I disturbing you? Tony smiled awkwardly. He was in a very miserable state at the moment. His armor was damaged and the reactor on his chest flickered. You lost so quickly, Gwen asked in disbelief. Match fixing is against the law, Mr. Stark. No, I'm just not in the right frame of mind today. Tony felt embarrassed, especially since Gwen had successfully completed the mission and destroyed the launcher. This makes him seem even more useless. My reactor is old, its output power is greatly limited, and many weapon systems have not been installed. The most despicable thing is that all the weapons they used were developed by me, Tony said indignantly. It wasn't them who defeated me, it was me who defeated me. Gwen was completely speechless, understanding the Playboy's train of thought. Is now the time to worry about this? Is she going to face the 4 evil guys alone? 3 more can fly. Tisk tisk tisk, Spider-Woman, have you thought about how you're going to die? Be eaten by Connors or die under my bomb? At this time, Green Goblin and Ironmonger also rushed over. The good news is that Tony didn't make no contribution just now. At least he destroyed Ironmonger's flight system and now he can't fly. The bad news is that, due to Ironmonger's massive size, he still has plenty of weapons reserves. You came just in time, so I don't have to go looking for you, Green Goblin. Osborn, he is Norman Osborn, and the man in the iron shell is a shareholder of my company, Obadiah Stane. Tony acted as the commentator, not. Gwen looked at Tony as if he were a lunatic, then at the 2 enemies across from her. Are you billionaires too bored with your idle lives? That's why you put on battle suits and armor to harm society. My son Wooming is still the best. Boom. Gwen dodged the electric arc from the electric man and a hole was blasted on the roof. His attack was like a signal, and Green Goblin and others also launched attacks tacitly. The Lizardman is the tank rushing in the front, Iron Man is the shooter hiding in the back and providing firepower. Electric Man is the mage, striking with lightning, and Green Goblin is the jungler, making surprise attacks from time to time. Gwen was in danger all around, relying entirely on the spider's reaction, and the agility increased by her recent practice of chi, pulling and pulling. But 4 against 1 is too much, especially the thermal weapons used by Ironmonger and Norman, which pose the greatest threat to her. Gwen has been practicing chi for too short a time, and with her current strength she is unable to withstand the bomb. Defeat is only a matter of time. Tony wanted to help, but he was powerless and wanted Electro to hit him to charge him. But with Gwen's presence, he was simply ignored by Electro. Boom, the lizard man who was rushing towards Gwen was suddenly hit hard, and George came out of the hole that had just been blasted open by the electric man holding a shotgun. Dad, Mr. Director. Gwen was shocked. She was so focused on the battle that she didn't notice that George was chasing after her. Outside the industrial park, police car lights were flashing. I'll support you. No, it's too dangerous here. Leave quickly. Gwen said anxiously, sending out Qigong waves from his hands, hitting the Green Goblin's aircraft. The sudden impact force made him lose his balance and fall down. I asked you to come here, so I should stand by your side. George said firmly, none of you can escape. A missile rose from Iron Overlord's shoulder. Tony's face changed drastically. Go, this is a Jericho missile. Gwen's face also changed. She had also heard of the Jericho missile, the latest product of Stark Industries, and the military was going to purchase it. Without saying a word, Gwen picked up George and jumped off the building. Tony also used the last bit of momentum to force himself to fly up. But it was too late, they had been targeted by missiles. The Green Goblins laughed wildly, and missiles were fired from Obadiah's body. No, Gwen was desperate. Her spider sense had never been as sensitive as it was now, as if reminding her that her death was approaching. But the next moment, a blue shock wave descended from the sky, covering the 4 people who were laughing wildly, as well as the Jellicle missile that had not yet gotten far. The Green Goblin and others who were laughing wildly just now screamed, and their figures quickly dissipated, eventually turning into dust between heaven and earth. Rumble, the powerful shock wave directly blew Gwen away dozens of meters and he fell heavily to the ground. Mr. George groaned in pain, his bones were broken. Tony also crashed into the pile of construction materials, making a loud clanging sound. Gwen looked up in surprise and subconsciously looked in one direction. But I was still a step late and didn't see the person I was thinking about. Only a hint of orange-yellow clothing was seen. Gwen smiled. Chapter 65, Tony's Promise, the famous Iron Man scene is born. The humming of sirens was getting closer and closer, and Gwen put aside her excitement and looked at George with concern. Dad, are you okay? No, it's okay, just a broken rib. George took a breath of cold air. He felt severe pain all over his body when he moved. Then he asked again with all his strength, Gwen, that last attack was by a Saiyan? Yes, Dad, Gwen whispered, and after a moment's thought she added, the Saiyan is Wooming. Since George already knew her identity, Gwen felt that Wuming had to mention this matter, at least to let her father be mentally prepared. What? George opened his mouth wide. At this time Tony also came over and thanked Gwen. Spider-Woman, thank you for your help. Without you, I might become a dead billionaire. Gwen shook her head. No, it has nothing to do with you. I just came to sort out the trouble I left behind. Even if you want to thank someone, you shouldn't thank me. Tony naturally knew who Gwen was talking about, but now was not the time to talk about this. Pepper had already arrived under the protection of several agents, and police cars and ambulances also drove up to the scene. Tony, are you okay? Pepper ran over to Tony's side, stroking the damaged armor anxiously. Relax, Pepper, I'm fine, better than ever. With the help of Miss Spider, Obadiah and the others are no match for me. Tony kept comforting him, saying that after this crisis he could face his own heart. The little Pepper in front of him is the woman he wants to be with for the rest of his life. Gwen looked at him with disdain. At this time, Coulson came to Gwen with his standard smile. Hello, I'm Phil Coulson, a senior agent of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Can I talk to you, Spider-Woman? What bureau? Gwen tilted her head. Has anyone ever told you that your name is too long and that others can't remember it? You are right, in fact, such a long name does cause some troubles in work. Coulson nodded in agreement. We're already working on it. Okay, let's talk next time after you change your name to a simpler one. Gwen now has a lot of opinions about all U.S. government departments. If it weren't for their poor supervision, today's trouble would not be so serious. Half of the blame for the innocent people who died today because of Green Goblin and others should be placed on the government. Watching George get into the ambulance, Gwen said perfunctorily, then shot out Spider Silk and left the place. She now wanted to see Wooming very urgently. In the shortest time possible, Gwen arrived at son Wooming's home. When she opened the door, she saw the young man sitting in the living room waving at her. Come back, supper is ready for you. Gwen took off her mask and fell into his arms, kissing him, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, so tightly that she seemed to want to rub her body into his, making the two of them indistinguishable from each other. A few minutes passed before Gwen let go, her lips a little swollen. Wooming, I won't say thank you to you because I belong to you completely. Wait for my birthday, okay? Likewise, I don't want to hear your thanks for me. Son Wooming put his hand to Gwen's forehead and pecked her lips. Okay, you don't have time for a midnight snack, so go back quickly. There are still many days to come. Well, I love you. Gwen nodded vigorously. She knew that Helen would be very anxious when she learned that George was injured, and she had to go back quickly. The next day, the entire United States and even the world were shocked by what happened in New York last night. Villains appeared one after another, two sci-fi mechas fought in the streets, and the chaotic scene made people think that the end of the world had come. Thousands of people were killed or injured, several streets in Manhattan were destroyed, and Stark Industrial Park was completely changed. Originally, Stark's stock price had been falling since the closure of its weapons division. It finally stopped a few days ago, but as soon as it opened this morning, it plummeted by 20%. While the media were looking for Tony all over the world to ask what the relationship was between one of the armors last night and Stark Industries, he came to son Wooming's house again in the vortex of the storm. Where's your spider girlfriend? I went to the hospital to see Mr. George. Son Wooming yawned. Why did you come to me if you don't want to find a way to maintain the stock price? The stock price is for outsiders to see. If it drops further, the better. I can get more. Tony shook the wine glass in his hand, which he brought himself. Since there was no wine in son Wooming's home, he brought some himself and directly took a few bottles of good wine and put them in son Wooming's home. Seeing Tony's unrestrained actions, son Wooming didn't care. These wines can be given to Mr. George. By the way, are you interested in buying some stocks? I can guarantee that you will get a generous reward every year. Forget it, I have a new goal. Son Wooming shook his head. What? Is there an investment product more valuable than my company? Stark retorted, unconvinced. With the arc reactor, he can completely dominate the global energy industry, and then he can just lie down and count money. He didn't believe that there was any company with better prospects than his Stark Industries. Yes, Oscorp, son Wooming said calmly. Tony was stunned, and after thinking about it, he found that it was true. This time such a big incident happened that even the chairman was blown to pieces. Osborne Industries must have been disrupted. In addition, Dr. Lizard and Electro also have close ties with Osborne. It is possible that this company will go bankrupt. Son Wooming has a pretty sharp eye. At this time, Osborne's stock price will definitely fall to an exaggerated level, but the foundation is still there. After it holds through, it will be a gold-devouring beast again. If Tony didn't know that the US government would never let him control two major technology companies alone, he might have been tempted. Thinking of this, he asked happily, do you need me to do anything? Osborne hurt me badly last night. He even used my weapon to hit me. I have to get revenge. Tony was still a little arrogant. He clearly wanted to thank son Wooming for his help last night, but he found a reason for himself. Son Wooming did not expose him, but nodded gently. You can indeed help a little. You should hold a press conference this afternoon and announce that Norman Osborn is the Green Goblin. Otherwise, the stock price will not fall. Tony agreed immediately. When he was leaving, his face was very tangled. He held it in for a long time before he said, "Well, thank you and thank you to your girlfriend. If you need me, you can always come find me. My home address has been sent to your phone." Sun Wuming waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I will come to you tomorrow. I hope your scientific research ability can produce what I need." When Tony heard Sun Wuming questioning his brain, he retorted unconvincedly, "Don't worry, there is no product in this world that I, Tony, can't make." In the afternoon, the press conference held by Stark Industries was already packed with people, and there was still a steady stream of people outside eager to squeeze in. Backstage, Pepper was helping Tony adjust his suit while he was still chattering. "He actually doesn't believe in my technology. I'm Tony Stark, who dares to doubt me when it comes to anything related to technology? Okay, Tony, I saved you and me. Without you, I don't know what I would do." As she was talking, Xiao Lajiao's nose felt a little sore again. Last night's experience left a very deep impression on her. Tony quickly hugged her to comfort her. At this moment, Coulson came over, and Pepper quickly pushed Tony away, straightened her posture, and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Coulson first greeted Pepper, then handed the paper to Tony and said softly, "This is your alibi. You were on the yacht last night. We have a certificate issued by the port and testimonies from 50 beauties from all over the world. Remember, the one driving the mecha is your bodyguard. You guys really understand me, but the news is a little behind schedule. I have turned over a new leaf." Tony muttered, looking at the card, which was full of official excuses that could not be made official, and all kinds of questions were prepared. He was sure that there were also people like this among the crowd of reporters. Tony couldn't help but feel curious about the department Coulson was in. "What about Obadiah? What script have you arranged for him?" Tony asked. "He was on holiday, and we are sorry that small aircraft have a poor safety record. Bodyguard is such a bad excuse." Happy is so fat that he can't fit in there. Happy, who had been standing nearby, was stunned. "Boss, no personal attacks, I'm strong, just read it, we are professionals." Coulson still kept smiling. Even a difficult person like Tony would find it difficult to dislike him. Maybe that's why Nick Fury thinks so highly of Coulson. Click, click, click. The flashlights were flashing like crazy, and Tony stood on the podium where he often appeared, feeling strange and confused for the first time. "I haven't shown up for a while." Tony said mechanically, his voice stumbling. "Forget it, I'll just read from the script." There was a burst of laughter from the audience. Tony took out his speech. "Some people speculate that I was involved in the chaos that was released in Stark Industrial Park. My childhood sweetheart is Gwen, Queens, New York, USA. Jingle bell, jingle bell." The doorbell of a detached house was being rung repeatedly, but there was no response for a long time. In front of the door, there is an extremely beautiful girl with short golden hair, a white shirt, and a sports skirt. The youth and beauty of this age group are displayed to the fullest. However, the girl's delicate face became darker and darker as time went by. "Dad, wait here for me. I'll go wake Wooming up. He must have slept in again." After shouting at the police car at the door, the girl took out the key from her pocket and opened the door skillfully. "Walk through the living room, go to the second floor, and push the door to enter the master bedroom of the house." Sure enough, even breathing could be heard from the bed. A black-haired young man was sleeping soundly. His handsome features were eye-catching. But what is most attractive is his perfect muscles. It is full of power, has beautiful curves, and is of moderate size, not at all exaggerated like an overly bodybuilt athlete. Even though the girl grew up with the boy and witnessed how he built up his muscles bit by bit, she still blushed. Reluctantly rubbing the chest muscles that were not much smaller than hers, the girl shouted, "Wooming, hurry up and get up, why can't you get hard? My doorbell is almost broken." "What the hell, I can get hard, why can't I get hard?" The boy, who was still half asleep, jumped out of bed with a start. "Gwen, there are some things you can't say casually. I'm getting up now. I'm going to cook. You go wash up quickly. If you haven't cleaned up by the time I'm done, you know the consequences." Gwen didn't listen to any of the boy's explanations and issued an ultimatum. She shook herself vigorously and then realized what was going on, then quickly walked downstairs and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Due to time constraints, she could only make some simple sandwiches. She dared to guarantee that she was more familiar with everything here than the owner here, Sun Wuming. After hearing Gwen's threat, the boy resigned himself to his fate and climbed out of bed, walked into the bathroom and started washing up. Sun Wuming, a time traveler. Once when he attended a comic convention, he bought a set of Dragon Ball figures. Looking at the 7 Dragon Balls neatly arranged together, Sun Wuming suddenly suffered from a heart attack. He made a wish to become a Saiyan just like in the anime. Then, in a flash of golden light, he traveled to this world and became an abandoned orphan. The Dragon Balls answered his wish and indeed gave him the physique of a Saiyan. Not only that, but all of Sun Wukong's training memories before his transformation into Super Saiyan 2 were also given as a bonus, and his iconic tail was also brought out. It makes Sun Wuming a flawless Saiyan. The only mistake was that the world he came to was not the Dragon Ball world, but the Marvel world. He realized this when he visited a museum and saw the world-famous American buttocks. The house he lives in now is also the inheritance left to him by the grandmother who adopted Sun Wuming after her death. For Sun Wuming, this was a good start. Although the Marvel world is dangerous, according to Sun Wuming's observations over the years, it is closer to the movie world and there are no mutants yet. It can't be said to be very safe, but at least it is much better than the Dragon Ball world. You know, the humans on Blue Star in the Dragon Ball world are really miserable. They have been resurrected by the dragon Shenlong countless times. Moreover, he traveled through time relatively early, and it is only 2008 now, so he has enough time to develop. Tony the shithead is still working on the cover girl identification work and has not become the Iron Man who opens a new era. Wooming, are you done? Dad is still waiting outside. Gwen called from downstairs. Sun Wuming casually fixed his hair, changed into a vest, put on wrist guards and casually put on a short-sleeved shirt, then quickly walked downstairs. Grab your sandwiches and go, we're going to be late. Gwen put the sandwich she had just made into Sun Wuming's hands and pushed him towards the door. The breeze slightly lifted the girl's skirt, and Sun Wuming took a glance. Well, safety pants, that's about right. If you make me late on the first day, you have to wash your own clothes for the whole semester. Gwen didn't notice his little action and continued to chatter. Sun Wuming immediately raised his hands to show surrender, took a few quick steps, opened the back door of the police car and got in. Looking at the white young man sitting in the driver's seat with a black face, he greeted him as if nothing had happened. Yo, Uncle George, damn, I'm eating a sandwich made by my daughter. I don't even get this treatment. George Stacy, Gwen Stacy's father, is also the chief of the police department in this area. Sun Wuming was not surprised that he became Gwen Stacy's childhood sweetheart. He has traveled through time, so what's wrong with giving him a wife at the beginning? Sun Wukong also has a Kiki. Is there anything wrong with Sun Wuming having a Gwen? Nothing wrong. It's fate that we meet. Sun Wuming doesn't care what important role you play in the so-called plot. This is the real world, and now that Gwen has met him, everything in the future will be different. Sorry, Dad, I kept you waiting. Let's go to school. Gwen got in the car and said something to her father. Officer George, who had been gritting his teeth, immediately responded with a smile and started the car. Tusk, that's what being a daughter slave is like. Even though George was very unhappy with Sun Wuming, he had to suppress his thoughts in front of Gwen. The car moved forward quickly and very smoothly. Sun Wuming finished the sandwich in just a few bites. Gwen obviously knew how much he ate, so she handed him another one. Afraid that Sun Wuming would choke, he unscrewed the water bottle so that he wouldn't just eat dry food. Mr. George, who was driving, saw this scene and was so angry that his back teeth were about to break. He dreamed of receiving such thoughtful treatment, but he never got it even once. Damn you, little bastard. The new book is on the way. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and all your support. Currently, 3 female protagonists have been decided: Gwen, Polaris, Lorna, and Wanda. If you have any good suggestions, feel free to put them forward. Even if you are not the heroine, a brief in-depth exchange is also acceptable. Chapter 2. As a Saiyan, it's normal to be a gigolo, right? Any father who sees his own little cabbage actively trying to get someone else would probably feel the same way as Mr. George does now. Since entering junior high school and meeting Sun Wuming, my daughter has undergone tremendous changes. The little Princess Gwen, who originally didn't know how to do any housework, had to take care of Sun Wuming, who was even more stupid than her. She has become a little cotton-padded jacket who is proficient in washing clothes and cooking. Unfortunately, this little cotton jacket skipped the step of warming up her father and flew directly to someone else. But no matter how unwilling he was, Mr. George had to endure it silently for the sake of the harmonious relationship between father and daughter. I don't know what kind of love potion this brat gave Gwen. Looking at Sun Wuming, who was smiling foolishly in the back seat, Mr. George couldn't help but ride on her. The police car arrived at the road in front of Midtown High School 10 minutes before class started. Thank you, Dad. Don't be polite with me, Gwen. I'm sorry I can't pick you up this afternoon. You know, the police station, Mr. George said apologetically, and Gwen said sensibly that it was okay and she could go back with Sun Wuming. When Gwen and Sun Wuming got out of the car, they immediately attracted the attention of many classmates. One is a beautiful and smart girl, and the other is a handsome guy who is so muscular that girls drool over him. In the United States, sissy boys and gigolos have no future. Only strong muscles and masculine looks can stimulate their hormones. Sun Wuming's ancestral Saiyan muscles are enough to make countless women go weak in the knees at the sight of them. And Gwen is no less impressive. Short golden hair, delicate and small face, coupled with her unique heroic spirit. 90% of the boys in Central City High School regard her as their goddess. Unfortunately, the goddess already has a boyfriend. Su Wooming also looked at the girl next to him, especially at her pair of white and slender thighs where he stayed for 3 more seconds. It's a pity that I didn't wear white silk. Otherwise, he would only have a forward evaluation, show off in my mouth. Hurry up and don't waste time. Feeling Su Wooming's burning gaze, Gwen felt a little shy. Grabbing his hand, they ran towards the classroom building. The sunlight still shone on the boy and the girl, making them indistinguishable from each other. Morning, Stacy. Morning, Hannah. Morning, Sun. Well, who are you? It can be seen that Gwen is very popular in the class. Many classmates greeted her, and many people also greeted Sun Wooming. However, after 2.5 years, he could only remember a handful of names. The school system in the United States is 2 years of junior high school and 4 years of high school. This year is Sun Wooming's 3rd year in high school and also his 17th year in this world. Walking to the window seat in the second-to-last row, after Sun Wooming sat down, the Asian student in the front row turned his head and asked excitedly in a low voice. Sun, I heard that you and Gwen came here together today and you were riding in her father's car. Are you already living together? Nanala, your curry smells like that. Damn it, do you want to eat curry so early in the morning? Sun Wooming frowned and stepped back, kicking Nanala forward to put some distance between them. It's normal to eat curry in the morning. Come on, tell me. Nanala didn't care and continued to ask gossipingly. In fact, most people in the school have long assumed that Sun Wooming and Gwen are a couple. But this is the first time that my parents have sent me to school so blatantly. Well, actually it happened before, but every time Mr. George would stop at the street corner ahead and let the two of them walk to school. It's just too late today. Yes, Miss Gwen spent a wonderful night with me yesterday, is that okay? Sun Wooming rolled his eyes and said unhappily, causing a scream. Wow, Sun. It's yours. Gwen ran over and pinched Sun Wooming in anger. Don't listen to Wooming's nonsense, we are just passing by. Another blonde beauty in the class was watching the fun and started to make trouble. Sun, I have much more experience than Gwen. Why don't you come to me first? I can make you more mature. Tilda. Sun Wooming looked horrified. Fuck, Sophia, I don't want to be on your list. Sophia is also a popular figure in the school, with blonde hair, blue eyes, and big wavy hair, and she is a bus driver in the Chinese zodiac. She was not ashamed at all and openly made a ranking list of the boys in the class, criticizing them harshly. She even thought about expanding the list to schools. Sun Wooming, who has a perfect figure and handsome looks, is naturally the one she wants to taste. It's a pity that Sun Wooming won't mess around with such a thing. Not to mention the attributes of this bus, even its appearance, figure, and temperament. His Gwen is far better than Sonya. Soon, the teacher arrived and put an end to the noise in the classroom. Sun Wooming opened the book to a random page, his mind went blank and he began to meditate. It is impossible for him to learn. He is a Saiyan. What's the point of learning these crap? Only the brainless Saiyan can become the strongest. I can only practice diligently and become a Super Saiyan to make a living. Mr. Sun, you answer this question. No, don't ask me, ask Gwen. Sun Wooming didn't even open his eyes, he just spoke back and the whole class burst into laughter. The teacher was so angry that his hands were shaking, but he could do nothing about Sun Wooming. This boy's identity is so mysterious that even the principal has to speak to him in a friendly manner. As a worker, he could only swallow his anger. Miss Stacy, come here. This question involves the calculation formula for the decay rate. The teacher's expression also became much better, and there was a flash of admiration in his eyes. Miss Stacy is different from a reckless man like Sun Wooming. Not only does she participate in various activities, but her academic performance also always ranks among the top 3 in the school. Very much loved by teachers. Wooming, I think you need to get serious. You have to apply for college next semester, and I don't want you to be a homeless person in the future. After school, Gwen walked side by side with Sun Wooming and discussed with him very seriously. You will support me, Gwen, you will. Sun Wooming looked at the girl's pretty face and blinked. His deep black eyes were like a whirlpool, making Gwen's heart beat faster. I don't want my future husband to be a house husband. Avoiding Sun Wooming's profound noodle shop, Gwen said proudly. The boy smiled. So you are training me to be a husband. I must work hard then. The girl then realized that she had let something slip. Her pretty face turned red with anxiety, and she reached out to pat Sun Wooming to hide her inner embarrassment. The two of them played and joked all the way until they came to the campus, where they happened to encounter a group of students who were making a fuss. Chapter 3, I am 17 now, and I am afraid that the school is not violent enough. Eat your vegetables, Gordon. Hurry up. Son Wooming was 186 meters tall, and he easily passed through the crowd and saw what was happening inside. A tall and strong young man with a crew cut was pressing a thin young man with glasses onto the plate, forcing him to eat the leftovers. The students around watched this scene excitedly. Not only did no one step forward to stop it, but they kept clapping and cheering. No wonder people always say that most Europeans and Americans are unevolved barbarians. The more violent things are, the more excited they are. Isn't that the case now? Son Wooming, the protagonist of both events, also knew them. I don't know the name of the person being bullied, but he is indeed his classmate. He is the kind of young man who only knows how to study, doesn't cause trouble, doesn't make trouble, and has no social activities. Perhaps in Longuo such children are very likable, liked by teachers and reassured by parents, and are often called other people's children. But in the United States, haha, this is simply the perfect target for bullying. The bully was the captain of the school basketball team, an athlete who relied on his strong physique to become the campus bully. Lightning Thompson. Son Wooming remembered him because this guy seemed to be some kind of hero and had a close relationship with Spider-Man. But he forgot what happened exactly. After all, there are more superheroes than dogs in the Marvel world, even if there are no mutants. Walking on the streets of New York, if you throw a brick, it will hit this guy or that guy. It is indeed worthless. When it comes to Marvel, Son Wooming knows the most about the Avengers. I told Gwen what happened there. Gwen just frowned but didn't seem to want to intervene. School bullying is very complicated. Just because you helped the bullied person this time doesn't mean you can help him every time in the future. Your good intentions may even lead to bad consequences. Make bullies more brutal. Just as the two were trying to bypass this group of energetic students and go home, things changed again. Peter, you're here just in time. Take a picture of this scene. No, I'm not filming this. Put him down. Put him down, Eugene. Hearing the name, Thompson threw Gordon away and knocked Peter to the ground with an angry punch. Eugene is Thompson's real name, but it is a name only a Russian would give. Thompson didn't want people to know that he had Mao Zedong's ancestry, so he was very averse to this name and always asked people to call him Lightning. Looking at Peter Parker, who was constantly being beaten, Son Wooming frowned and said to Gwen beside him, "Wait here for a moment, I'll be back soon." After saying that, Son Wooming pushed through the crowd and came to the front. Watching as Thompson was about to punch Peter again, he immediately rushed over and kicked out. Boom. The 200-pound Thompson flew 7 or 8 meters away and landed on the ground, gasping in pain. This was the result of Son Wooming's efforts to control his strength. "I'm giving you face, right? How dare you hit my classmate?" The cheering crowd suddenly quieted down. Thompson took a long time to stand up and rushed forward with his fists waved. "Fuck, son, you pissed me off." Boom. Another kick, and this time Thompson couldn't get up again. "Don't play school bully with me. When I was the school bully, you didn't even know where to join the Boy Scouts." Son Wooming sneered. When he first entered Central City Middle School, many people wanted to bully him because he was Asian. But as a Saiyan, Son Wooming is never afraid of school bullying. He just hates that the school is not violent enough. When he was in the first grade of junior high school, he dealt with all the troublemakers in the school and became the new troublemaker. It was the appearance of Gwen later that made Son Wooming restrain himself a lot. Otherwise, how could Thompson dare to speak loudly to him today? "Thank you, Wooming." Peter came over with his face covered to express his gratitude. The crowd around him became much smaller as they were afraid that Son Wooming would target them. "You've been doing my homework for 2.5 years. This is nothing. If this guy dares to trouble you again, come find me." Son Wooming patted Peter on the shoulder, walked towards where Gwen was without even looking at Thompson, and said something at the end. "I'm leaving today's homework to you, Garfield." Peter looked at Son Wooming's back with helplessness on his face. "I've told you so many times my name is not Garfield." He and Son Wooming were friends, but he didn't know why Son Wooming always called him Garfield. Peter is such an easy name to remember. Peter, are you okay?" Peter's campus friend Harry hurried over. When he heard that Peter and Thompson had a conflict, he immediately realized that something was wrong, but he was still a step too late. "It's okay, Wooming saved me." Peter shook his head. "Wooming, the real man in your class." Son Wooming's strong muscles instantly appeared in Harry's mind. Upon hearing this, Peter was unhappy. "Harry, I am a real man too. You." Harry looked at his best friend who was as thin as a pole and shook his head in disdain. "You're just a buddy." "Shit. I didn't expect you to have such a strong sense of justice." On the way home, Gwen and Son Wooming were discussing what had just happened. No, I would only take action because it involves my friends. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't even look at it. Sun Wuming shook his head. If you don't have the strength, don't try to stand out, otherwise you deserve to be beaten. You are right no matter what you say. Gwen stuck out her tongue, made a face, and pulled Sun Wuming's hand to speed up. Let's hurry up. I told Mom you were coming to dinner, so it should be almost ready. As long as they don't make fried fish with aromatics, I'll go. Oh, it's already cold. Why are you still talking about that? Let's go. Following Gwen all the way, the two arrived at the foot of a high-end apartment building. Mr. George's income is quite good, and he can afford a large luxury apartment in the heart of Queens. Sun Wuming was a little suspicious. Did he have some other side job? There was no reason for a police chief to be so rich. Chapter 4, Family Dinner. Mr. George's procedural justice mom, Wooming, and I are back. Aunt Helen, I'm sorry to bother you again. When facing Gwen's mother, Sun Wuming greeted her honestly. Helen Stacy is a middle-aged woman who still retains her charm. It can be seen that she must have been a great beauty when she was young. Luckily, Gwen looks like her mother. Otherwise, when the two came back, Helen was busy in the kitchen. She just said a few words casually and let them go and play by themselves. Gwen directly pulled Sun Wuming into her boudoir. The bedroom is not very big, with only space for a bed, a desk, and a whole wall of wardrobe. There were 2 photo frames on the table, one of which was a photo of Gwen and her family. Another one is a photo of her and Sun Wuming. The 2 people in the photo are smiling brightly, yet looking a little immature. This photo was taken when they went to Hawaii during junior high school. There was a row of cute dolls on the bed and the quilt was neatly folded. There were several band posters on the pink wall, one of which even featured Gwen and 2 other girls. It was she, Mary Jane, and Betty Brant who formed the campus band. Gwen used to study gymnastics, but after Sun Wuming expressed some dislike for her ideas, she switched to playing in a band. Following his gaze, Gwen felt a little embarrassed. Don't look at it, this poster is not good. How beautiful it is, especially when set off by the 2 people next to it. Zia Cheng pointed at Mary Jane and Betty Brant, who were standing next to Gwen, almost half a head shorter than her. In addition, because of her gymnastics training, Gwen's temperament and beauty are incomparable to the other 2. Gwen was naturally very happy to hear Su Wooming praising her like that, but she still hit him a few times in anger. What can highlight themselves? This is the most normal group photo of the band, okay? How could I have such an intention? Helen, who had been paying attention to the movements in the room, also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the noise of fighting. Unlike Mr. George, Helen still likes Sun Wuming very much. He is handsome, healthy, polite, and very good to his daughter. The most important thing is that Gwen likes him very much and she supports them being together. But that doesn't mean now. They are both still children and she doesn't want to be a grandmother so early, at least after college. Time passed quickly and it was 7 o'clock. It was almost dark when George dragged his tired body back home. After all, it is a free country, and countless crimes occur here every day. Robbery, drug trafficking, prostitution, any profitable crime, you can definitely find a complete industrial chain in New York. According to incomplete statistics, the number of bullets consumed in New York every year can be connected to Circle the Blue Planet. As a police chief who often rushes to the front line, Mr. George's return at this time is considered relatively early. Looking at the 4 sets of tableware on the table, he was also stunned. Honey, are there any guests coming to our house today? There are no guests. Helen replied and knocked on Gwen's door. Children, come out to eat. Here I come, Mom. Under George's incredulous gaze, Sun Wuming crawled out of his beloved daughter's boudoir. Hey, Uncle George. Oh, your head, why are you here? And you came out of my daughter's room. If Gwen's clothes had not been neat and tidy, Mr. George would have fabricated a crime and arrested the brat. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Come and help me serve the food. Helen called George into the kitchen and whispered, don't scare Wooming. Your daughter will come after you and you will be the one who regrets it. Mr. George was extremely upset as he suddenly realized there was no place for him at home. Why are all of them speaking for that brat? The dinner dishes were very simple, standard American steak, served with some vegetables and mashed potatoes. It was more like a family dinner. Sun Wuming didn't care whether the food was rich or not, as long as he had something to eat. Helen also knew Sun Wuming's appetite. His portion of steak was 36 ounces, while the others only had 8 ounces. There is no such thing as not talking while eating or sleeping in America. The family can talk freely while eating. Gwen recounted the interesting things that happened in the school today, including the conflict between Sun Wuming and Flash Thompson at the end. Her purpose was also to give Wooming some points in George's heart. The police should like such a just act, but George frowned. Gwen, even though the other party's behavior is abominable, Wooming should not resort to violence. Tell the school about this, they will handle it fairly. Dad, Gwen's eyes were full of disbelief. She didn't expect George to say that. If suing teachers worked, would there still be so many incidents of school violence across the United States every year? Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Helen stopped George, who was about to say something with her eyes, and then looked at her daughter gently. George is just afraid that you will be implicated. That's what policemen do. They think they are the only ones with the power to enforce the law in this land. HMPH pedantic. Gwen groaned angrily, then said, anyway, what Wooming did was right. If I had the ability to stop Thompson, I would do the same. Son Wooming, who was at the center of the topic, said nothing and concentrated on the steak in front of him, faced with his daughter who was in her rebellious period, Mr. George had no choice but to change the subject. The dinner ended in a slightly awkward atmosphere. After dinner, Gwen took son Wooming downstairs. Sorry, Wooming, Dad didn't mean to target you. Gwen apologized to son Wooming for what Mr. George had just said, but the person involved just shook his head nonchalantly. We have different positions and different opinions. Uncle George is a policeman, so he naturally cares more about procedural justice. My words are purely out of interest, don't think too much about it. Procedural justice. Gwen thought about it when she heard this. It's getting late, go back quickly, I'll just take a taxi home. Son Wooming rubbed the girl's golden hair, which felt very good. Gwen was a little dissatisfied with her messed up hair, but she did not move away. Okay, see you tomorrow. After thinking about it, Gwen gave the boy a hug. The soft jade is in my arms and the fragrance is refreshing. Gwen's voice was a little shy. Don't think too much, this is just to make it up to you. Yeah. A new book is on the way. Thank you all readers for your support. This book will not mix Marvel and DC, as it will be too messy and I am afraid it will be difficult to control. There will also be no plots like licking SHIELD. The most important thing is the interaction with several beautiful girls. If you like this type of content, please give some data support. Thank you, little author. Chapter 5. If Guya doesn't come out, I will be invincible in the world. After watching Gwen go upstairs, son Wooming came to a quiet and dark alley. He raised his right hand and pointed the sword finger at his brow, and then his figure disappeared on the spot. Call out. In just a moment, son Wooming's figure suddenly appeared on his own lawn. The sound of the neighbor watching TV reached his ears clearly. Well, it's still R18. I have to say the shows here in the US are really exciting, especially after midnight. It's really tusk. Unfortunately, they all want money, and son Wooming will not rush to give money to these capitalists. He can get free sex from his neighbor. That guy is almost malnourished after seeing her every day. When he got home, the first thing son Wooming did was to take out his cell phone and skillfully call nearby restaurants to place orders. In 2008, there weren't so many food delivery apps, so you could only call one by one. 10 largest pizzas, 30 hamburgers, and 200 pieces of fried chicken. As a Saiyan, he may not be good at other things, but his appetite is definitely not bad. It's not that I don't want to eat Chinese food, it's just that these Chinese foods that have traveled across the ocean have become very strange in order to cater to the tastes of foreigners. What is General Tso's chicken? Zhongyuan awful. After eating it a few times, son Wooming gave up the idea. There are some authentic Chinese restaurants, but they are all near Chinatown, which is quite far from his home. In order to save time, he usually eats these junk foods, which are high in calories and more suitable for him. Due to the large demand, it took more than an hour for the takeaway ordered by son Wooming to be delivered. After a huge meal, the mountain of food was quickly stuffed into the stomach. After he had finished eating, son Wooming patted his unchanged stomach and said contentedly, "It feels good. I am about 80% full now." Without any intention of taking a break, son Wooming simply packed up and threw the takeaway box outside. He turned around and went into the basement. Hundreds of square meters of space are occupied by various randomly placed equipment. It looks no different from an ordinary gym, except that the equipment is more complete. But in fact, all the equipment here is specially customized. Even a small iron plate weighs hundreds of pounds. After putting on the distinctive Kameryu martial arts uniform, son Wooming began his unshakable practice. With one finger supporting the ground and 1,000 pounds of weight on his body, son Wooming's body kept rising and falling, and his speed was getting faster and faster. After a while, sweat dripped from his forehead and the ground was wet. The training of the Saiyans, or in the Dragon Ball world, is very simple, which is to temper the energy in the body. Qi is a magical energy contained in all living things. From maintaining the normal functioning of life to destroying stars and damaging the universe in one blow, all of them are inseparable from the role of Qi. If you want to strengthen the Qi in your body, Improving your physical fitness is the fastest way. As your vitality increases, the intensity of your chi will also increase. As a Saiyan, Sun Wuming has unique advantages. Even if he does not exercise, his body will develop naturally and he will be much stronger than humans when he reaches adulthood. What's more, he had consciously started to practice according to the memory of Sun Wukong's cultivation in his mind since elementary school. By now, his physical fitness has reached an extremely terrifying level. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the sweaty Sun Wuming left the basement, walked into the bathroom and took a comfortable hot bath. Lying in the bathtub, he closed his eyes slightly, feeling a little worried. The effect of current training is getting worse and worse. If I wait until my strength reaches a higher level, this kind of stress-free training may not have any effect at all. It's difficult. He is now using the most expensive, specially customized equipment, but even so, it still cannot keep up with the speed of his strength improvement. Based on comparing the memories in his mind, Sun Wuming also has a clearer understanding of his own strength. He is now obviously stronger than Son Goku, who had just used the Super Divine Water and defeated Piccolo. He is also weaker than the adult Goku, who had undergone hard training from the gods and defeated the young Piccolo. It is neither strong nor weak. This is a bit embarrassing. The same is true on the blue planet today. He doesn't take ordinary minions seriously, but he does take big guys like Ancient One and Odin seriously. He, Sun Wuming, is also a minion. Now Sun Wuming dares to point at everyone on Earth and shout, "Master Gu, please stand up, everyone here is garbage. If you want to be truly invincible in this world, you must transform into a Super Saiyan or even several later forms." The celestial gods, the 5 great gods, even the life court and the transcendence are not something that ordinary Super Saiyans can deal with. Still a long way to go. However, Sun Wuming does not need to worry. This kind of existence is generally like a background board. Unless there is a major change, they will not rashly appear in the real world. Did you also come to this world with me? In his hand he held a golden crystal ball the size of an apple with a star inside. Sun Wuming whispered softly. There is no doubt that this is Dragon Ball, a 1-star Dragon Ball. When it was picked up, this 1-star Dragon Ball appeared next to Sun Wuming. His time travel was closely related to the Dragon Balls, plus the one in his hand. Sun Wuming had a hunch that the 7 Dragon Balls came into this world with him. He had been searching for many years, but there had been no news. Forget it, I don't want to. Wow, he stood up from the bathtub, revealing his muscular body. After simply drying himself, Sun Wuming went to bed. Even if you don't have the Dragon Balls, as long as you practice hard, you don't actually need any wishes. After figuring this out, Sun Wuming felt much more at ease and soon fell asleep. Chapter 6. Don't worry, I'm not interested in other blonde beauties. The next day, George acted as a driver again, escorting his daughter to school with a bad boy. But maybe it was because Gwen told him the conversation between her and Sun Wuming when she went back last night. Mr. George rarely took a liking to Sun Wuming and even chatted with him for a while. Boy, the procedural justice you talked about yesterday was very interesting. Did you come up with it yourself? No, I don't have that awareness. I heard it from a professor. Sun Wuming responded while eating breakfast. Which professor? I'd like to attend his lectures when I have time. Oh, his name is Zhang San, a professor from Longguo. You should be able to find his videos if you search online. Hey, Wooming. At the school gate, Sun Wuming turned around and saw Peter Parker standing next to an old man waving at him. Uncle Ben, I'll be leaving first, Peter said to his uncle and rushed across the road impatiently. Looking at the classmate his nephew was greeting, Ben Parker nodded politely. Coming to Sun Wuming and Gwen, Peter secretly took out 2 exercise books and put them into Sun Wuming's school bag. This is the homework that's due soon. Thanks, Garfield. Kamian, stop calling me Garfield, I don't even know that guy. Okay, Garfield. Parker, you helped Wooming with his homework again. I've told you so many times not to help the evildoers anymore. Gwen frowned, looking very unhappy. I'm trying hard to persuade Wooming to make progress and you're just there to mess things up, be honest. Peter's face turned bitter at Gwen's rebuke. Student Stacy, you know, Wooming just helped me yesterday. Calling someone by their first name indicates a close relationship, while calling them by their last name is normal, like classmates, colleagues, or just acquaintances. Then you can't. Gwen wanted to say something but was interrupted by Sun Wuming, who was caught in the middle. Okay, Gwen, it's not like you don't know me. Even if Peter didn't help me write it, I couldn't have written it myself. Sun Wuming spread his hands. Rather than saying that Peter is helping me, it's better to say that he is helping the teacher so that he won't be so embarrassed. Seeing him being so confident and assertive about not doing his homework, Gwen was so angry that she laughed. But he was relieved that Peter was not bothered again. In the distance, Lightning Thompson clenched his fists as he watched the three people chatting and laughing as they walked towards the teaching building. After what happened yesterday, he was called over by a vice president and severely criticized, and even his position as basketball team captain was revoked. But Sun Wooming, who attacked the man, got away with nothing. He was angry and scared. Because the principal said that if he offended Sun Wooming again, he would be punished severely or even expelled from school. Thompson didn't understand why the principal would be so flattering to a student. Well, if Sun Wooming knew what he was thinking, he would definitely tell him the answer readily. It's very simple. As long as you donate $500,000 to the school every year, you can get such treatment. In class, Sun Wooming usually slacked off and lay on the table motionless. It seems like he is sleeping, but he is actually practicing. In Sun Wooming's perception, every living thing around him exuded a faint aura: Queens, Manhattan, New York, the entire continent, and even the capital next door. As long as Sun Wooming is willing, his perception of Qi can spread to the entire eastern United States. Don't think that this range is very large. Sun Wukong is separated from the other party by countless planets. As long as he remembers the other party's aura, he can sense it. Unable to exercise at school, Sun Wooming would improve his control over Qi through meditation. The teacher naturally noticed that Sun Wooming was distracted, but as long as it didn't disturb other students, most teachers wouldn't care. Except for having lunch with Gwen at noon, Sun Wooming lay down like this for the whole day. Before school was over, the biology teacher stopped the students who were eager to go to various activities and announced, "The Osborne Group will open some of its laboratories on Saturday for a visit. Students who are interested can contact me to sign up. This is a great opportunity. If you are noticed by the researchers there, you can become an intern assistant like Stacy, which will be very helpful for your future university application." Gwen smiled shyly, feeling a little embarrassed to be used as a role model. After hearing what the teacher said, many students really went to him to sign up, such as Peter. Peter was also considered a top student in school, especially in biology and physics, where he often got full marks. "Aren't you going this weekend?" At night, Gwen was lying on the bed, swinging her white legs and calling Sun Wooming. "What can I do? All I know about biology is how to prolong life. Everything else is nonsense. If I have that much time, I might as well sleep in." The car was going too fast and Gwen's pretty face blushed, but it was a pity that Sun Wooming couldn't appreciate it. "Are you sure you're sleeping at home instead of going to some blonde to discuss the continuation of life?" Sun Wooming was exercising with dumbbells, his cell phone on the ground on speakerphone. He couldn't help laughing when he heard Gwen's slightly wary test. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in other blonde beauties. If it's not blonde, I can't guarantee it," Sun Wooming thought to himself. Gwen then smiled with satisfaction. It was not because she was suspicious, but mainly because Sun Wooming was so popular among girls. When chatting with friends, Gwen could often hear these crazy girls fantasizing about Sun Wooming and drooling. Naturally, vigilance is greatly increased. This is the pig she has raised for several years. How could it go and eat other cabbages? The two of them talked on the phone for a long time, and Gwen hung up the phone reluctantly at Helen's urging. As for Sun Wooming, he also dropped the equipment in his hands. Although he didn't get his normal amount of exercise, he had more important things to do today. He put on a black training suit and through perfect muscle control, transformed his face into that of another person. It was ordinary and far from his original handsomeness. Sun Wooming's figure flashed and disappeared in the room. Chapter 7, Continental Hotel. The killer Tao Beibai. In a corner of Wall Street in Manhattan, there is an ordinary-looking hotel. In this land where every inch of land is valuable, the entrance of this hotel was very deserted, and not a single guest went in for half a day. Many bored people once placed bets on when this hotel would go bankrupt. But even after so many years, this unconventional hotel still stands here. After disguising himself, Sun Wooming walked out of a dark alley and entered the hotel gate. In the hall, there were many people in suits and ties, chatting with glasses of wine, but when they saw Sun Wooming, they subconsciously lowered their voices. Many people were terrified and left the hall in a panic. Ignoring the gazes of the people around him, Sun Wooming went straight to the front desk. The black manager standing at the front desk smiled and said, "What a lucky day today is. Not only has our old friend returned, but you, Mr. Tao Beibai, have also come to visit us. Such special days should be recorded in the diary of mainland hotels." "Long time no see, Karen." Sun Wooming nodded and asked curiously, "Old friend, can you tell me who it is?" Karen still maintained his professional smile. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tao Beibai, you know the rules, but I believe you will also be happy to see this old friend." Sun Wooming curled his lips and said, "If you don't tell me, he will look at it himself." After searching the entire hotel's atmosphere, he indeed found a familiar feeling. He quickly remembered the other party's identity and smiled. "You're right, it's really unexpected. Please ask him to come down for a drink later." "Your will, sir. Is there anything else I can do for you?" Sun Wuming handed over a few gold coins made of pure gold. "Find me some suitable missions. As always, the difficulty doesn't matter, the closer the better. In addition, I need to customize a batch of equipment." Karen took the gold coin, operated on the computer, and said, "Room number 820, you can rest for a while. The equipment department will need some time." Sun Wuming took the room card, turned around and walked into the elevator. After he left, someone couldn't help but ask, "Who is this guy? Why did Trevor and Mac run away?" The people around him looked at him with disdain. "You don't even know Tao Beibai. Why are you still hanging around in the New York killer circle? Go back to Texas and farm as soon as possible." "What? He is Tao Beibai?" The man who asked the question couldn't help but exclaim, and unspeakable fear appeared in his eyes. Tao Beibai, the most famous killer in New York in recent years. He has made dozens of attacks without any failure. Once he sets his sights on a target, he can simply declare it dead. The most terrifying thing is that Tao Beibai doesn't know how to use any firearms. He has achieved this purely by relying on his powerful fighting skills and melee ability, which makes him even more difficult to defend against. Well, Tao Beibai is naturally Sun Wuming's alias. This name is also a tribute. Life is not easy. Wooming makes a living by performing. Feeding a Saiyan is not an easy task. Just on food, Sun Wooming spends tens of thousands of dollars a month, plus medicinal baths, nutrient solution, and training equipment. Being poor in literature but rich in martial arts is not just talk. After many twists and turns, Sun Wooming finally found a career that suits him best a few years ago. Scavenger. Here, the Mainland Hotel is a task publishing platform. Any registered member can receive or publish tasks at the Mainland Hotel. At the same time, no one is allowed to perform tasks in the hotel. The hotel will protect the safety of every guest, which is equivalent to a neutral security zone. What is special is that the common currency used in mainland hotels is not US dollars, but customized gold coins. If you want to enjoy any service, you need to pay gold coins as a price. For Sun Wooming, the best thing about mainland hotels is the many tasks, wild approaches, and good service. You can also help him customize special equipment. The training equipment at home, for example, was made by mainland hotels. The reason for coming here this time was very simple. Sun Wooming had once again bankrupted himself. In addition to stocks worth tens of millions of dollars, he had less than $100,000 in cash on hand. Money is hard to make and shit is hard to eat, in order to avoid starving to death. After retiring for half a year, Sun Wooming had to come out again and become a hard-working killer. The hotel staff was extremely efficient and quickly delivered the order that met his requirements. Kidnapping is too troublesome and time-consuming. Assassination. In Washington, too lazy to go. This has something to do with flour, so screw it. Sun Wooming fed sheets of A4 paper into the shredder one by one. He was not very satisfied with these tasks. He doesn't take on every mission. We will not answer calls that take a long time, pay little, or are for minors. As for whether the mission target is good or evil, innocent or not, it's none of his business. Finally, when he turned to the last few pictures, Sun Wooming finally found a good task. Killing the two leaders of the Hell's Kitchen Bear Brotherhood. The big leader Vladimir is $200 million, and the second leader Anatoly is $150 million. It is followed by some information about the target person's living habits and activity areas. The total cost for the two of them is $3.5 million, which is not a low price and is enough for Sun Wooming to use for a while. The only problem is, looking at the two people in the photo, Sun Wooming's face blindness attacked. These damn Russians all look the same. If they are mixed together in a group, he will have no idea who the target is. Although he could kill them all, the mission only requires him to kill two people. Wouldn't it be a loss for him if he killed them all? However, after reading the information, I determined that these two mission targets were fat sheep and should be able to make a lot of extra money. Sun Wooming decided to take on the task anyway. It incorporates some of the worldviews of John Wick, Chapter 11. The length of the story is not very long. I just want to make the world more exciting and give the protagonist a place to make money. Chapter 8, Sun Wooming, the face-blind man, a tragedy caused by a dog. Hello, Karen, it's me. Mr. Tao Beibai, please speak. I've accepted the mission from the Mousy Brotherhood. Don't let anyone else interfere. If someone accidentally kills someone, don't blame me. Without waiting for the other party to answer, Sun Wooming hung up the phone. Sometimes, in order to compete for sales, killers would often fight over a mission. The reason why Tao Beibai is so famous is because Sun Wuming once killed dozens of competitors when he was on a mission. After walking out of the room, he was ready to go see his old friend next door, who was not in a good condition. When I came to the corridor, I could clearly hear the dull sounds of fighting and cries of pain. Sun Wuming didn't stop. He kicked open the door of room 808 and walked in leisurely. The man and woman who were fighting in the room were stunned and looked over blankly. Among them, the man even cried out in surprise. Satoru, Tao Beibai, I haven't seen you for a few years. You look so different now, John. Sun Wuming shrugged and looked at the man with a smile. How is it? Do you need my help? Hearing him say this, the woman's face changed slightly. Taking advantage of John Wick's distraction, she kicked him away, rolled to the broken glass, and picked up the pistol that fell on the ground. Then he raised it up and aimed it at Sun Wuming, with his movements being very smooth and done in one go. Careful. John yelled, but it was too late. Boom, 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 3 consecutive gunshots were heard and sparks flew from the muzzle. Sun Wuming seemed to move but also seemed not to move. The two of them only felt a flash before their eyes and then nothing happened. No, it's impossible. The woman's face was full of disbelief. She fired 3 shots, 2 at the chest and 1 at the head, using standard Mozambique shooting technique. Why didn't any of the shots hit the target? It was clear that Sun Wuming didn't make any movement. Perkins, you asked for this. I originally wanted to spare your life. Sun Wuming spoke slowly, spreading out his right hand casually, and 3 crushed bullet shells fell to the ground with a tinkling sound. Perkins' pupils suddenly contracted. She remembered the legend about Tao Beibai. This man was like a ghost. Ordinary hot weapons could not cause any harm to him. Someone once sent an elite team to surround and kill him, but in the end, Tao Beibai walked out of the abandoned factory unscathed. At first, Perkins thought it was just a rumor and exaggeration. But today, she finally got to see it. This is not a rumor, not a rumor. Perkins has begun to consider retiring and is ready to give up this business, but Sun Wuming will not give her such an opportunity. Since you dare to attack him, there is no need for you to stay in this world. Boom, he appeared next to Perkins as if teleporting and punched her in the stomach without any mercy. Perkins' eyes bulged out of their sockets and his stomach churned. Wait, she's still useful. Before John could finish his words, Sun Wuming was much faster than him. He used a little force with his fist and threw Perkins out of the window like throwing garbage. Why you want to take advantage of the situation? Perkins does have a nice figure. After doing all this, Sun Wuming turned around and met John's helpless gaze. Wooming, stop joking, I'm not in the mood for this right now. But anyway, it's nice to see you. John gave Sun Wuming a hug. He didn't kill him because he wanted to get some information about Vig, which is why Perkins is still alive. Unfortunately, he met Sun Wuming. Well, if you want to know anything, why not ask that old fox Winston? He must be compensated for something like this happening in the Continental Hotel. Come on, go have a drink with me. John put his hands on his hips and shook his head helplessly. It can only be the... So because of a dog, you killed dozens of your former boss's men, and you were going to kill his son before retiring. In the nightclub, Sun Wuming held a glass of juice and listened to John Wick telling his story. On the stage, sexy dancers swayed their hot bodies, triggering waves of screams. However, neither of them had the heart to watch. No, it's more than just a dog, it's a gift from my late wife, it's the reason I live. John drank the whiskey in the glass and looked at Sun Wuming again. As for you, even though I've retired these years, I've heard Tao Beibai's name so many times that my ears are almost calloused. It's because of life. If you're not short of money, who would want to come to this shabby place? The communication between the two was very casual, like old friends. That's exactly what happened. A few years ago, John Wick had not yet retired and was the most famous killer in New York. Sun Wuming had just entered the industry, and although he was very capable, he also made a lot of jokes. For example, because of face blindness, he failed to kill the target brother, but instead killed the younger brother who issued the task. By chance, John Wick recognized that Sun Wuming's voice was very young, like that of an elementary school student, and advised Sun Wuming to mend his ways. Then he was beaten. There is no acquaintance without fighting. After a few interactions, the two became good friends, and John taught Sun Wuming a lot of experience. Even though most of them were not used, Sun Wuming still appreciated the kindness. Later, when John wanted to retire, his former boss Vig issued an impossible task. Thanks to Sun Wuming's small help, John was able to escape unscathed. This also made John always grateful to him. For his recognized friends, Sun Wuming would naturally no longer hide his identity. He revealed his true face after John retired. He usually changes his appearance to avoid daily troubles, not because he is afraid of anyone. This also made John doubt his life for a long time. It seems that this Sun Wuming, Are you really just an elementary school student, the king of schoolboy killers? This world is outrageous enough. Chapter 9, something more terrifying than a fight with Thanos. Please give me flowers and votes. Do you need my help? Son Wooming drank his juice in one gulp and asked the middle-aged man in front of him seriously. When Son Wooming first discovered the Continental Hotel, he realized that this world also incorporated the worldview of John Wick. Chapter 11. And John Wick is the protagonist of this plot. For the sake of a dog, he first killed the gangsters, then dealt with the mafia, and finally almost destroyed the high table affiliated with the mainland hotel. You can mess with John Wick, but you can't mess with his dog. If it were just an ordinary world, Son Wooming believed that he could rely on the protagonist's halo and the killing skills that were beyond human limits. John can also survive the high table, but this is a fusion world. Even if there are no mutants, there are always all kinds of strange people who obtain inhuman powers through strange ways. The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. Who knows if the Russian gangster John offended has any hidden cards in his hand? I appreciate your kindness, Spy. John Wick shook his head, his eyes full of melancholy and vicissitudes, but this is my personal matter. I must end it with my own hands. If you take my life, I will take your life. John will not use anyone else's hands in this matter. Well, if you're in danger, come to my house. You should still remember the address. Of course. John raised his glass to express his gratitude, then drank it all in one gulp. After savoring the drink for a moment, he spoke with some sadness. The biggest problem now is the clues. Perkins is dead and I can't find Vig and his useless son. Why rush? The person who delivered the clue is here. Su Wooming snapped his fingers. Waiter, another glass of orange juice. Put it on my account. From now on, all of Mr. Tao Beibai's expenses at the bar will be covered by me. Just consider it as a small apology for the unpleasantness tonight. An old voice came from behind, and the old man sat down next to John and clinked his glass with him. Mr. Wick, I didn't expect to see you again after 4 years. It's nice to see you again, Winston. The visitor was Winston, the manager of the Continental Hotel in New York. Su Wooming pouted and said, "Here comes the intelligence guy." Winston smiled slightly. Indeed, Perkins did something excessive. Even though she has paid the price, it is still the Continental Hotel's fault. Please accept this little information, Mr. Wick. He took out a piece of paper and placed it on the bar. John Wick opened it and saw the address on it, and his expression relaxed a lot. Thanks, Winston. Bye, I'm going to go back to my room now. You talk to Winston. I'll visit you after I've dealt with my injuries. Son Wooming waved his hand and watched John leave. There were only him and Winston left at the bar, and the waiter had quietly left at some point without anyone noticing. Old man, how do you think about what I told you last time? Give me the information of a few high-table seat owners, and I'll take them down, and then you can take over and do my work for me. How much money can one make as a killer? Son Wooming has read Does Capital, be the boss, exploit, only then can you make big money. Once Winston, whom he supported, had a seat at the high table, he would gradually erode it, become an elder, and take over the entire high table for himself. That's the real way to make money. What? Why didn't Son Wooming go up himself? He is a Saiyan, how can he do such a low-level thing? Even if you do it, you can't let others know, otherwise it would be so embarrassing if it gets out. Winston smiled bitterly. This was not the first time Son Wooming had advised him. Why can I call you that? Although I desire that position, I cannot do anything that betrays the high table. This would violate the rules. You know, in the dark world, the most important thing is to abide by the rules. Without rules, there is no difference between man and beast. Son Wooming sneered. That's you, perhaps facing a big shot like Guyi, he has to keep a low profile. Oh, and he has no tail anymore. But he didn't dare to move at will except for the group of mages living in seclusion in the snow-capped mountains. The dark world that Winston mentioned could not threaten his existence. This old man was firstly a coward, and secondly he felt that he might not have such power. After a moment's silence, Winston said, I heard that you accepted Brother Vladimir's mission. Well, as long as you complete the mission and get out of here safely, I can reveal something to you as a friend. Winston knew that the relationship behind the Russian brothers was very complicated, involving two of the most powerful underground forces in New York. If Son Wooming can remain safe and sound even in this situation, then he is indeed capable of being his boss. Then it's a deal. Son Wooming stood up and threw out a coin as a tip. Since you are here, why don't you accompany me to the equipment department? Those guys always hide the good stuff. Winston rose as well. Your requirements are too high, but there have been some breakthroughs recently, which should be able to meet your needs. 2 hours later, Son Wooming left the Continental Hotel contentedly. He did gain something, two brand new wristbands, the same size but weighing 400 kilograms each. There is also a vest weighing over 1,000 pounds. When he put it on, he jumped and danced as if nothing had happened. Not only the employees in the equipment department, but even Winston was shocked. I have to say, this world's black technology is quite something. With several thousand kilograms of weight hanging on his body, Sun Wuming finally felt that his body was not so floating anymore and he could hold on for a while. As for the task, he plans to do it tomorrow night. The most important task now is to go home and sleep, otherwise Gwen will find him sleeping in the hotel when she checks on him tomorrow. That would definitely be something more terrifying than fighting Thanos. Chapter 10, Gwen's Dark History. I just want to read it and not go into it. Saturday, Osborne Industries building. Gwen was wearing a white coat and a pair of silver-framed glasses. Her heroic spirit had disappeared a lot, replaced by an intellectuality. Under her leadership, a group of visiting students entered one high-tech laboratory after another. I feel like Stacy knows more about this building than you do, Peter whispered to Harry beside him. Harry Osborne rolled his eyes. I'm just a useless rich kid, and Stacy is someone who has been praised by several professors. Her authority is much higher than mine. Peter looked at his friend with contempt. You are the Prince of Osborne Industries, but you are too careless about your own industry. What are you looking at? What's wrong with wanting to be a rich second generation who just eats and waits for death? Harry was furious. After turning around, Gwen saw that it was almost done and warned with a slightly raised voice. Okay, students are free to visit any section that interests them, but please remember not to touch any items at will, so as not to cause huge losses or even hurt yourself. The crowd immediately dispersed, and Gwen finally had some free time. I looked at the time and thought that my lazy bum should be up by now. Gwen lowered her head, took out her cell phone, pushed open the door of a laboratory, and sent a video request to Sun Wuming. Soon, the situation on Sun Wuming's side appeared on the phone. At this moment, he seemed to have just woken up and was eating breakfast. However, when she saw what Sun Wuming was eating for breakfast, Gwen couldn't help but laugh out loud, and her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Eating a Big Mac early in the morning, a double-decker, won't make you fat. On the other side, Sun Wuming silently adjusted the angle of his phone to prevent Gwen from seeing the other 20 hamburgers. Then a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I can't help it, it's because I can't gain weight no matter how much I eat. Unlike some people, I weighed the same as I did in the second year of junior high school. Stop talking. Gwen's voice became shrill and her earlobes turned slightly red. These are all her dark history. When little Gwen saw Sun Wuming eating as much as he wanted and never gaining weight, she was very envious and followed him to eat. After half a semester, my weight suddenly soared by 20 kilograms. My little face became visibly rounder and I even had a double chin. Looking at Sun Wuming's unchanged appearance, little Gwen realized that she had been fooled. With tears in her eyes, Gwen spent half a year of hard training before she finally got her figure back to normal. And because of fitness, I have a better figure. From then on, Gwen regarded this experience as a dark history. Now Sun Wuming brought it up again, and Gwen got so excited that she put her palm on the table and happened to kill a spider. Spider. First of all, I didn't mess with any of you. I'm going to die anyway, so I'll bite you first. Ouch. What's wrong, Gwen? Sun Wuming looked at the screen strangely. It's okay. I think I broke an experimental device. Gwen stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and then said, I won't talk to you for now. I still have to keep an eye on the visitors and make sure they don't wander around. You just be good, okay? Sun Wuming nodded obediently, and Gwen hung up the phone with satisfaction. Looking at the spider that she had killed, she thought it had crawled in from somewhere, so she didn't pay too much attention to it and threw it directly into the trash can. After breakfast, Sun Wuming watched the news out of boredom, mainly news about Stark Industries. As the best way for time travelers to make money, he certainly did not miss out on Stark Industries stocks. But he is different from those who took advantage of Stark's announcement to close the weapons department and bought at a low point. Although he is a playboy, people never doubt Stark's ability to develop weapons. The stock price has also been rising. Every time he made money, Sun Wuming would exchange part of it for Stark Industries shares. Over the past few years, the stock price has doubled. You can get a lot of money as dividends every year, and now is also a critical time. When Tony wins the Peace Prize, Sun Wuming plans to sell all his stocks to avoid the subsequent plunge. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, all I found were reports that the rich guy slept with some cover girl or had a scandal with some female star. Then the dog owner proved that it was not a scandal. So envious, bah, so shameless. Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? After closing the browser angrily, Sun Wuming was already planning when to rob the rich and help the poor. Shall we go and see how John is doing? Since he had nothing to do, Sun Wuming decided to visit his old friend to prevent him from getting into any accidents. His perception spread out, and among the tens of millions of people in New York, Sun Wuming accurately captured John Wick's aura, changed his appearance, and teleported over. The Yadret people's teleportation range is wide, the speed is fast, and the consumption is not high. The only drawback is that you must sense the other person's aura in order to teleport to their location. If you want to go to some deserted place, there is nothing you can do. Swish! Sun Wuming's figure came to the sky above a church. Inside the church, John Wick was showing his mighty power and shooting 2 shots at everyone he met. The originally bright and holy church instantly turned into a hell on earth. Thanks to the excellent matching mechanism in the European and American regions, the surrounding residents have long been accustomed to this. Some people even curiously lay on the windowsill and watch the excitement. A gust of wind blew by, and Sun Wuming walked into the church, ignoring the river of blood around him, and went down to the secret room at the back. Found John Wick, who was about to burn the place to ashes. Hey, wait, isn't this a waste? Looking at the jewels and cash on the ground, Sun Wuming became anxious and quickly stopped him. You don't need money, but I do. I can barely afford to eat. How did you come? John was startled by the sudden appearance of Sun Wuming, and then he saw in speechlessness that Sun Wuming skillfully took out a large sack and stuffed all the previous things into it. Some checks and account books that could not be cashed were left behind with disgust. If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have known you were so careless, you loser. After stuffing the sack full, Sun Wuming finally smiled. He carried the sack in one hand and patted John's shoulder with satisfaction with the other. Let's go find that Vig. Don't worry, I'll just take a look and I promise I won't go in. Chapter 11, the gears of fate begin to turn. Gwen's abnormality, the corners of John's mouth twitched wildly. I'm in the front with bullets flying everywhere and you're following behind collecting gold coins. Is there still humanity? But when he thought about how he was the one who didn't let Sun Wuming interfere, John felt chest tightness and shortness of breath again. Forget it. He can't take the money away anyway, so he might as well give it to his own people. Seeing John nod, Sun Wuming was overjoyed and asked him to wait a moment. He teleported to his home, put down the sack, picked up a bigger one, and Sun Wuming appeared in front of John again. The whole process takes no more than 3 seconds. John looked at Sun Wuming with envy. People with special abilities are like bugs. This ability to appear and disappear at will is enough to secure Sun Wuming's position as the king of assassins. What's more, the opponent has even more terrifying combat power. How can an ordinary person like him who plays with guns survive? Shaking his head, John stopped thinking about those things. The most important thing now was to find Vig. Killed his son to avenge his dog. A fire burned the remaining items, which contained not only the shameful account books, but also a lot of evidence of bribery that could threaten the congressman. These things are Vig's lifeblood. After doing all this, John got a car from somewhere and brought Sun Wuming to Brooklyn. There are 3 guys on the roof, 2 in the garage, 2 at the front door, and 3 snipers on the roof of the building opposite. As for the house, there are several people gathered together. The Vig you're looking for should be inside. Sun Wuming had never seen Vig, nor did he remember his aura, so he could only say this to John. Thank you. John nodded, parked the car in a safe place, checked his equipment, and touched it like a ghost. With Sun Wuming's guidance, John managed to sneak into the villa with almost no effort. Meanwhile, Vig had just received the news that his secret base had been destroyed and was about to settle the score with John, but he was found at his doorstep. After some negotiations, John got his son's position. I won't go with you, the rest are just minions. Sun Wuming said. John looked at the villa, hesitated for a moment and nodded. I see. Vig was his former boss, and out of consideration for their friendship, John would not kill him, but Sun Wuming had no scruples. Smilingly waving to John, who was driving away, Sun Wuming returned to the villa. After half an hour. Carrying his gains of the day, Sun Wuming once again came to the Continental Hotel. Karen, please take care of these and convert them all into US dollars and transfer them to my account. Don't be too shabby or I'll call your boss to account. In the United States, you can mess with the CIA, the FBI, and even SHIELD, but the only thing you can't mess with is the IRS. Even if the money is earned from robbery, it still has to be taxed. Sun Wuming felt very painful, but he still had to wash it honestly to avoid subsequent troubles. But this also has its advantages. As long as taxes are paid, it is legal income. Karen looked at the sacks of cash and jewelry on the ground with an unusually calm expression. He asked his employees to carry them away and said to Sun Wuming with a smile, "It will take about 3 to 5 working days. Don't worry, Mr. Taobeibai, the hotel will definitely choose the best way to remit the money to your account. 20%. If the loss exceeds 20%, I will immediately complain to Winston about you. Sun Wooming raised 2 fingers and said seriously. Mr. Tao Bei by this. Karen's smile turned into a bitter smile. Generally, the loss from money laundering and tax payment is at least 40%, but Sun Wooming cut it in half right away. If the mainland hotel takes this business, it will not only not make any money, but may even lose money. In desperation, he could only ask his boss for instructions first. After Winston heard this, he was silent for 2 seconds and then said, "Promise him." Osborne Industries, Gwen wasn't feeling well at the moment. She was bitten when she swatted a spider to death in the morning. At this time, there was a small wound on the white palm, which had begun to turn red and swell just like a mosquito bite. If it were just that, it would be fine. But since a while ago, Gwen felt that her head was a little dizzy, her senses became very sharp, and she could hear all kinds of noisy sounds very clearly. After seeing off the last visitor, Gwen forced herself to say hello to Dr. Connors despite her discomfort and hurried away. When she got home, she lay on the bed sweating profusely. When Helen came back from buying groceries, she was shocked to see her daughter's appearance. I wanted to send her to the hospital immediately. Mom, I'm fine. Maybe I just caught a cold. Just let me get some sleep. Gwen insisted that she really didn't like the atmosphere of the hospital. Seeing her daughter so persistent, Helen no longer forced her. She took out the antipyretic medicine at home and fed it to Gwen, then let her have a good rest. If the condition doesn't improve at night, you must go to the hospital. Helen gently closed the door of Gwen's room, thought for a moment, and then called Sun Wooming again. Wuming, Gwen seems to be feeling unwell. If you're okay, come check on her. Why does Gwen have a fever? After receiving the call, Sun Wooming looked a little surprised. He was full of energy during the video call in the morning. How come he had a fever after a few hours? He had just left the Continental Hotel at this time. After hanging up the phone with Helen, he did not dare to delay and came to Gwen's apartment as quickly as possible. Wooming, how come you came so quickly? Helen was also very surprised to see Sun Wooming arriving at the door of her house in just a few minutes. I just happened to be here to hang out with Gwen, and I just happened to be downstairs, Auntie. Is that so? Helen didn't think much about it and stepped aside to let Sun Wooming come in. Gwen just took antipyretics. She should not be asleep yet. Go and take a look. I know, Auntie. Sun Wooming blinked and carefully pushed open the girl's door. What came into view was the image of Gwen lying quietly on the bed, her blonde hair sticking to her cheeks due to sweating. Sun Wooming's pupils shrank slightly. The girl's aura changed. Chapter 12 is very urgent. Kingmei wants to be Spider-Woman. Will she be sacrificed? Walking to the head of the bed, Sun Wooming sat on a chair and just looked at the sleeping girl quietly. But his heart was far from being as calm as he appeared. Gwen's energy was very unstable at this time, and even when she was asleep, it was rising at a very fast rate. If an ordinary person has 5 units of chi, then Gwen had 7 to 8 units because of his regular fitness. But now, Gwen's anger has risen to 50, 60, even 70, and it is still rising. Because of this, her body felt a little hot and she looked like she had a fever. But Sun Wooming could sense that Gwen's chi was full of vitality and very healthy. This is just a measurement. Do not substitute it into the combat power system of Dragon Ball. What made him so silent was that he didn't expect that in this world, it was not Garfield who took the path of Spider-Man. It's not Peter, the Dutch brother who might appear in a few years, but his childhood sweetheart. In Marvel, childhood sweetheart Gwen wants to be Spider-Man. Will he be used as a sacrifice? Oh, he's a Saiyan, that's fine. Sun Wooming breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a false alarm, just a false alarm. After all, in the end, every Spider-Man loses all his friends and relatives to death and is left alone. He still had to panic for 2 seconds to show respect. But if you think about it carefully, Spider-Gwen is not bad either, with that tight-fitting battle suit, and her attack speed and critical strike are maxed out. It's a pity that Gwen has short hair and can't wear it in a ponytail, otherwise she would even have a steering wheel. He sat next to Gwen for 2 hours until her energy stabilized, and then Sun Wooming was ready to leave. He knew that this was because the transformation brought about by the spider gene was basically complete. All that remains is training or gradually becoming stronger over time until you reach the upper limit of this form. Auntie, Gwen's fever has gone away, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Is the fever gone? That's good. Thank you for your understanding. Helen breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She saw through the open door that Gwen was sleeping soundly, but she didn't disturb her. George will take some time to come back. Let me make you something to eat first. No thanks, Auntie. Sun Wooming declined. He still had work to do tonight, so he made up an excuse and left Gwen's house. Instead of using teleportation to return to his home, Sun Wuming just walked slowly on the street. As night falls, the combination of neon lights and skyscrapers makes the city full of luxury and extravagance. The men and women on the street were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes and smiling freely. The Big Apple has always been like this, with countless unknown evils hidden behind its prosperity. It can be said that one thought can lead to heaven or hell. The previous Sun Wuming would not consider these things. He had the Saiyan's bellicosity, but also had the indifferent mentality brought over from his previous life. If the world were destroyed, Sun Wuming would certainly not stand idly by, because he needed such a colorful world to provide the basis for all kinds of enjoyment. But what is crime, justice, and evil? That is something the police and so-called superheroes need to consider. It doesn't work now. It's easy to imagine what path Gwen will take in the future. He didn't care about justice, but he cared about the young girl he had raised for so many years. Originally, Sun Wuming planned to let Gwen live a carefree and happy life for decades. Then he found a means of immortality from the universe, and the two of them retired together, shamelessly, until eternity. But now it seems that I have to find a time to confront Gwen and teach her some skills in using chi to increase her combat effectiveness. This is the only way to ensure the safety of the girl. I'm worried. I don't know if Gwen will be angry if she knows that I kept it a secret from her for so long. I will. Before he knew it, he had reached the door of his home and Sun Wuming's side. He is in a bad mood now, so I need to vent. Hell's Kitchen, officially Clinton. Whether in this world or in the world before Sun Wuming traveled through, he is a famous existence. Look to the United States for world crime, and look to New York for U.S. crime. If you want to know about New York crime, then you have to watch Hell's Kitchen. This area, located in Manhattan, not too far from Wall Street, should have been a prime location with great commercial value. But the population here is a mixed bag, and it is the first stop for illegal immigrants of all races after arriving in New York. There are more people involved with the underworld than normal people. Over time, Hell's Kitchen has become a lawless area. The authorities turned a blind eye, and as long as the situation was not too outrageous, they would pretend nothing had happened. And for every time traveler, Hell's Kitchen and Kingpin are the best novice villages for leveling up. If you haven't fought Kingpin, you'd be embarrassed to say that you traveled to the Marvel world. Sun Wuming also came here to gain experience for a while, but because he progressed too quickly, he completed the whole map in just 1 or 2 months. It has been several years since I last set foot here. The last time seemed to be in elementary school. Stop, robbery, put both hands up. Sun Wuming's face was solemn, but he continued walking. I didn't get enough sleep today and I'm having hallucinations. There was clearly no one there, so how could I hear any sound? Fuck, I told you to stop, did you hear me? It was the same sound again, this time Sun Wuming saw it. 2 rows of big white teeth, one above and one below, were exposed, under the dim light of the convenience store in the distance. Finally, I could barely make out the outlines of 2 human figures. One of them was holding a machete and the other was holding a gun and pointing it at Sun Wuming. Sun Wuming was speechless. It's worthy of being called Hell's Kitchen. It's just a little after 9 o'clock and the robbers are so blatant. What made him even more speechless are the racial talents of these 2 black BS so powerful. With his eyesight, he had to look carefully to see it. Did you 2 just sneak in from the black state? Why are your colors so pure? Brother, what does he mean? The black man holding the machete asked blankly. Idiot, he is racist against us. Chapter 13, a slight brain collapse tilde. A minute later, the younger of the 2 black men knelt on the ground, looking at Sun Wuming in fear, who was still 4 or 5 meters away from him. That look didn't seem like he was looking at a person, but more like he was looking at a devil. Just now, a blue light came out from this man's fingers, and his elder brother was blasted into a bloody mist, and that finger was now pointing at his head. Want to live, nigger? Sun Wuming asked softly. This race's talent was still something, at least it made him feel a little fearful. What are you afraid of? Of course, he didn't dare to bombard his opponent with his fists and knives. If your hands are dirty, you have to wash them, at least until you remove a layer of skin before they become clean. Otherwise, why would Sun Wuming use Qigong bullet to deal with a farm tool? It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. I want to. Boss, spare my life. The black man was kneeling on the ground and was almost kowtowing, hoping that Sun Wuming would just treat him like a piece of shit and let him go. As for racial discrimination, you can discriminate as you like. No, that is not discrimination, that is objective evaluation. Take me to this place if you want to live. Sun Wuming threw over a piece of paper with the address of the Mousy brothers on it. After seeing the address clearly, the black man hesitated for a moment. As someone who lived in this area, he naturally knew what this place represented, but after looking at the finger that had already lit up, he made a decision immediately. Boss, I'll take you there right now. On street number 13, there is a seemingly abandoned and dilapidated factory building, which is the hidden base of the Russian Brotherhood. This place is very close to an abandoned dock. It is abandoned on the surface, but that is just the statement given to the public. For these criminal gangs, it is the best smuggling route. This group of Russian brotherhoods is responsible for exporting the flour produced by the hand overseas, with the main destination being the Russian homeland. But recently they have had some problems with their business. A few nosy social idlers suddenly appeared in Hell's Kitchen, hindering the normal development of New York's economy at night. 2 shipments have already been disrupted by them. One is called Daredevil, one is called Iron Fist, but the most terrifying one is the Punisher. The first 2 won't kill anyone, but the last one is terrifying as it's designed to kill people. Brother, we are a pillar industry in New York, okay? We pay taxes. Who gave you the right to harm taxpayers? Thinking back to Mrs. Gao's warning to him in the morning, the big boss Vladimir's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He looked at his men. If there's any problem with this batch of goods tonight, then neither the Kingpin nor the Hand will be able to tolerate us. We can't stay in this Hell's Kitchen anymore. Be alert and shoot those who get in the way. If the pistol doesn't work, throw me grenades and fire the bazooka. As long as you make sure these goods are shipped out, I'll take the brunt of any mess you make. Vladimir's roar echoed in the empty factory building. A group of younger brothers also showed confidence. Ula. At this moment, an inappropriate voice seemed very abrupt. You guys can still get a bazooka. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on the person who was speaking. Son Wooming was sitting high on the beam, swinging his legs in a nonchalant manner. Who are you? Vladimir asked, waving his hand calmly, and several younger brothers tiptoed to find the angle, took out their guns, and pointed them at Son Wooming. Under the halo, Son Wooming's face appeared a little blurry, but his features could still be seen. No mask, not Daredevil. Not the farm tool complexion, so not the invulnerable weirdo Luke Cage. As for the Punisher, it is even more impossible. The Punisher never talks nonsense. If it were him, this place would have turned into a sea of fire by now. Vladimir's face turned green. Another nosy person pops up. Son Wooming did not answer but asked, You are Vladimir, right? Then who is your brother Anatoly? These Russian guys are all big and short with blonde hair and a crew cut. He really can't tell who is who. Sakabuli, I am the same, what's the problem? A golden-haired one spoke irritably. That's it. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. The next second, everyone present was shocked. Sun Wooming's figure had disappeared from the beam. Hurry up and find him. Vladimir yelled, and Anatoly's eyes blurred, and he saw that the man was very close. It's good to have a bad mouth. This way you die quickly and can be reincarnated sooner. Sun Wooming muttered to himself. His movements seemed slow but were actually fast, and his head popped up like a joke. Then Anatoly's brain exploded. Boom! The watermelon broke into pieces, and the red and white cuties mixed together and smeared on the faces of several people nearby. Their expressions were stunned, and they didn't react at all. Some people even licked it subconsciously and then retched wildly. It must be said that as the eldest brother, Vladimir was the first to come to his senses. He witnessed his brother being killed with his own eyes. His eyes turned red and he looked like a madman. Kill him, ta-ta-ta-ta. Hearing the boss's orders, the younger brothers drew their weapons one after another. The sound of shooting continued, and they even accidentally injured their own people. Sun Wooming did not dodge or evade. Instead, a visible blue aura burst out from his body, like an indestructible shield that blocked all the bullets. Seeing this scene, the members of the Russian Brotherhood were shocked. What is this, Superman? I wanted to spare your lives. After all, no one wants to buy your lives. Sun Wooming sighed. He hated the feeling of being taken advantage of for free. But since we've attacked him, we're already enemies, so why should we let him live? What if a protagonist with extraordinary luck comes out and pins this Saiyan to the ground and beats him? So for safety reasons, Sun Wooming decided to send them all to see God. There were constant screams in the huge factory, but they lasted for a very short time. It took only a minute before everything returned to calm. Only Sun Wooming was left standing. There were broken limbs and arms on the ground, and blood was flowing like a river. Any normal person would probably vomit after seeing this, but Sun Wooming did not feel any discomfort at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable. Well, it's all because of the Saiyan bloodline. He was a model student and one of the first good kids to wear a red scarf. How could he be so violent? Chapter 14, The Defenders, the Hand, and Kingpin Boom. After taking away all the cash and valuables, Sun Wooming started a fire, burning the body and the flour and blood bags inside. Yes, in addition to flour, Sun Wuming also unexpectedly discovered that there were a large number of blood bags in a refrigerator. Thousands of bags of blood placed together looked creepy under the cold light. As for why Mousy wanted to collect so much blood, Sun Wuming probably had a guess. But he didn't mean to pay attention. There are too many monsters and demons in this world. Sun Wuming feels like he will be exhausted to death if he tries to deal with all of them when he encounters them. Hello, takeaway number 9527 has been delivered. Please check it. If there is no problem, please click to confirm receipt. Okay, sir, we will verify it as soon as possible, and your delivery fee will be credited to your account immediately after verification. After hanging up the phone, Sun Wuming disappeared into the night. 10 minutes later, city cleaning trucks and fire trucks arrived and the fire was put out. Several people dressed as cleaners walked into the abandoned factory, checked it carefully, and left quickly. Sun Wuming's special mobile phone soon received a text message from the bank. Dear customer, you have transferred 35 million yuan into your account at the New York Rural Credit Union, and the current balance is 574 million yuan. The money has been taxed, and you can spend it however you want without anyone checking. Seeing that the balance had returned to 7 figures, Sun Wuming felt temporarily relieved and went into the basement to exercise in a happy mood. After finishing this order, he can rest for a while. In Hell's Kitchen, the flames rising into the sky were clearly visible from almost half of the city, touching the hearts of countless people. In the dark night, Daredevil, wearing a red and black uniform, stood on the top of the building. He determined the direction of the fire by the sound of the wind and said in a deep voice, "It's Vladimir's base, something happened there. Damn it, you, a blind man, are more sensitive than me. Do you know what I ate at night?" Beside him, Iron Fist Luke Cage was mumbling, and his innate talent made his speech sound like rap. "The salmon and boiled beans you had for lunch on that burrito are a terrible combination." "Damn, you really do know." Daredevil didn't even look back. "Are there any new people entering Hell's Kitchen? There has been no movement from the Hand and Kingpin tonight. This is definitely not something they did. No matter who it is, it's wrong for him to do this." He smelled blood and a sickening barbecue smell. "I knew in my heart that another tragedy must have happened there." Across a distance of several kilometers, it seemed that the end of the Russian Brotherhood had been seen. Walking in the darkness, Daredevil is protecting the city in his own way. He was not afraid to use violence, but always refused to kill anyone. Even if that person was guilty, he would hand him over to the law for trial. What happened tonight has undoubtedly touched Daredevil's bottom line. "Is that you, Frank?" Iron Fist didn't hear Daredevil's whisper clearly, but he felt very happy. "I don't know how many people and families were harmed by the flour circulated through the Russian Brotherhood. Killing them like this is simply doing charity. If I meet him, I will definitely have a drink with him." United Construction Company. On the surface, this is just an ordinary construction company, but it is powerful, has abundant capital flow, and is very famous in Hell's Kitchen. But secretly, the Hand's headquarters is actually in New York. The Hand is an ancient evil organization founded by 5 people, known as the 5 Fingers. All 5 of them are traders from the legendary Kunlun. Their greatest wish is to find the dragon bones and gain true immortality. Through the window, Mrs. Gao, one of the 5 Fingers, stared at the direction of the fire with anger flashing in her eyes. She had just delivered the goods to those Russians today, but something went wrong in the evening. The consecutive losses were so severe that even a wealthy woman like Mrs. Gao could hardly bear it. "Don't let me catch you, otherwise I will make sure you know that there are many things in this world that are more terrible than death." Mrs. Gao's voice was like a ghost, and several masked ninjas suddenly appeared behind her. "Investigate it for me, find out who is so bold as to touch the things of my hand." "Have you succeeded? You are worthy of being the assassin king in the mainland hotel." In a luxurious apartment, Wilson Fisk, who was as strong as a bear, was wearing a white suit and eating steak meticulously. His movements were so standard that anyone who saw him would praise him as a gentleman. But only those who know and understand the existence of Wilson Fisk, aka Kingpin, will understand. Hidden beneath this gentleman's appearance is a beast-like mind. Vicious, cunning, cruel, and tyrannical. All negative words can be applied to him. "Boss, the brothers over there sent me news that, except for a few individuals, the Mousy army has been completely wiped out. From now on, it will be impossible for the Hand to bypass you in the flour business. Isn't this exactly what we want, Wesley?" Kingpin wiped the corner of his mouth slowly. "Hell's Kitchen, no, the whole of New York is my city. Any criminal behavior should be under my control. Only in this way can this desperate city usher in true order." It is very clear at this point that it was Jin Bing who hired assassins to kill Vladimir's brothers. In Hell's Kitchen, the two biggest forces are undoubtedly Kingpin and the Hand. There is both cooperation and confrontation between the two. The reason why Jin Bing asked the mainland hotels to take action was to cut off the lifeline of the Hand's external transportation, forcing them to rely on themselves to continue shipping. But Jin Bing didn't expect that the hired killer not only killed the target, but also got a lot of extra benefits. This also made him admire talented people. Wesley, find a way to find the information about Tao Beibai and ask him to come and meet me. Jin Bing instructed softly. Yes, I will contact the Continental Hotel. Kingpin nodded and continued to taste his steak and red wine. He was in a good mood. Not only was the Vladimir brothers killed, but another Russian gang in the city was also destroyed by John Wick of the Continental Hotel. The two forces disappeared in an instant, and a large piece of fat was placed in front of them just like this steak. Let him be slaughtered. Chapter 15. Gwen, go out. Do you want to see me change clothes? Sun Wooming didn't know that he had attracted so many people's attention just by completing a mission. The landscape of Hell's Kitchen also began to change quietly. Daredevil is looking for him, and so is the Hand. What's even more ridiculous is that Jin Bing actually wanted to recruit him. If Sun Wooming knew this, he would definitely laugh so hard that his abdominal muscles would tremble. An ant actually wants to tame an elephant. Even Kingpin is not as outrageous as this. Sun Wooming has always had only one attitude towards this recognized Marvel time traveler novice village. When children play house, just play by yourself. Don't mess with me. It is Stacy's house. Gwen slept soundly until the early morning, then she got up from the bed in a daze. What happened? Gwen covered her head in pain, her eyes wide open. She felt like her head was about to explode, but she was in extremely good spirits. She could hear every movement around her, and even a bug outside the window. She could clearly see the pair of thin wings. Subconsciously, she wanted to get up, but Gwen was horrified to find that the mattress was stuck to her hands and was lifted up along with them. Things weighing dozens of kilograms are as if they have no weight. When ordinary people gain superhuman powers, their first reaction is usually fear and terror. It is not the kind of fantasy we usually talk about, which is the idea that after gaining superpowers, one can go to heaven and earth and do whatever one wants. If a person can immediately accept his own mutation, he is also a talent. But obviously Gwen is not. She is just an ordinary, beautiful girl. The sudden change made her lose her composure. Due to the inability to control the sudden surge of power and the unstable mentality, the originally tidy boudoir soon became messy. The alarm clock was smashed to pieces by a slap, and deep palm prints were left on the solid wooden desk. I tried to go out, but the door handle was pulled off. The noise Gwen made was soon noticed by George. He did not disturb the sleeping Helen and walked quietly to the door of Gwen's room. He heard the voice coming from inside and asked, "Gwen, are you okay?" Inside the room, the girl who was still struggling with the bra stuck to her hand was stunned and said quickly, "Dad, did I disturb you? Sorry." "No, my dear girl," Mr. George denied hastily. In this privacy-conscious country, even parents cannot easily enter their daughter's room. He just stood at the door and continued to ask, "I just heard some noises. Do you need Dad's help?" "No, that's okay. I just accidentally knocked over the water cup and I've cleaned it up now." The girl quickly refused. She absolutely could not let her father see the current state of the house. George didn't insist any longer. He just told Gwen to get more rest and left the door. Even though the footsteps were very light, Gwen was sure that her father had gone far away, and she slowly breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly discovered that this strange ability that suddenly appeared was quite useful. All of a sudden, Gwen's panic dissipated a lot. It is Sunday. Sun Wooming got up early, which was rare for him. After a simple wash, he took a walk to Gwen's house. "I also bought some breakfast on the way. How did you come?" Because it was Sunday, George had a rare day off at home. When Sun Wooming came, he was sitting at the dining table reading a newspaper. The fire in Hell's Kitchen dominated the headlines last night, with the official cause being a gas explosion. As the commissioner of the New York Police Department, Mr. George naturally knew the inside story and was frowning at this moment. Gwen was even more annoyed to see Sun Wooming coming to see her so early. Damn it. This brat wants to snatch away the chance to spend a day with my daughter. I came to see Gwen, uncle. Sun Wooming didn't care at all when faced with George's dark face. Poor Mr. George was undoubtedly at the bottom of the food chain in this family. As long as Helen and Gwen were happy with him, it didn't matter if George disliked him. To be honest, Sun Wooming still understands the old father's feelings. If he has a daughter in the future and someone wants to kidnap her, well, that's not impossible. Let's defeat this Saiyan first. What? You can't even beat a Saiyan. What qualifications do you have to date my daughter? Aunt Helen, you probably haven't had breakfast yet. I bought this from the branch store on the corner. Wuming is still the best. He is not like someone who wakes up in the morning like a big shot. Helen took the breakfast with a smile, looking at the someone in her mouth with a half smile. George, this can all touch me. Sure enough, this guy is my nemesis. After briefly chatting with Helen, Sun Wuming did not forget his main purpose. He knocked softly on Gwen's door and soon got a response. Come in, Wuming. Sun Wuming walked in and took a quick look. It looked no different from the last time he came, but he still noticed the handprints on the desk and the broken pieces of the alarm clock in the trash can. Gwen's eyes showed a trace of panic. What are you looking at? You can't look around in a girl's room. You are more familiar with my room than I am. I'll just take a look and see what's there. Sun Wuming shrugged. It seems that you are fine now. I feel relieved now. Sun Wuming could feel that the energy emanating from Gwen was hundreds of times stronger than before and was unusually stable. Spider-Gwen is born. He sat on the chair, looking at Gwen, and looked her up and down under the other's somewhat embarrassed and annoyed gaze, and said in surprise, "Why did you suddenly grow taller? Really, why didn't I feel it?" Gwen was stunned. She didn't even notice it herself. Sun Wuming pointed speechlessly at Gwen's fair little feet and exposed ankles. I haven't noticed that my pajamas don't fit anymore. Oh, maybe I'm just like you lately, eating a lot. I'm still a child and still growing. You must have not noticed my changes recently and you only discovered it today. Tell me, are you looking at another woman? Gwen took advantage of her status as a woman and quickly found a suitable excuse and turned the tables. The beautiful big eyes glared at Sun Wuming fiercely, making him laugh and cry. In fact, Gwen was also struggling with whether or not to tell Sun Wuming about the changes that had taken place in herself. It's not about distrust or lack of closeness. Gwen was just worried that her changes would scare the boy. She was even a little afraid that Wooming might think of her as a monster. This question had been bothering her all night, and it was only just now that Gwen made up her mind. Hide everything first, and then reveal it to Wooming when the right opportunity comes. Although he couldn't see the struggle in Gwen's heart, Sun Wooming could feel that his childhood sweetheart was in a very unstable emotional state. So I deliberately changed the topic and stopped talking about those sensitive issues. Sure enough, the girl gradually returned to normal and a bright smile appeared on her face again. Looking at the sunny weather, Gwen became interested. Wooming, let's go shopping. I want to buy some new clothes. Sun Wooming nodded indifferently. It's up to you. I'm fine with it. Looking at the boy who was sitting motionless on the chair like a master, Gwen scolded him. Then go out. How can I change clothes if you're here? Chapter 16. Gwen next door has grown up. Sun Wooming has a perfect figure. An hour later, when Sun Wooming collapsed on the sofa and fell asleep, Gwen was finally ready. The carefully dressed girl is eye-catching. Her slim trousers have become cropped trousers, revealing her fair ankles. The pink shirt looks wavy on the body, and if it is replaced with Pikachu, it can also create a big curve. Although she is only 16 years old, the girl has grown up and exudes feminine charm. Perhaps it was the influence of the spider gene. Sun Wooming felt that Gwen's skin became smoother like milk. I really want to try it. The kind that slurps. Let's go. Gwen was very satisfied that Sun Wooming's eyes were fixed on her. Women dress up to please themselves and spend so much effort, isn't it just to see the infatuated gaze of their loved ones? Gwen happily held Wooming's arm and waved to her parents. Dad, Mom, Wooming and I are going shopping. You don't have to cook for me at noon. Okay, this is Helen. Remember to come back early in the evening. Don't wait for me to call. This is George. Know it. Gwen waved her hand nonchalantly, winked at her mother, and quickly ran away with Wooming. It was not until she went downstairs that she breathed a sigh of relief and said with a headache, Dad has been getting stricter with me lately. He'll call me if he gets home after 7 o'clock. Really? I'm not a kid anymore. Sun Wooming curled his lips and didn't respond. He is worried that you will bring a child back. After taking a taxi, the two headed straight to Macy's in Herald Square in the center of Manhattan. This Macy's has nothing to do with the Messi who plays football. Macy's is the most prestigious large department store in the United States, with a history of nearly 100 years. Inside, you can find any luxury brand in the world. Having just earned some living expenses yesterday, Sun Wooming would not treat Gwen badly. As soon as the two arrived at the place, they attracted a lot of attention as soon as they got out of the car. Sun Wooming is 185 meters tall, with perfect muscles and handsome looks, each of which hits the G-spot of these European and American big-boobed girls. Many women looked at him with eyes that were almost dripping with tears. Gwen also grew a lot after being bitten by the spider, and now is about 172 meters tall. A pair of long legs not much different from Sun Wooming's. Many passersby looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman, which caused dissatisfaction among their companions. Sun Wuming didn't care about the eyes of passersby at all. Gwen's mind was all on shopping, so she took his hand and started shopping. Not only did she buy it for herself, she also wanted to buy it for Sun Wuming. Shark waist, dog back, bat back. Even though Gwen often looks at Sun Wuming's figure, she still becomes obsessed with him from time to time. It's such a good clothes rack, it's such a waste to wear training clothes every day. Gwen, please forgive me, I'm too lazy to wear all the clothes I bought. Sun Wuming begged for mercy with a bitter face. He could still bear to be accompanied shopping, but he had to change a lot of clothes every time he entered a store, which was simply torture. 5 pieces, I'll buy you 5 pieces, okay? Gwen begged, blinking her big eyes. Okay, it's a deal, let's try 5 times. It turns out that Sun Wuming is still young. Gwen said to buy 5 pieces, not try 5 pieces. After going around in a circle, my body no longer belongs to me. Gwen also gained a lot. She had changed all her clothes and had so many packed bags in her hands that she could hardly hold them all. There are my own and also Sun Wuming's. Although the family is well off, with such spending, Gwen would not be able to afford it even if she squeezed Mr. George dry. All this money was paid by Sun Wuming. In the past, Gwen was very reluctant to spend Sun Wuming's money, but in the end she was persuaded. You wear these beautiful clothes for me to see, and you will be mine from now on, so these clothes are not bought for you. I bought it for myself. After a lot of CPU and disguised confession, little Gwen was confused and she even thought that what Sun Wuming said made sense. From then on, I was no longer so resistant. I would buy clothes and other things if he wanted to. However, Gwen was also a little confused about where Sun Wuming got all the money. Sun Wuming was also prepared for this. He took out his stock account and showed it to Gwen. After seeing the 8-digit stock of Stark Industries, Gwen understood everything. Given Stark Industries' good performance, the dividends alone are a considerable sum. Let's go eat. What would you like to eat? After handing all the things over to the department store staff and asking them to send them back to Sun Wuming's home, Gwen turned her head and asked. Sun Wuming was already exhausted and collapsed on the sofa. Meat, I want to eat meat. Damn, shopping with girls is so tiring. He would rather fight with Frieza than spend another afternoon shopping with Gwen. Then let's go for steak, it's what you want best. Gwen blinked, the meal is on my table. Sun Wuming pretended to be vicious, then I will eat you out of money. A man is a man of his word and he will do what he says. Since he said he wanted to eat Gwen out of money, Sun Wuming would definitely not give in. In a high-end restaurant under Gwen's painful gaze, Sun Wuming showed off 5 of the largest steaks in a row and then stopped with a feeling of being unsatisfied. Bad guy. You've eaten up all my pocket money this month. Gwen was in tears. Not only was her pocket money for this month eaten up, but her little piggy bank was also depleted. Gwen was already regretting choosing such an expensive restaurant. This guy should be allowed to eat at McDonald's. Facing the girl's scolding, Sun Wukong was very confident. You were the one who said you wanted to treat me, and you also picked the store. Why are you blaming me? Besides, you ate a lot yourself. Gwen's pretty face blushed and her appetite became much bigger. She ate 2 steaks in one meal. Stop talking. Gwen glared at the boy fiercely and stood up and left. Hey, do you still want to go shopping? No more shopping, let's go to your house and have a rest. Sun Wuming followed Gwen out of the restaurant in 2 or 3 steps but found that she was standing there and couldn't help feeling a little confused. What happened? Look over there, is that Parker? Sun Wuming looked in the direction Gwen pointed and found that the person waiting for the red light was his personal homework proofreader, Peter Parker. Thanks to Xiungying QTM for the 1,000-point reward. This picture is a little late, mainly because I was too busy today. I have to watch the LPL playoffs, watch Gear 5 Luffy, and also find some time to criticize the dung-cleaning boy. Tired. Chapter 17, Sun Wuming, you should shave your hair. Gwen, please give me flowers and votes. Peter. At the traffic light, Sun Wuming roared, and instantly a dozen people turned around to look behind them. In the United States, the name Peter is as common as Zhang Wei in Dragon Country. You can meet someone named Peter every few steps. There are so many people at the traffic light that it would be considered a small number if a dozen of them turned back. When they saw that it was not someone they knew, these people turned around and pretended nothing had happened to avoid embarrassment. Only Peter Parker came over, a smile on his face. Wooming, I didn't expect to see you here. At this time, he saw Gwen beside Sun Wuming again, and the smile on her face became ambiguous. Are you guys on a date? Yes. Wooming admitted it generously, earning a roll of the eyes from Gwen, but she did not refute it. I'm just a little embarrassed. What about you? You're not at home at noon. What are you doing in Manhattan alone? Well, Peter scratched his head embarrassedly. I became Dr. Connor's intern and now I'm on my way to Osborne Building. Sun Wuming was also a little surprised to hear this answer. You're quite capable. He could clearly sense that Peter's aura had not changed at all and was still at the level of an ordinary person. This means he has not been bitten by a spider. But even so, he still established a connection with Dr. Lizard. It has to be said that although fate is illusory, it does have traces of its existence. Then keep going. With Dr. Connor's recommendation letter, you should be able to choose a good university. Sun Wuming encouraged Gwen a few words, then said goodbye and prepared to take Gwen home. Looking at the intimate figures of the two, Peter couldn't help but reveal an envious look in his eyes. When will the relationship between him and his MJ become like that between Wooming and Gwen? By the way, Gwen and MJ are members of the same band. Should I ask Wooming for help and let Gwen give me some advice? The traffic light turned green again, and Peter shook his head, temporarily putting his romantic feelings aside. The most important thing now is to help Dr. Connors complete the anti-life equation and develop a drug that can regenerate severed limbs. In that case, fame and wealth will naturally come, and pursuing MJ will be much easier. I didn't expect Parker to be chosen by Dr. Connors. I don't know whether it is his luck or misfortune. After returning home, Sun Wuming started exercising, and Gwen sat on a chair, swinging her long legs, and chatted with him about some gossip about Osborne Industries. Recently, the board of directors has been very dissatisfied with his lack of research results. It is said that they are going to shut down the experiment soon. Those capitalists only care about their own profits and have no long-term vision. At the end, Gwen felt a little unfair for Dr. Connors. I think it's normal. Sun Wuming did push-ups while discussing with Gwen. The purpose of doing business is to make money. No one wants to support a PhD who has not produced any results in more than 10 years. How much do you think Dr. Connors costs Osborne Industries every year? This. Gwen was speechless and didn't know how to answer for a moment. But science is like this. Not all efforts will be rewarded. Many discoveries are the result of a flash of inspiration. But you can't ask Osborne Industries to wait unconditionally for his sudden inspiration, right? They've already waited long enough. Sun Wuming did push-ups so quickly that some young women blushed and were eager to try. Gwen, this world needs compassion, but compassion cannot be excessive. Don't worry about things that are beyond your ability. Sun Wuming meant something, but Gwen didn't understand it now. He only hoped that Gwen would learn something from those words once Spider-Woman showed up. Humph, bad guy, you come to lecture me again. Gwen pouted cutely and sat on Sun Wuming's back, acting as a weight for him. Unfortunately, the girl's weight did not bring any pressure to Sun Wuming. On the contrary, the amazing elasticity made his blood boil and his movements became larger and larger. Why are you rewarding me? After a while, Gwen ran away blushing. This guy's physical strength is a monster. After just an hour, Sun Wuming finished his exercise and watched a boring American variety show with Gwen. In fact, it doesn't matter what's on TV. What's important is that two people watch it together. In the past, Gwen often came to Sun Wuming's house on weekends, and the two of them spent the day peacefully. But today her mood was a little up and down. Sun Wuming didn't know that what he just said had already had an impact on Gwen. Don't worry about things that are beyond your ability. What are my abilities now? The girl was confused. By now she had to admit that her body had changed. Strength, agility, perception. These are completely beyond the scope of an ordinary person. Now that she has gained these powers, what will she do with them? Over the course of the afternoon, Gwen's thoughts gradually became clear, and enlightenment appeared in her eyes. Mr. George's call did not disrupt their plans to have dinner together. After eating, Sun Wuming sent Gwen home as usual. He originally wanted to take a taxi, but Gwen insisted that he walk back with her. Sun Wuming had no choice but to agree. Along the way, Gwen looked up at the skyscrapers towering over the streets. Crazy thoughts burst out of my mind. Sun Wuming could see her excitement and had no intention of stopping her. Gwen can do whatever he wants, and he will be there to protect her if anything dangerous happens. Is there anything in this tiny country like New York that the Saiyans can't solve? However, he also needs to pay attention to the cultivation of mentality and world outlook, as he doesn't want Gwen to become too saintly. We took the elevator and arrived at Gwen's door. Then I'll go in first, Gwen said with a smile, regaining her usual cheerful self. Sun Wuming nodded, and a sudden idea came to his mind. Part of the chi in the body was released intentionally. In an instant, every hair on Gwen's arm stood up. An astonishing sense of crisis rushed into my heart. Sun Wuming was amused and pointed at Gwen's arm. You should shave, Gwen. Sun Wuming. Chapter 18 Sun Wuming. Spider-Woman is terrible. It turns out that women always hold grudges. Because she said the wrong thing, Gwen didn't treat son Wooming well for a whole week. Every day after school, she didn't wait for him. She would either go to band rehearsal or run home alone. However, son Wooming still discovered that Gwen had indeed shaved his hair. At least it was not visible to his naked eyes unless he looked carefully. This girl said one thing but acted another. She clearly accepted the suggestion, and it would have been fine if she didn't give him the reward, but she even played the Cold War with him. How did he become such a tsundere? Peter, do you want to come to my house and play NBA Live? I definitely won't use O'Neill this time. After school, son Wooming stopped Peter Parker, who had just packed his school bag. Gwen was no longer with him, but life had to go on. If he loses the woman, he's gone, but he still has the man. Peter is pretty good. He is very good at playing games. If it weren't for the cheating OK combination, son Wooming would not be Peter's opponent. It's too early to wear the size. There is not even 2K these days. I can only endure various bugs and play that shitty N-Baliv. Sorry, Wooming, I still have to go to Dr. Connor's laboratory, so. Peter was a little nervous, with an apologetic look on his face, as if refusing to play games was a huge mistake, which made son Wooming look a little depressed. Is he the unreasonable kind of person? Forget it, Peter. If you have something to do, just go ahead and we'll talk when we have time. After I help Dr. Connors finish the experiment, I will stay with you all night. Peter said gratefully, then he put on his backpack and ran away. There was a chuckle from the side. Son Wooming turned around and spoke in an exaggerated tone. Oh my God, isn't this Miss Stacy, who is always busy and disappears as soon as school is over? Did the sun rise from the west today? It's been 5 minutes since school ended and you haven't left the campus yet. The sarcastic tone made Gwen very angry, so she punched him twice, causing son Wooming to grimace in pain. Of course it's pretending. Not to mention that Gwen had already restrained his strength. Even if he went all out, it wouldn't hurt. You can say that Saiyans are bad, but you can't say that Saiyans can't take a beating. Are you still poor? Do you want to go home for dinner? I'd like to think about it, of course. Son Wooming took Gwen's school bag gentlemanly and put his arm around the girl's slender shoulders. I wonder if this lady would be willing to have dinner with me. I've been eating junk food for a week. Gwen finally couldn't help it and took son Wooming's arm, which meant that she had completely calmed down. In fact, she wasn't really angry. Gwen was just shy and annoyed at son Wooming's lack of understanding of romance. How can you directly say that a girl has long body hair? At the same time, Gwen had a doubt in her mind. These days, she has become basically familiar with the changes in her body. The feeling of her hair standing on end that day was named Spider Sense, also known as Gwen's chill. The body and brain will only send out warnings when they sense a crisis. But at that time, there were only her and son Wooming at the door of the house, and nothing dangerous happened afterwards. It's really confusing. After struggling for 2 days, Gwen could only attribute it to the fact that she had just acquired the ability and was not yet proficient in it. By the way, Wooming, have you been following the news in New York recently? On the way home, Gwen smoothed her hair that fell on her forehead and asked casually. Son Wooming immediately understood why Gwen suddenly wanted to go home with him today. It's like a child who got a new toy but doesn't want to show it off, so he can only use this roundabout way. He also followed Gwen's line of thought. I've seen it. New York is very lively these days. As he spoke, son Wooming took out a newspaper from his school bag. On the cover was a masked woman wearing a tight black and white uniform and blue ballet shoes. The title is also very simple, just the 2 words Spider-Woman. You got it. That's great. What do you think of Spider-Woman? Gwen's tone became much lighter, and there was a subtle expectation in her voice. She wanted to know what impression son Wooming had of this Spider-Woman who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. These days, Spider-Woman is active on the streets of Queens. From small things like helping an old lady cross the street to big things like subduing a robber. Figures are everywhere. Her ability to travel in the air with the help of spider silk and her various kind-hearted deeds have also made Spider-Woman's popularity soar. Some companies have already made public statements online, hoping that Spider-Woman would authorize them to make toys and figures. Son Wooming's eyes flashed with a smile and he said casually, to be honest, my impression of Spider-Woman is average or even very bad. What? Gwen's voice suddenly rose, and when she noticed that son Wooming was looking at her strangely, she waved her hands quickly. Why do you hate her? She's trying so hard to help others. Because the newspapers all said that he was a sensationalist. Son Wooming pointed at the newspaper, and Gwen finally saw which newspaper it was. The Daily Bugle. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong. Look, it's clearly stated here. The old lady didn't mean to cross the street. She was just standing there waiting for her grandson to finish school, but Spider-Woman sent her across. We subdued the robber, but the economic losses caused exceeded $100,000. I tried to prevent a car accident, but when I was controlling the car with the spider silk, I pulled the steering wheel off. Eh. Sun Wuming became more and more excited as he spoke, and he didn't notice that the girl next to him had become so dark that she looked like a human. By the way, these blue ballet shoes are so ugly. Black tights with blue shoes. Has she never taken art classes? Even an elementary school student should know that this combination is a disaster. Finally, Gwen couldn't help but interrupt him. Wooming, the newspapers are all exaggerating. The Daily Bugle loves to use such alarmist techniques. Spider-Woman was clearly trying to help everyone, and the loss of property can't be more important than the life of an innocent bystander, right? No matter what, she has many advantages. Gwen already regretted discussing Spider-Woman with Wooming, and she was still thinking about what would happen if Wooming admired Spider-Woman. She can slowly reveal her identity. Who knew this would be the outcome? Damn the Daily Bugle, damn blue ballet slippers. Chapter 19, Rookie Superhero. You're right, Spider-Woman does have her strengths. Sun Wuming nodded seriously. Gwen's heart was rekindled with hope. What is it, kindness? Sun Wuming shook his head and said seriously, she has a really good figure. Gwen's perfect curves were fully revealed under the tights, and he wanted to try it out to see if there was anything stuffed inside. How can it be so cocky? I don't usually feel it. Gwen, go to hell, man. Looking at the girl walking home with her head down and not saying a word, Sun Wuming almost laughed out loud. Gwen is so funny like this. Okay, Gwen, the main reason I don't like Spider-Woman is because Mr. George doesn't like her. You see, this is a statement made by Mr. George. Sun Wuming caught up and handed the newspaper to Gwen, which read, Spider-Woman's appearance is a complete disrespect to the NYPD. She has no law enforcement authority. Please believe that the New York police are capable of protecting the personal safety of any taxpayer. Citizens who have clues about Spider-Woman's identity can come to the police station to report, and we will give generous rewards. Later, the reporters asked some more questions, and Mr. George's words were full of dissatisfaction with Spider-Woman. Gwen was numb after seeing this. So Sun Wuming hates himself because of his father, so I should thank Sun Wuming and her father for standing on the same side to hate me. For a moment, Gwen's CPU almost burned out. Okay, let's not talk about these things for now. Time will prove that Spider-Woman is just. Gwen hurriedly changed the subject. She was afraid that if she continued talking, she would hate herself. At night, Sun Wuming lay on the big bed in a daze. After dinner, Gwen left in a hurry. Feeling Gwen's constantly moving aura, he was probably doing justice on the streets. He felt a little bored lying there alone. The improvements that could be brought about by daily exercise now were minimal, so after completing his daily training, Sun Wuming took some time off. I can also text Gwen and chat on the phone sometimes, or watch TV series. But now the girls are having fun on the streets and I don't know what TV dramas to watch. Sun Wuming fell into an extremely empty state. What should we do? How about taking some work at mainland hotels? Sun Wuming, who didn't want to work for others anymore, gave up this idea. He was waiting for an opportunity to take over the Continental Hotel in New York and become his own boss. It would be better for him to go check out Gwen, as he has yet to see Gwen's Spider-Woman form in person. I wonder if it will be more beautiful than the pictures in the newspaper. Sun Wuming did it as soon as he thought of it. He simply changed his face, put on black training clothes, and disappeared in the villa. The air dance technique was activated and it flew towards where Gwen was. Brooklyn, a robbery was taking place in the dark alley. The protagonists are a white woman and 3 strong serfs. Perhaps because she had just received her salary, the woman was unwilling to hand over the bag and a fight broke out between the two sides, just as a black man was about to slap the woman in the face. A ball of spider silk shot out from the shadows, grabbed his hand and pulled him out. Spider-Woman, dressed in black and white, jumped in front of the woman. Hey, hitting a woman is not gentlemanly behavior. You will be despised by your neighbors. Why do you have to steal other people's money? With your physical fitness, if you go to work, there should be many bosses vying for you, right? If that doesn't work, you can also find a job on the plantation. When she puts on the battle suit, Gwen becomes a talkative person. Perhaps this is a side effect of the spider gene. Her little mouth keeps talking like a machine gun, and the last plantation obviously touched upon the memories deeply hidden in the DNA of these black people. Shut up, pajama baby, I know you, Spider-Woman, but Brooklyn is not Manhattan, I'll kill you. A black man angrily pulled out a gun and opened fire without hesitation. 2 gunshots were heard. Gwen reacted quickly, turning his body to the side and dodging the bullets with the woman behind him. I'm sorry, but I still have to say that those guys in Hell's Kitchen are much more ruthless than you. Last time they even used Thompsons to shoot. I was so scared. Gwen continued to talk, and as she spoke, spider silk continued to shoot out from her wrists, easily subduing the three black men and trapping them on the wall like silkworms. Okay, ma'am, you may go now. Gwen looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction and said to the white woman, Thank you, Spider-Woman. I knew the Daily Bugle was wrong. You are a good person. I will speak up for you next time. Gwen's face froze under the hood. It's that damn report again, damn it. However, 3 robbers were subdued and only 1 trash can was damaged. This time Dad probably won't criticize her anymore. Oh no, it's Spider-Woman, right? Gwen couldn't help but smile at the thought. On the rooftop of a tall building not far away, son Wooming witnessed what had just happened with a smile on his face. There is no rules in the fight. It relies purely on one's own strength and speed, as well as the super stickiness of the spider silk. The Spider-Woman who just debuted is really immature. But what cannot be denied is that because she has learned gymnastics, Gwen's movements are extremely beautiful, and combined with the tight-fitting combat suit, it's just one word, beautiful. His eyes moved slightly downward and son Wooming smiled even more happily. Because Gwen had taken his advice and changed her blue ballet shoes to white ones, which were much more pleasing to the eye. Looking at Gwen, who wanted to go somewhere else after finishing her business. Just as son Wooming was about to catch up, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. In the empty and quiet alley, the noisy ringing was particularly piercing, and Gwen instantly locked onto the source of the sound. Who? I don't mean to bother you. I'm just an ordinary person passing by. Son Wooming jumped down helplessly and answered the phone. He did not bring his usual cell phone with him, but this cell phone was the one he used as a killer. Hey John, you better be okay. Chapter 20, Skills Crush, Gwen doubts life, ask for data. Gwen looked warily at the strange man who suddenly appeared in front of her. He just jumped down from a 3-story building and answered the phone with a relaxed look on his face. At first glance, he is no ordinary person. Just now she hadn't noticed that there was someone there. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Too weird. Without doing anything rash, Gwen just watched son Wooming answer the phone. John on the other end of the phone was stunned and soon realized something. I'm sorry I seem to have disturbed you. Just tell me what you want to say, John. I know you won't call me easily. Son Wooming was a little panicked at this time. He was afraid that John Wick would call out his name directly. With Gwen's current hearing, she would definitely hear it clearly. Fortunately, John is an experienced person and he is unlikely to make such low-level mistakes. My house was bombed and now I'm in your house. Son Wooming raised his eyes slightly. His expression did not change. I know, I'll be right there. After saying that, he hung up the phone and shook his phone. Thank you very much for your silence, Ms. Spider. Son Wooming admired Gwen's uniform temptation without any hesitation. The highly elastic stretch fabric perfectly highlights Gwen's good figure. The color below the chest is black, and the color above the chest is white, with red grid decorations at the elbows. The uniform also comes with a one-piece hood, which makes the girl's image less rigid and adds a touch of vitality. Previously, son Wooming said that Gwen's aesthetic taste was not good. Now look at it this way, that's great. What's your name? Why are you here? Son Wooming's burning gaze made Gwen shrink her neck and take 2 steps back. You can call me Saiyan. Son Wooming shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed tone. As for why I came here, of course it was to see Spider-Woman, who is very popular recently. Gwen didn't expect that this mysterious man actually came to see her, and she started talking right away. Are you also a superhero? You jumped from such a high building and nothing happened to you. That's amazing. Unlike me, I still need the help of Spider Silk. By the way, is there any superpower organization? Do I need to pay a membership fee to join? If it takes too much, then don't join. My wallet has shrunk a lot recently. Buzzing, the girl's chattering gave son Wooming a headache. Why didn't he realize that Gwen had the potential to be a chatterbox? Just as he was about to interrupt Gwen, son Wooming suddenly saw behind the girl that the gangster who was originally controlled broke free from the spider silk and put his hands on his waist. With a fierce look in his eyes, son Wooming waved his hand and cut out a blue crescent-shaped light wave. Gwen's hair stood on end and her body instinctively began to dodge, but she was shocked to find that the attack was not directed at her. What? Gwen turned around when she heard the scream. The arm of a gangster he controlled was cut off, blood spurted out, and he screamed in pain. What are you doing? Gwen was furious. He just wanted to grab the gun. Son Wooming pointed at the gangster's waist. Don't thank me, I saved you from a crisis. I have the ability to dodge, Gwen said angrily. Her spider sense can only be triggered when there is danger. The criminal didn't even touch the gun, so naturally there was no feedback from the spider sense. Originally, she thought that the suddenly appearing son Wooming was a messenger of justice like her, but she didn't expect him to be so ruthless. There is no need to sympathize with the criminal. Maybe if I cut off his hand, it will be a good thing for more people. Sun Wuming said this patiently, but the next second he changed the subject, hooked his right index finger and said in a very provocative manner, "If you don't like me, come and hit me. You succeeded in irritating me, Mr. Saiyan." Gwen was furious when she saw the annoying expression and gesture on Sun Wuming's face. Gwen kicked her long legs hard and rushed straight towards Sun Wuming. At the same time, two balls of white spider silk shot out from his hands trying to subdue him. Okay. Facing the white unidentified object shooting towards him, Sun Wuming did not dodge. He stretched out his hands to grab it, then pulled it hard. Of course he was deliberately trying to irritate Gwen, but halfway through his speech Sun Wuming suddenly realized that this was a great teaching opportunity. It was just the right time to calm Gwen down. She is the only superpower who has appeared so far. This girl is a little too proud now and will definitely suffer a great loss if she encounters danger in the future. Gwen was originally delighted when she saw the mysterious man trying to catch her spider silk. Her spider silk is extremely sticky, so once you grab it, you will definitely not be able to escape. But the next second, a huge force came. Gwen's body flew uncontrollably. "When you stare into the abyss is also staring back at you," Sun Wuming whispered. "Ms. Spider, you are so reckless. You haven't won yet, brutal Saiyan." Gwen snorted and took the initiative to break the connection with the spider silk. Her excellent waist and abdominal strength allowed her to change her posture in the air. The slender and powerful thighs stretched out and was about to kick Sun Wuming in the face, but he just slightly turned sideways and was dodged. Because she used too much force, Gwen's body was briefly stiff. Her body continued to rush forward uncontrollably. She watched Sun Wuming's hand attack her. Buttocks, duang tilde under the tights, the waves of flesh are clearly visible. Hiss, Gwen is surprisingly good tilde. Very smooth, I like it very much. Sun Wuming was very happy as he had wanted to do this for a long time. I am going to kill you. Falling to the ground, feeling the pain there, Gwen was stunned for 2 seconds before she realized what had happened and her whole body was shaking. That place, Wooming has never touched it. Sun Wuming, no, I just touched it. Thanks for the treat, Ms. Spider. With just one sentence, the string of rationality in Gwen's mind was completely broken, and she launched a mad attack on Sun Wuming. But none of them were implemented immediately. Sun Wuming used only ordinary human strength and speed to easily suppress Gwen, as if he was teasing a child. Spider-Gwen's reactions are extremely quick, but Sun Wuming's combat experience and eyesight are much better than hers. It was usually Gwen who reacted, but Sun Wukong had already guessed what she was going to do. In a rage and humiliation, Gwen forgot the principle of not damaging official business as much as possible and decided to use force to suppress the other party. If she doesn't send this man to jail, her last name is Stacy. Sun Wuming's expression changed. It's not because of fear, no, it's also fear. Because this girl actually pulled the trash can next to her over and all the trash inside fell out. What difference does this mop make when it comes to picking up shit? Mean. Faced with such a terrifying move, Sun Wuming had no intention of taking it head-on. He activated the air dance technique and flew into the sky under Gwen's astonished gaze. Ms. Spider, you are awesome. I admit defeat. If you don't want to get smelly, go back and wash your clothes. After saying this, Sun Wuming flew away and disappeared into the night. Oh my god, he can fly. Gwen only exclaimed in surprise when she could no longer see Sun Wuming. He can fly without relying on any external force. What kind of animal bit him? Bats? No, don't run. Damn it, he let this rascal get away. Sun Wuming had long disappeared from the sky and Gwen patted her head in annoyance. Suddenly, her sensitive sense of smell detected the stench of garbage scattered on the ground, which almost made her vomit. He grabbed the 3 robbers and hurriedly left the smelly alley. I'm asking for flowers, evaluation votes, monthly tickets, but I don't need any rewards. If you readers like it, you can support it by subscribing later. The identity of the protagonist will not be hidden for long, and it will be revealed in the next plot. As for Gwen, her superhero personality must be changed, which will take some time. After all, training. Teaching should be gradual. Chapter 21 John Wick's Trouble, Blood Oath. After throwing the robber at the door of a nearby police station, Gwen shot out spider silk and kept wandering between the tall buildings. It took her less than 10 minutes to reach her luxury apartment, which was a few blocks away. She climbed into the house through the window that had been reserved long ago without making any sound. He took off the hood. The dazzling golden hair was pressed against her forehead, and there was anger and confusion in her sky-blue pupils. However, the most important thing now is to take a good bath. In any case, the bad guy called Saiyan was right. At this moment, Gwen could already feel a strange smell coming from her battle suit. After carefully cleaning the suit and spraying it with deodorizing perfume, Gwen finally didn't smell anything strange. After filling the tub with water and lying in it, the girl calmed herself down. A few days of superhero life made her gradually swell up, and after today's fight with the Saiyan, the inflated Gwen quickly wilted like a puffer fish pricked by a needle. What a terrible loss. It was obvious that the opponent's speed and strength were far inferior to hers. Gwen admitted it herself. But when the real fight started, she was led by the nose and could not gain any advantage at all. It turns out that in this world, she is not the only one who is special. She is far from it. After all, she was just a 17-year-old girl, and the blow she received tonight was really too much. After soaking for half an hour, Gwen was still in a bad mood. The habit she had developed over the years made Gwen subconsciously call Sun Wooming. Brooklyn, a quiet neighborhood, is full of single-family villas covering a considerable area. This is another property of Sun Wooming. Even if he has a good relationship with John Wick, Sun Wooming will not tell him his address as long as he does not want others to know his true identity. So what John Wick meant by arriving at his home was actually referring to the house that Sun Wooming purchased under the identity of Tao Beibai. Some task commissions will also be sent here, but whether to accept them depends on Sun Wooming's mood. After being scared away by Gwen's rogue fighting style, Sun Wooming flew here directly and saw John Wick sitting at the door with a dusty face and his clothes were covered with dust. There is also such a dog around. You came. Seeing Sun Wooming falling from the sky, John Wick was stunned for a moment, but then he regained his composure. We've all seen teleportation, so flying shouldn't be a big deal. Your house was bombed. Who did it? Sun Wooming opened the door and walked in with the man and the dog. Santino Antonio, he came over with the Blood Alliance and wanted me to help him kill someone, but I refused. John shrugged and Sun Wooming gestured for him to get whatever he wanted to drink, then took out some orange juice from the refrigerator and drank it all in one gulp. Blood Alliance, this time it's your problem, John. Sun Wooming raised his eyebrows. For the underground world controlled by the Gaiju Society, the Blood Alliance is a solemn and sacred rule. Once you sign a blood pact and press the blood fingerprint, you must unconditionally do something for the other party, even if it means you are asked to die. John Wick has gone too far. He signed a blood pact but was unwilling to abide by it. He deserves his house to be bombed. I know. John sighed, sinking deeply into the soft sofa with a look of fatigue on his face. But I'm tired of this kind of life. I'm retired and I really don't want to be dragged into their vortex again. He asked me to kill Jaina, the ruler of the Kimura family and a member of the High Table. John. Sun Wooming looked at him and said seriously, now that you have stepped into the quagmire, it will not be easy to get out. Unless you're as strong as me. John rolled his eyes and asked, are you educating me or bragging about yourself? However, he had to admit that if he had the power of Sun Wooming, he would not have to sign a blood pact with Santino, and he could have solved the problems of the past by himself. Sun Wooming ignored his expression and continued. If I were you, I would complete the blood pact first and then kill Santino. John nodded. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I came to you just to keep this little guy here for a few days and borrow 2 gold coins. As he spoke, he pulled the dog leash. It's a small matter, but I have a little suggestion here. Would you like to listen to it? A light flashed in Sun Wooming's eyes. John was startled. You say, you go and complete the Blood Alliance. Leave Santino to me. I will arrange a dignified exit for him. John frowned and said, your target is the Kimura family. The Kimura family might be more familiar to the public by a different name. Mafia, it's a bit funny. The whole world knows that the Mafia originated in New York, but few people know that the authentic Mafia is actually in New York. In the 18th century, there was a wave of immigration from Europe to America, and the Mafia came to this uncivilized land. After hundreds of years of development, their influence here has become extremely huge. They are active in flower, sex, and even arms. He is also one of the 12 seats in the Gaiju Society. And Santino Antonio is the younger brother of the Kimura family's ruler. His sister Jaina is John's target this time. Santino's purpose is self-evident. He wants to kill his sister and usurp the throne so that he can control such a huge interest group. That's right. I don't want to be a worker all my life, but old man Winston has been refusing to give me any information about the holders of the high table seats. I didn't expect that this idiot Santino would help me. Sun Wooming smiled and nodded. John was silent for a moment, then stretched out his hand. Make a deal. Chapter 22, Gwen confides that bad people always live more comfortably than good people. Seeing John agreed, Sun Wooming also smiled. The reason why Sun Wooming is so jealous of the High Table Society is not because he is so eager for power. In fact, he was just trying to save trouble. In the United States, in New York, the underground world often speaks more effectively than the white world. The High Table holds such strong dark power in New York that it is no exaggeration to say that Kingpin is now just a younger brother in the eyes of the High Table. Don't those congressmen and municipal officials know about this killer organization that is so arrogant that it has set up its base in the city center? They know it, but no one is willing to care, because darkness is also part of this city. Living in the secular world, you cannot just rely on your fists to speak, as doing so will only make you a heretic in people's eyes. Son Wooming doesn't care about other people's opinions, but he can't become a lonely person with Gwen. The reason why we are human beings is that we live in a society full of various interpersonal relationships. Therefore, if you want to live a comfortable and high-quality life in the future, you need to have background and power. Otherwise, he's just a little jerk who can fight. Son Wooming didn't ask for much. He just wanted to bring the High Table's influence in New York under his control to provide funds for his lazy life and handle some small matters. He was too lazy to care about other places. The reason why John Wick agreed was simple. Killing a member of the High Table would definitely cause trouble. At least that bastard Santino would definitely want to use his head to appease the rest of the family. I'll take the dog with me first. The gold coins are in the kitchen drawer. Call me when you've dealt with Jaina. After finishing his talk, Son Wooming was ready to retreat. Okay, I'll go to Italy tomorrow. I wish your plan goes well. John nodded and stood up to see him off. He took the dog leash from John's hand and flew away directly under the dog's horrified gaze. In the silent night, the shrill barking of dogs could be heard from high in the sky, making many people who were enjoying the nightlife think they were hallucinating. After returning home and just about to take a shower and go to bed, Son Wooming heard his cell phone ringing in the bedroom. When he saw Gwen's name, his heart tightened. Why did Gwen call him so late? Did she know his identity? Hello. Gwen, why are you still awake so late? Without time to think, Son Wooming said calmly after answering the call. Wooming, are you asleep? Gwen's weak voice came from the microphone. Not yet, I was just about to take a shower, you know my schedule. It's impossible for me to sleep at this time. What's the matter? Son Wooming calmed down a little, and from the tone of his voice one could tell that he was just worrying too much. Gwen, nothing, I just suddenly felt a little irritated and wanted to talk to you. After the call was connected, Gwen suddenly realized that even if she called Wooming, she wouldn't be able to tell him what happened. Especially after knowing that Wuming was not impressed by what Spider-Woman did, she was ready to keep this secret deep in her heart. But now that the call was connected, Gwen couldn't just say nothing. She could only say, "Can I ask you a question?" "What's wrong with you today? Why are you speaking so politely?" Son Wooming pretended to be surprised. "Maybe it's because it's already 12 o'clock, the time for internet depression music, as you said." Gwen was startled, realizing that she was being a little too strange, and quickly returned to her normal tone. "Tell me, if I change a little, will you still be the same as before? Then are you still Gwen?" Son Wooming asked back. "Of course I will always be Gwen Stacy." Gwen answered without hesitation. "That's it." Son Wooming said in a relaxed tone, "It's normal for people to change, but as long as you are Gwen and your feelings for me haven't changed, then nothing can affect you and me." "Really?" After hearing Son Wooming's attitude, Gwen, who was curled up in bed, broke into a big smile. "Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? But there is one thing I need to refute you." "What?" Gwen asked curiously. "You can't always be Gwen Stacy because when you get married your last name will change. Like, Gwen Son? Beep." Hearing the sound of the phone being hung up, Son Wooming smiled, dropped his phone and went to take a shower. He understood why Gwen became like this, it was all his fault. There is still time for him to gradually change Gwen's behavior. The overly saintly superhero Gwen is not what Son Wooming wants to see. Being a superhero is a completely thankless job. We have to consider the public's opinion and public opinion, and are always held back by those disgusting politicians. Most importantly, there will be endless troubles. Bad people always live more comfortably than good people, and people with low bottom lines often live more happily than those with high bottom lines. What Son Wooming needs to do now is to slowly lower Gwen's moral bottom line. It sounds evil, but it's really for her own good, and a few streets away is a luxury apartment. After hanging up the phone, Gwen blushed and her heart beat faster. What Gwen Son? Is Wooming confessing his feelings to her? No, this is too informal. We must have a grand ceremony, that's not right. Wooming hates these fancy superficial things, but at least you have to say it to my face before I agree. What's going on the phone? But, Gwen Son, that sounds good. What should I call my future child? Is it better to have a boy or a girl? With just that simple sentence, the girl fell into reverie, and her thoughts drifted to the warm scene of having both a son and a daughter decades later. Chapter 23, Kamehameha First Display. Son Wooming's comfort is the best medicine for Gwen. Let her put down the burden in her heart. A person's inner strength not only comes from his own strength, but also from the support of family and friends, which is also an important part. At least Son Wooming's statement is much more important to Gwen than her parents' support. With a relieved mood, Gwen fell into a sweet dream. A day passed quickly. Because it was the weekend, Gwen came to Son Wooming's home in the morning and spent a leisurely morning with him. After lunch, I left on the pretext of going to Osborne Industries for internship. However, feeling Gwen's jumping up and down, Son Wooming naturally knew what she was going to do. He himself took John's dog out for a walk, arrived at the Continental Hotel. Karen, I need to see Winston. At the front desk, Son Wooming, whose appearance had changed, went straight to the point. Karen was stunned, but he immediately contacted his boss and soon got a reply. Sir, Mr. Winston is in the office. You can come over now. Okay. Son Wooming nodded, took the dog and walked away. There was only one huge office on the top floor of the hotel. Winston looked at Son Wooming in front of him and asked softly, So, Mr. Talbaby, is there anything I can do for you? Of course, Winston, you know about John. Winston nodded slightly. The home of the legendary killer John Wick was bombed, so as a local boss, he naturally wanted to find out what happened. Remember what you promised me last time. Son Wooming's mouth twitched as he watched Guzai peeing on a street stall worth hundreds of thousands of US dollars, after taking over the mission from Vladimir's brother. Winston had promised him that if he completed his task, he would give him some information about the holder of a seat at the high table. Now that he was relying on John, he no longer had any use for it. He came this time to force Winston to express his position. Well, Winston, it's time for you to make a choice. Do you want to continue to stand on Santino's side or take over the Continental Hotel in New York completely? Winston was silent. After working at the Continental Hotel in New York for so many years, he certainly wanted to take complete control of the hotel. However, the seat of the Kimura family corresponds exactly to North America. So on the surface, he is the controller of the hotel, but in reality, he is controlled by others in every way. Especially after that madman Santino came to power, the two of them had some grudges, and his life would definitely be more difficult. Winston looked directly into Son Wooming's eyes. Can I trust you? You have no choice, Winston, unless you want to be driven out and retire. Son Wooming did not give in. After a long moment, Winston sighed. Okay, you're right, what do you need me to do? You don't need anything. When the time comes to go find Santino to place your handprints, just leave as quickly as possible. Winston was stunned. It was late at night and it was already early morning in Italy. With a hint of regret, John killed the leader of the mafia, Gianna, with whom he had a brief romance. As expected, after he completed his mission, he was killed by people sent by Santino. After a hard fight, we finally returned to the safe zone of the Rome Continental Hotel. After simply treating the wound, John called Son Wooming. Ended. Okay, I can start now. Son Wooming rubbed Guzzi's head and raised his glass to Winston, who was drinking coffee beside him. Then it's your turn next. I see. Winston stood up, straightened his suit, and clapped his hands. Two strong men came in and stood behind him. Before leaving, Winston couldn't help but ask, what exactly do you want to do? The Kimura family is not comparable to the Vladimir brothers. You'll know when the time comes. Go now and don't waste my time. Remember to walk faster. Don't blame me if you get hurt by mistake. Son Wooming yawned. It was already very late, and he had to finish his work quickly and go back to sleep. He has classes tomorrow, and if he gets up late, Gwen will scold him again. Seeing his attitude, Winston had no choice but to shake his head and leave the Continental Hotel. Anyway, he didn't do anything out of line, so even if he failed, it wouldn't be blamed on him. The old fox is very calculating. The Kimura family's estate is also located on the Hudson River. At this time, Santino was cleaning out the people from his sister's lineage. Corpses were everywhere in the manor, and blood gathered into a stream on the ground. Winston remained calm as he stepped over corpse after corpse and went straight to the high-spirited Santino. He took out a notebook and flipped through a few pages, which contained the record of the blood pact signed between him and John Wick. Sir, the blood alliance has been concluded. Please press your handprint to terminate the contract. Winston's businesslike attitude made Santino unhappy. According to the rules, he was the person in charge of the Kimura family at this time, and naturally became the controller of the seat at the high table. Winston is just a wage earner, why shouldn't you please him? With a cold face, he pressed his fingerprint and said, I want to issue a wanted order for John Wick. The price is 700 million. Of course, please feel free to do as you please. Winston kept son Wooming's instructions in mind, and after seeing the handprint he turned around and left without hesitation. Hey, 7 million. Is John so valuable? On a hill not far away, son Wooming heard the conversation between the two and gasped. What should I do if I feel moved? Son Wooming shook his head and said, forget it, 7 million is just a small amount of money. Through the darkness, he could already see Winston and his party walking out of the manor. So, son Wooming tilted his neck, folded his hands at his waist, gathered them into a calyx shape, and his arm muscles bulged high. The next second, a dazzling scattered light appeared in the dark night. Koemi hoemi, ha! The blue qigong wave with a tail flame rushed into the sky like a meteor, drew a strange arc and then fell down. Its target was the Kimura family's manor. Boom. The earth-shaking explosion was as loud as thunder, and the blinding light made the area as bright as day. Son Wooming looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this wave is really big. Chapter 24, Nick Fury's response, Hydra's IQ is online. After shooting a shot, son Wooming felt refreshed. As a Saiyan with the last name Sun, is there anything more satisfying than using Kamehameha? If there is, it can only be 2 shots. Son Wooming finally stretched his muscles and was in a good mood. This is the first time that Kamehameha has appeared in this world. Using it to destroy a mafia family is really a waste of talent. But there is no way who made son Wooming feel so depressed. During this period of time, he either had big guys that he couldn't beat or small minions that he was too lazy to fight, so he could only use a cannon to shoot mosquitoes. Without even looking back at the explosion, son Wooming turned and left. With the aura possessed by those people in the manor, no one can survive. What? You ask if innocent people will be hurt. Come on, since it's related to the mafia, there are no innocent people left. Even if there are, isn't sending them to see God and advance a good deed. Son Wooming has no psychological burden. Oh my God. Winston, who didn't leave too far, stood blankly in front of the car, looking at the manor that had turned into ruins. His legs went weak and he almost knelt down. Did Tao Beibai solve the problem of the Kimura family in this way? Is he a god? Looking towards the small hill, this terrifying energy wave was emitted from there, but at this moment there was no human figure on the hill. Winston was sure that it was definitely done by son Wooming. For a moment his worldview was almost overturned. Boss, what should we do now? Asked a bodyguard, his voice trembling a little. Call. Forcing himself to regain his composure, Winston ordered, go back immediately and contact the High Table. Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Agency Headquarters, Washington, 3 Curved Wing Building. The building was in chaos at this time. Just now, New York detected an ultra-high-level energy fluctuation which was fleeting. Moreover, the outbreak occurred in a famous wealthy area beside the Hudson River. Have you found out? Standing on the command platform, Nick Fury looked at the various data on the screen with a serious expression. Although he couldn't understand it, this attitude at least prevented his subordinates from being lazy. Next to him, his deputy Maria Hill reported the report that had just been drawn up. The location of the energy explosion is the Kimura family of the Mafia. Our people have already rushed there, but according to satellite observations, there is no trace of life inside. In addition, the possibility of long-range bombing by missile weapons has been ruled out, and the radar has not detected any signs of missile launches. Nick Fury remained silent. He didn't care who died. He just wanted to know what kind of weapon could burst out such a huge energy in an instant. Did Stark come up with some new technology? Can we buy some? Nick Fury was thinking about how to trick more people from the Security Council next time, while his men had already used nearby surveillance and satellites to reconstruct the scene that happened at that time. Winston, head of the Continental Hotel in New York. Looking at the person walking out of the manor in the video, Hill immediately gave out the information. The next second, a blue light burst out from the hilltop nearby, and a Qigong bullet with a tail fin landed on the Kimura family's manor. Nick Fury's pupils shrank and he shouted, "Zoom in on the view on the top of the mountain. Quick." The technicians immediately did as they were told, but unfortunately, son Wooming's face and body were completely enveloped by the aura and could not be seen clearly. They could only barely make out his movements. This attack was launched by one person, a superpower. Hill was shocked. There have always been records of people with superpowers in this world, either mutants or superpowers. From Captain America to Luke Cage, who is active in Hell's Kitchen, and Spider-Woman, they can all be classified as superpowered people. But there has never been anyone like the man on the screen who could launch an attack more terrifying than a missile with his bare hands. Hill, adjust the information of this intelligence to level 9 and have Coulson do his best to find this person. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. His eyes were extremely deep. This beam of energy reminded him of the woman from more than 10 years ago. Although the two cannot be compared in terms of the destructive power they display, they are both dangerous enough for the current Earth. Hill nodded. Understood, I'll go find Agent Coulson now. As soon as Winston left, the mysterious figure behind him destroyed the Kimura family. No one would believe that they had no contact. As soon as Nick Fury adjusted the confidentiality level of this incident to level 9, Pierce got the news. After watching it, Pierce was much more cautious than Nick Fury. Rumlow, fully cooperate with Fury to find this person, but even if you find him, you must be polite and try not to provoke him if you can. If Fury gives any stupid secret orders, evacuate immediately. Yes, boss. Rumlow would not ask why, but would just faithfully carry out Pierce's orders. The more Pierce read the information, the more frightened he became. He was able to toy with Nick Fury for such a long time, making the other party work hard for him to strengthen S.H.I.E.L.D. He is definitely not as stupid as he showed in the final Captain America II. On the contrary, Pierce's IQ is absolutely online. In his opinion, the most terrifying thing about Sun Wuming was not the energy cannon that destroyed the Kimura Manor, but it's the final ability to disappear out of thin air. Imagine that your enemy is elusive, suddenly appears, bombards your lair, and then suddenly disappears. He must be mentally ill to provoke such an enemy. He is Hydra, not a fool. Chapter 25. Stark finally gets hit, and Dr. Lizard is born. Okay, sir, I will definitely convey your wishes to the high table. Winston changed his usual calm, gentle, and elegant demeanor. Even though the person on the other end couldn't see him, he stood while answering the phone, nodding and bowing from time to time. After returning to the mainland hotel, he called Sun Wuming and asked for his opinion. All the top leaders of the Kimura family died, and Winston thought that Sun Wuming would take the vacant seat. But what surprised him was that Sun Wuming actually wanted to push him to that position and control everything behind the scenes. Being a puppet. Or be a puppet of this great god, he was very willing to do so. After carefully understanding Sun Wuming's request, Winston waited respectfully for the other party to hang up the phone before he straightened his back and walked into the secret door with his head held high. There, all the holders of seats at the high table were waiting for him to have a video conference. In the dim room, more than a dozen holographic projections were silent. The organizations that can have seats at the high table are all the best among the gangs in the world. The combination of 12 families, plus a few special elders, form the largest killer organization in the world. And just now, the top leaders of the Kimura, the oldest mafia family and one of the 12 seats, were wiped out. Naturally, it caused a stir. That's why this group of bigwigs from the dark world ignored the time difference and immediately found Winston. Boom. The door was pushed open and Winston strode in. Winston, we need an explanation of what happened there. A middle-aged man with a white cloth on his head spoke first, and the others all looked at Winston. They are all big men who have held high positions for a long time. In the past, Winston would not dare to look them in the eye one by one. But now, haha, it's all rubbish. Wait a moment, Elder, there is a video I think you can watch. As he spoke, Winston played the video recorded by the car's dashcam. After watching it, the elders became even more silent. Compared to the video obtained by S.H.I.E.L.D., the video captured by the dash cam is blurrier, but the entire process can still be clearly seen. You mean that person is Tao Beibai? No, you should call him Mr. Saiyan. Saiyan? The elders and other members of the high table were silent, looking at Winston, who was smiling. No one spoke for a while. What are you saying? You want revenge? Stop joking. No matter how powerful you are still ordinary people. The more subordinates you have, the more resources you have. But facing such an extraordinary person, what's the use of having more people? They are just cannon fodder. Many of the high table elders were even feeling lucky that it was not them but that idiot Santino who had provoked the Saiyan Lord. There's no point in just wasting time like this. The elder with the highest status finally spoke. Since the Kimura family can no longer afford a seat at the high table, then this position will be held by Mr. Saiyan. Winston continued to smile. I'm sorry, that gentleman is very busy and he has no interest in this position. Looking at Winston's confident smile, the elder understood everything. Aha. On Monday, Sun Wuming, who was dragged to school by Gwen, collapsed on the table weakly. He didn't go to bed early last night after all. Winston got his wish and became a member of the high table. In order to show their sincerity, other families in the entire North American killer industry said that they would not interfere. As a result, his sphere of influence is even larger than that of the original mafia. In order to thank son Wooming for his support, the first thing Winston did after taking office was to clean up the Kimura family's assets and put them all under son Wooming's name. He knows what money can be touched and what money cannot be touched. With son Wooming backing him up, a mere seat at the round table is definitely not the end. However, son Wooming was too lazy to pay attention to these. The main reason for his insomnia was that after using Kamehameha for the first time, his understanding of Chi reached a new level. I practiced all night last night. I managed to get some sleep until dawn and then was woken up by Gwen again. Son Wooming opened the web page on his mobile phone and browsed today's news. Many people saw the strange phenomenon on the Hudson River last night, and the official explanation given was also very official. Gas explosion caused by gas leak. At one point, son Wooming suspected that he had traveled to Fayuki City. Skip this one, nothing to see. Next. Okay, is this year's Peace Prize going to be awarded? Son Wooming immediately perked up. After a closer look, it didn't run away. That damn rich man is finally going to the Middle East to get bombarded. Without any hesitation, son Wooming sold all the Stark Industries stocks he had. More than 10 million worth of stocks were sold. Under normal circumstances, even high-quality assets like Stark Industries would experience fluctuations. But recently, there have been rumors that Stark is about to win the award, and the Jericho long-range missile he invented has also been favored by the military. Therefore, as soon as son Wooming's stocks appeared on the market, they were snapped up and the valuation was even raised a little. But son Wooming didn't care at all. He is a capitalist now. For every order the killer at the mainland hotel takes, he will receive a commission. All the killers in North America are making money for him, so naturally they don't care about this small profit. What are you so happy about? Seeing son Wooming smile, Gwen asked curiously. The stock market made money. Come on, I'll treat you to a nice dinner tonight. Putting his arm around Gwen's shoulders, son Wooming pulled her out of the school. Osborne Industries. Norman Osborne's assistant Feldman stood in front of Dr. Connors with an arrogant expression. Dr. Connors, Mr. Norman's patience has run out. You have consumed a large amount of the group's funds but have not brought any returns. Please give me some more time. The gene repair agent has been initially completed. Now it only needs the final test. Then let's do a live experiment. Feldman interrupted Connor's next words. There are so many homeless people, drug addicts, and even retired veterans on the streets of New York. Feldman sneered. They should be proud to be part of such a great project. You can't do this, Doctor. Connors was shaking with excitement. Live experiments are prohibited and the drug itself is not stable enough. We tested it on mice and they became very manic. With Peter's help, he can complete the gene repair potion completely soon. Why can't he be given some more time? Unfortunately, Feldman could no longer bear to hear it and issued an ultimatum. Dr. Connors, all of these are assets of Osborne Industries and belong to Mr. Norman. Now we just want to take them back. This is a notification, not a request. Curtis Connors, as the president's assistant, I announce that you are fired. After saying that, Feldman chuckled, turned around and left. The door slammed shut, leaving Dr. Connors covering his head in pain. After a long time, he walked to the test bench and tremblingly injected a tube of green liquid into his body. Chapter 26, The Green Monster, Battle on the Brooklyn Bridge, Then I'll be leaving first, Wooming. After dinner, Gwen did not let Wooming take her home but said goodbye directly at the door of the hotel. With her current skills, if robbers really showed up, it would be their bad luck. Mr. George came back unexpectedly early today. Seeing that his daughter didn't come home until almost 8 o'clock, he snorted coldly. Did you go to dinner with that brat again? Dad, Gwen said dissatisfiedly, Wooming made a lot of money today. It's reasonable for the two of us to celebrate. How much money can a high school student make? Mr. George was a little hurt. My precious daughter actually argued with me for another man. Several million is no small sum, Gwen said with some pride. What? George was surprised. How did that guy make money? Did he break the law? His annual salary is less than $100,000. How can son Wooming, a high school student, earn millions? Thinking of this, George's face suddenly became serious. After all, no matter which country, the most profitable businesses are written into the legal code. It can be said that the more you earn, the harsher the sentence. Of course not. Wooming bought a lot of Stark Industries stock and sold it all today. Gwen said with a smile, Are you kidding? If it was really illegal, she wouldn't tell her father. George's expression eased a lot. Stocks were indeed one of the few opportunities for ordinary people to get rich overnight. That's pretty good. I didn't expect that kid to have this ability. I'm going to do my homework first. After finishing dinner as quickly as possible, Gwen went into the bedroom and closed the door. Then, he took out his battle suit from his school bag and modified it. My growth spurt has been a bit fast recently, and the tight-fitting combat suit feels restrictive and stuffy on my chest. George, who was in the living room, saw his daughter finish her meal and didn't want to stay in the living room for even a second. I thought she was angry because I suspected son Wooming of committing a crime just now. Mr. George also felt that he had gone too far. It was arrogant in itself to assume that others had committed crimes for no reason. Gwen, honey, I think I should apologize to you and Wooming for the mistake I just made. George had just finished thinking of his lines when he was interrupted by a rapid ringing of the phone. It's me, George. Chief, there's a major accident on the Brooklyn Bridge. George's face fell. What's going on? On the other end of the phone, the police officer said quickly, a lizard, a human-shaped lizard wreaking havoc. I know, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, George briefly explained the situation to Helen, changed into his police uniform and left under his wife's worried gaze. Inside the house, Gwen also heard clearly what happened thanks to her extraordinary hearing. Without thinking too much, Gwen took off all her clothes and took out 3 band-aids, 2 small ones on top and 1 large one. Quickly changing into her spider suit, she opened the window and quietly slipped out like a spider without making any sound. Gwen let out a light breath, pressing her hands against the wall of the 20-story building. Spider-Woman move. Brooklyn Bridge, this important transportation hub connecting Brooklyn and Manhattan, was in chaos. The bridge was jammed with traffic, which aroused people's irritability. At this moment, a lizard monster jumped out from nowhere and started destroying things everywhere. Gunshots, wailing, screaming, and roaring filled the entire bridge. The nearby police arrived quickly and were also shocked when they saw the lizard man. But fortunately, they have not forgotten their duties. Using cars as cover, a large number of police officers raised their pistols and fired wildly, and even many civilians joined the shooting. It must be said that, worthy of being America, the people there have plenty of martial virtues. The bullets hit the lizard man, causing him to scream like a wild beast, and green blood could be seen splattering out. But what was terrifying was that the wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his skin was becoming harder and harder. In the end, the bullets fired from the pistol could no longer cause much damage to his body. What kind of monster is this? Some policemen couldn't help but shout. They usually faced things like farm tools and had never imagined that such inhuman beings would appear in the world. Shut up and shoot. George, who came from behind, shouted and ordered his deputy, request National Guard Air Force support. Roar. The lizard man roared, and with a wave of his hand, he lifted up a large off-road vehicle and smashed it towards the direction of the police. Get out of the way. Without George's reminder, the police had already run to the back and continued shooting after escaping for a distance. Their mission now is to hold back this monster and never let him enter the city. Once he rushes into a residential area, the casualties will be incalculable. Under the hail of bullets, the lizard man jumped dozens of meters high and came in front of the police formation. With a casual sweep of its tail, several policemen vomited blood and flew backwards. Mr. George stood slightly back and luckily escaped the attack. He also dodged the next few attacks with his agile body, but the escape routes are becoming fewer and fewer. Roar, the lizard man picked up another car and threw it at George. Even the police officer's frantic shooting could not stop him. Call out at this time. The white spider silk wrapped around the car. The lizardman loosened his grip and saw the car being pulled up and then smashed towards him hard. The huge impact force directly knocked him dozens of meters away. It looks like you're in need of Spider-Woman's help, Mr. Chief. With the help of the voice changer built into the suit, Gwen was not worried about being discovered by Mr. George, and she joked in a relaxed tone. My body feels refreshed. Humph, stinky dad. Isn't it said that the appearance of Spider-Woman is a disaster for this city? Today the disaster saved your life. While feeling proud, Gwen also felt a lingering fear in her heart. If she had been a step slower, it's obvious what would have happened. Thinking of this, Gwen looked at the lizardman who had not yet recovered, and his eyes became sharp. And right at the top of the bridge, no one noticed that a man in a black training suit was sitting there watching the show, swinging his legs and with a smile on his face. Chapter 27, Spider-Woman vs. Dr. Lizard. Son Wooming appears. Son Wooming arrived earlier than Mr. George and Gwen. He just hasn't taken any action yet. In the aura of ordinary people all around, an aura that was hundreds of times brighter than that of an ordinary person suddenly appeared, and naturally it was as bright as a big light bulb in the dark night. When he arrived at the bridge, Son Wooming saw this ugly thing rushing forward. She didn't bother to care. However, if Gwen had not arrived in time, he would definitely have rescued Mr. George. After all, he was his future father-in-law. But now it seems that there is no need for him to take action. It's just right to let the lizardman be Gwen's opponent. This should be Gwen's first serious battle. On the bridge, Mr. George's expression was particularly interesting at this moment. 3 parts of relief for surviving the disaster, 3 parts of astonishment, 3 parts of shame, and 1 part of stiffness. The old fan chart. Not long ago, he criticized Spider-Woman in the newspaper, saying that her existence was a complete nuisance to the police and that a lot of police resources were wasted to clean up her mess. But who would have thought that within less than half a month, he was rescued by Spider-Woman? If there was a crack in the ground at this moment, Mr. George would probably choose to crawl in and calm down for a while. Son Wooming looked at his future father-in-law, whose face was as red as a color palette, and his hands suddenly felt itchy. If, for example, he jumped down now and took off Gwen's hood, after seeing the true face of Spider-Woman, will Mr. George be so excited that he shoots himself? No, if I really do that, I will definitely lose my wife. Son Wooming shook his head, quickly put away his devilish thoughts, and continued watching the show. Faced with a powerful enemy, George chose to temporarily forget what he had said against Spider-Woman and prepared to cooperate to contain the lizard man until heavy firepower support arrived. Just watch, I'll take care of this guy. Gwen spoke briefly and to the point, then rushed forward swinging on the spider's silk. Parents are always the ones who are most familiar with their children. Even with a voice changer, Gwen was afraid that George would discover something after a long time. When the lizardman saw Gwen's actions, his little eyes once again revealed ferocity. The 2 sides fought together, shocking the people around them. Both are non-human beings with the same strength and speed as monsters. Son Wooming was also carefully observing Gwen's fighting style. Compared to the lizardman, Gwen's strength is undoubtedly weaker, but she is petite, agile, and has the help of spider silk. The fight was quite back and forth. But perhaps because she was worried about being criticized in the newspapers for her wanton destruction of other people's property, Gwen fought with some restraint and looked exhausted on guard. The countless vehicles around became the lizardmen's best weapons. They were thrown at Gwen one by one. Hey, Mr. Lizard. If you want to fight, just fight. Don't damage other people's property. Do you know how hard it is to pay off a car loan? Gwen warned somewhat embarrassedly, continuously picking up the vehicles and placing them gently on the ground. In response to him, the lizardman let out a nearly insane roar. Spider-Woman, don't be afraid, we have insurance, smash my car, we can buy a new one later. Hiding behind the police, a car owner shouted loudly, and Gwen was stunned when he heard it. Yes, isn't this insurance? Just let the insurance companies pay out. He no longer had any scruples and swung out with his delicate fist, directly knocking the car thrown by the lizard man away. Then he gave the lizard man a beautiful whip kick on the face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. She is slightly weaker than the lizardman, but Gwen's strength has already exceeded 10 tons, about 15 tons, and it was a hard hit. After being hit in the face by a force of 15 tons, only 2 teeth were lost. Lizardmen have really thick skin. However, Gwen also made a mistake, which was not to hit someone in the face, let alone kick him. The lizard man became even more furious. He roared and swung his tail, and his strong and powerful claws scratched wildly, leaving a big hole in the car when he caught it. Gwen dodged lightly, found the right opportunity to get behind the lizard man, grabbed his tail, swung him out with force, and hit him heavily on the pillar of the steel frame bridge. It's disgusting. If this is what happens after being bitten by a lizard, I'd rather die. Gwen looked at the slime on her suit with disdain and muttered softly. She could see that the lizard men were also transformed from humans into this, so she naturally associated it with herself. Gwen couldn't help but feel fortunate that she hadn't turned into such a beastly body, otherwise how would she face Wooming and her family? The sound of propellers was heard in the sky, and Mr. George breathed a sigh of relief. The support he called for was finally arriving. Gwen also continued to shoot out spider silk, trying to tie the lizard man tightly to the steel frame, but the next second he looked up inadvertently. Gwen was stunned. The helicopter's searchlight shone over, revealing a black-haired man standing quietly on top of the steel frame, looking at her with amusement. Saiyan, hello again, Miss Spider, good evening. Son Wooming floated down and landed next to Gwen. The distance between them was very close. It's not nice to see you. Gwen gritted her teeth, her bottom starting to ache at the sight of this hateful man. I'm not the protagonist today and your prey is about to escape. Son Wooming pouted. Gwen quickly raised her head and turned her gaze towards the direction of the lizard man. During the time she and Son Wooming were exchanging a few words, the lizard man had already broken free from the spider silk and leaped into the river. It's all your fault. Gwen was furious. Why, nothing good ever happens when I run into this guy. If I hadn't suddenly seen him and been distracted, this lizard man would never have been able to escape. Sun Wuming spread his hands innocently. I was enjoying the show, but you insisted on saying hello to me. Can you blame me for that? Women are really unreasonable creatures. Are you on your period? Gwen was like a kitten with its fur standing on end. She shrieked, shut up. Sun Wuming was right, she was really in her menstrual period. Sun Wuming raised his hands in surrender. Well, since you don't want to talk to me more, then we'll see each other next time. After saying this, he took off into the air under the astonished gazes of the people around him. You can't escape this time. Gwen also shot out Spider Silk and used the bridge as a fulcrum to catch up. The two of them disappeared from the scene, one after the other. Chapter 28 Wooming, is that you? Director, what should we do? A police officer was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do. The lizard man ran away because of this sudden appearance, and Spider-Man chased after him. The two wanted criminals disappeared, leaving behind a mess. George took a deep breath and began to give orders to his men. Clean up the scene, collect the blood that the lizardman just spilled, and check if anyone has any video on their cell phones. Copy the last image of the man in black and search for his information. Yes. The police officers received the order and took action quickly. The ambulance that arrived later also took away the injured people and police. Mr. George looked down at the deep riverbed, feeling mixed emotions. What happened to this world? Why did it suddenly become so strange? First it was Spider-Woman, and now this lizard monster. Finally, a flying Superman popped out. Judging from Spider-Woman's tone, she called someone Saiyan. It seems that the two know each other and have a grudge against each other. Faced with such an existence, how can an ordinary person like him maintain the safety of the city? Mr. George sighed, composed himself, took out his cell phone, and called Helen to let her know he was safe. At the same time, the news of the appearance of the Saiyans quickly spread to the desks of interested forces. Call out, call out. Spider Silk continued to be shot out, and Gwen struggled to wander between the skyscrapers, stretching her perfect body to the limit. She just wanted to catch up with the flying figure in front of her. But Gwen was always a bit slower, and she knew that the other party was deliberately keeping her hanging. Glancing at the girl behind him, Sun Wooming, fearing that she might be tired from wandering, considerately landed in an alley. This place is very similar to the alley where the two first met. The only difference is that there is no trash can here. May I ask what Ms. Spider wants to do and why she keeps following me? I want to fight you again, Gwen said firmly. Just for this? Yes. After being taught a lesson last time, Gwen has not been idle and has been watching some fighting videos recently. Combined with her intelligence and gifted body, her fighting skills will definitely be greatly improved. The reason I caught up with Sun Wooming today was to avenge my previous humiliation. Kick the other person's butt hard. Sun Wooming was amused. He seemed to be able to see Gwen's stubborn and unyielding look through the mask. You can ask me to agree, but you have to answer a few questions for me. Gwen bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before nodding. Ask me if you want. I have the right to refuse if it involves privacy. Don't worry, it's not gentlemanly to explore a lady's secrets. Sun Wooming waved his hand and asked the first question. When you used Spider Silk to stick the building together, did you ever think about what would happen if you pulled the wall off? What a damn question. Gwen was screaming wildly in her heart, and a little man in the image of Sun Wooming had appeared, stabbing her madly with a needle. Is this a question a human can ask? I have such a cool way of moving, but you're worried about the damn wall. But having promised Sun Wooming, Gwen couldn't avoid it. This issue does not involve privacy. I could only answer honestly. Some minor problems may occur occasionally, but I can sense through the Spider Silk that something is wrong and I will change my gaze. That's it. Sun Wooming nodded in understanding. He was afraid that one day when Gwen was swinging the wall with great enthusiasm, the wall paint would peel off and fall down. It seems to be the spider sense. Then he continued to ask, the reason why you are active in New York is because there are many tall buildings in New York, so you can fly. If we go to another small town, we'll just have to run, right? Gwen took a deep breath, the image already forming in her mind. On the country roads without skyscrapers, she runs around with her long legs to enforce justice. Well, there's no hope. Suffer to death. Gwen's anger bar exploded, and he didn't answer Sun Wooming's stupid question anymore. He just pressed down and rushed forward. That's so immoral, you clearly promised me. Sun Wooming shook his head regretfully and reached out to smack away Gwen's flying kick. Fortunately, this time was not like the last encounter where I was at a disadvantage from the first move. Gwen is well aware of his strengths, which are speed and reaction. She kept attacking and changing her moves, mastering all types of fighting techniques with ease. Combined with her flexible body, her attacks were as beautiful as a painting. Sun Wooming also put in some effort. After all, it was not easy to fight Spider-Gwen with the physical fitness of an ordinary person. He assumed the starting stance of the turtle school. His physical talent was suppressed, but that did not mean that Sun Wuming's observation ability was reduced. Gwen's attacks were all blocked, and each time he hit the opponent's weak point. Sun Wuming used his elbow to knock back Gwen's fist, then rushed forward, changed his palm into a claw and attacked him in the face. Almost everyone with no fighting experience would panic when seeing someone attacking their eyes. Although he had learned a lot of tricks, Gwen was still a rookie at heart and subconsciously took 2 steps back. This retreat gave up the initiative of attack. Facing Sun Wuming's series of attacks, Gwen realized how reckless and disorganized his previous attack was. Boom! Gwen's body was pressed against the wall, her throat already locked by Sun Wuming. She could have easily broken free due to the difference in strength, but Gwen didn't do that. Because she knew she lost again. Ms. Spider has made great progress. If she gets stronger, I'll be in trouble. A happy smile appeared on Sun Wuming's face. There are so few opportunities to bully Gwen like this. No, how can this be considered bullying? He was clearly helping the girl improve her fighting skills. Sun Wuming moved his right hand away from Gwen's throat and rubbed her head out of habit. After the two of them got to know each other, he would often do this after teasing Gwen to comfort the girl. Gwen was also stunned. Such a familiar feeling, such a familiar smell. Except for Wooming, Gwen would feel uncomfortable even if George and Helen wanted to rub her head. But just now she only felt at ease. She looked up with some doubt and saw an extremely familiar gaze on the unfamiliar face. Could it be? An incredible thought popped into Gwen's mind and she muttered to herself, Wuming. Thanks to Demon King CWK for the 1,000-point reward, and thanks to other readers for their data support. Chapter 29, Some love will come out of your eyes even if you cover your mouth and change your appearance. What the hell? The body that was about to leave suddenly froze. Sun Wuming heard her low whisper and instantly realized that he might have been exposed. That's right, it's impossible for an enemy to give in so easily. We have to run away quickly. But his changes naturally could not escape Gwen's perception. She became more certain of her thoughts. Wooming, is it you? What do you mean Wooming? Miss Spider, you got the wrong person, right? Could it be your friend? Sun Wuming pretended to be threatening. Tell me your real name. Isn't Miss Spider afraid of exposing her true identity? Gwen smiled, and under Sun Wuming's astonished gaze, she took off her hood, stretched out her battle suit, and took out her cell phone from the high place. A phone call was broadcast in front of Sun Wuming. There was no answer for a long while. Sun Wuming, you can't be asleep at this time. As long as your phone is with you, you will never dare not answer my call. The only explanation is that you left your phone at home. Do you still want to pretend? Do you want us to go home and take a look together? This time, it was Gwen's turn to sneer. 10 minutes later, at Sun Wuming's home, the living room was brightly lit, and the 186-meter-tall Sun Wuming was hiding in a corner, shivering. Gwen, like the devil, sneered as she brought in a single sofa and began the trial. Okay, Sun Wuming, I didn't expect you had a big one hidden. Gwen, listen to my explanation. Sun Wuming forced a smile. Please call me Stacy. Gwen sat on the single sofa, her tight-fitting suit perfectly outlining her beautiful curves. Her 2 long, slender legs were crossed together, her short golden hair hung down, and at the age of 17 she had the demeanor of a queen. Seeing this, Sun Wuming really wanted to give him a whip so that it would look more harmonious. Before you explain, Sun Wuming, let's settle the accounts first. You actually dared to hit me, didn't you? And you even humiliated me with one hand. Gwen showed her little fangs with a ferocious expression. I'd like to hear your explanation. Sun Wuming immediately withdrew his gaze, ran behind Gwen like a lackey, and helped her relax her muscles and promote blood circulation. Gwen was not rejected. He fought a battle with the lizard man and then chased Sun Wuming for a long distance and fought another battle. Although Gwen was not very tired, it was always comfortable to press it. While enjoying the massage, Gwen listened to Sun Wuming's sophistry. Last time I saw that your fighting skills were too poor, so I wanted to give you a little setback. That night was purely an accident. I didn't intend to appear in front of you. It was just that the phone rang suddenly. Sun Wuming spoke sincerely, so Gwen reluctantly forgave him. Her fighting skills are really poor and she fights entirely based on her talent. But Gwen raised her eyebrows. So you knew my identity the first time? When did you find out? Thinking back to when I asked Sun Wuming about his impression of Spider-Woman, he said a lot of bad things about her. Is he trying to make me angry on purpose, this bad guy? Gwen glared at Sun Wuming fiercely but without any killing power. That was the day you had a fever. Sun Wuming confessed while controlling his hands not to move downwards. At that time I could already sense that your aura had changed. Angry, Gwen became curious. Don't press it, tell me what chi is. Gwen blushed slightly as she slapped away the big hands that had slid to the edge of her collarbone. Why are you so dishonest today? This can't be blamed on Sun Wuming, it's mainly because her battle suit is so charming. Gwen's normal charm value is 100, so after wearing the battle suit, her charm value goes through the roof. Chi is the most fundamental energy in living things. From tigers and lions to ants and insects, every living thing has its own unique chi. And the style I practice is the Kame Senryu style. Sensing other people's aura is just an additional ability. Other methods include aura shielding and so on. As he spoke, Sun Wuming let out a little breath, and Gwen's spider sense immediately detected the danger and her body tensed up. "Okay, you stinky Wooming, it turns out you were teasing me last time." Gwen immediately thought of the scene that day when she and Sun Wuming came home from shopping and her hair stood on end. At that time, Wooming even joked that she should shave her hair, which was so mean. Sun Wuming smiled awkwardly. He just wanted to give a demonstration, but Gwen brought up the past again. He had to quickly change the subject. "The energy in your body is already very strong, but you can't sense it and don't know how to use it. Besides, your physical fitness is still in a stage of rapid growth. When you are fully developed, I will teach you how to use it. That way it will be more effective. Then can I fly like you?" Gwen was indeed interested. "Of course, you can even do that." Sun Wuming's fingers lit up and a small qigong wave shot out, blasting the cups on the coffee table into pieces. Gwen's eyes lit up. "That's so cool." Sun Wuming remembered that Spider-Man's maximum strength should be around 25 tons, and he wondered if Gwen could reach this level. But once it exceeds 20 tons, it will enter the late stage of growth, and then you can teach Gwen Chi practice. Next, Gwen asked Sun Wuming many more questions. He has said everything that can be said. "You've gotten away with it, but I'm not going to let go of the fact that you've kept it a secret from me for so long. Didn't you hide the fact that you became Spider-Woman from me?" Sun Wuming whispered. "You dare to talk back." Gwen put her hands on her hips and snorted. "I just haven't thought about how to tell you yet. I didn't expect you to give me a surprise first. How can the two be the same?" Sun Wuming nodded repeatedly, indicating that what you said was right. "But in my heart, forget it, let this girl be arrogant for a while. When she turns 18, I'll let her see what's going on. What is real?" "Backtalk. Gwen, how did you find me?" Seeing that Gwen had calmed down, Sun Wuming asked the question that had puzzled him all night. "Hee." The girl sneered contemptuously. "Although I have never seen this piece of clothing of yours, I washed your underwear. That brand of laundry detergent is rarely used by anyone. Plus, the way you touched my head at the end, that look in your eyes couldn't fool me. Some love will still come out of the eyes even if you cover your mouth and change your appearance." Chapter 30, Could it be because of you, old dang? Sun Wuming was silent. He finally realized that the person who understood him best in this world was not himself, but the girl in front of him. Gwen looked at the time and prepared to slip away, fearing that her secret escape would be exposed. Sun Wuming asked sensibly, "Do you want me to take you there?" Gwen's eyes lit up. She hugged Sun Wuming's arm and asked intimately, "Fly me home." "I haven't tried flying yet." Although Gwen can achieve a state similar to flying with the help of spider silk, it is completely different from flying freely. Sun Wuming naturally would not refuse her request. After Gwen put on her hood again, Sun Wuming put one arm around the girl's slender legs and the other around her neck. He placed his head on Sun Wuming's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. Gwen smiled. After flying around New York City with Gwen in his arms, Sun Wuming finally flew to Gwen's bedroom window. Looking at the handsome face of the boy, Gwen suddenly felt an impulse in her heart. Climbing into the bedroom through the window, she waved. Sun Wuming stepped forward, puzzled. "What happened?" Without saying a word, Gwen put her arms around his neck and pressed her soft cherry lips against his. "Well." After a brief moment of stunned silence, Sun Wuming also responded enthusiastically. Gwen was extremely excited at this moment, or rather, she was jumping for joy. She used to worry that if her identity as Spider-Woman was exposed, it would bring trouble to her family and Wooming, or even be regarded as a monster. She even thought about keeping this secret hidden for the rest of her life, making Spider-Woman and Gwen Stacy two separate entities. In this way, there will be no hidden dangers. But tonight, Wooming really brought her a big surprise. "It turns out I'm not the only one who is special. The same to you." This strange tacit understanding made her particularly excited, so she boldly offered her first kiss. "No, not yet." Gwen's earlobes turned red and she pushed away Sun Wooming's mischievous hands. "My mother said that girls should know how to protect themselves. Sun Wooming, you haven't passed my test yet." After calming her heartbeat, the girl pushed away the resentful Sun Wooming and closed the window. At the end, she winked playfully. Seeing that Sun Wuming had no meat to eat tonight, he could only wave his hand helplessly, mouthed good night, and flew away from Gwen's bedroom. Gwen didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she could no longer see Sun Wuming. Then he smiled and tiptoed into the bathroom. Dad, Mom, am I going to school? The next morning, Gwen said hello and left the house with the breakfast she had made for son Wooming. Honey, do you think your daughter is particularly happy today? George said uncertainly. Of course I noticed. I kept smiling the whole morning. Helen rolled her eyes. Was she blind? Could she not see such an obvious change? It should be related to that child Wooming. Don't worry about it. Isn't it a good thing for Gwen to be happy? What other reasons could there be for an adolescent girl to be so happy? Could it be because of you, old man? Mr. George choked. He wanted to discuss Gwen's safety with Helen, but was interrupted by Helen and turned the topic to work. You came back so late yesterday. Did you find the lizard monster? No, not a single clue, George sighed. Dealing with the accident scene, treating the injured, and being harassed by various media outlets have already kept him busy and exhausted, and the manpower he sent out to search for the lizard monster is pitifully small. At least so far, no trace of the lizard monster has been found along the Hudson River, but George was sure that the guy couldn't have drowned in the water. In the brief fight, he could see that the lizard monster was intelligent, but seemed to be suppressed by his bloodthirsty instincts. This kind of opponent is the most difficult to deal with. Helen was very dissatisfied with this result. I'm a little worried about Gwen's safety if I let a monster like this stay in the city. The newspapers all say that the police are holding Spider-Woman back. George, stop targeting Spider-Woman. She's the hero of the city. Helen is a housewife and rarely goes out every day. But Gwen has to go to school every day and sometimes attend activities. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried when there's such a horrific monster roaming around the city. Nonsense. If it weren't for that Saiyan who suddenly appeared and scared away the lizard monster, it would have been shot dead by the police. George drank the rest of the milk in one breath. As for Spider-Woman, I'm not targeting her. I just hate any free man who disrupts the social order. After saying that, he changed into his police uniform and went to work. You are so concerned about your reputation. Helen muttered softly and took out the latest newspaper of the day. On the cover, there are photos of Lizard Man, Spider-Woman, and Saiyan. The large title is clearly visible. A Gathering of Freaks, Chapter 31. If God wants to take my life, I will turn the world into hell. NYU Langone Hospital, New York, New York. This is one of the top 3 private hospitals in the United States and a place where countless wealthy people and politicians prolong their lives. In a high-end ward, the television was showing the events that took place on the Brooklyn Bridge last night. In the picture, the lizard monster was enduring a hail of bullets, but his wounds healed in a short time. Norman Osborn looked pale. He lay on the hospital bed, his eyes moving back and forth between Spider-Woman and the lizard. Boss, it has been confirmed that the lizard man is Connors, but there is still no clue about the identity of Spider-Woman. Assistant Feldman, who used to be arrogant in front of Connors, now reported respectfully. The Osborn family has inherited an extremely rare delayed dominant genetic disease for generations. There will be no symptoms in the early stages of life, but when a person reaches a certain age, the disease will break out and eventually take his life. Norman Osborn is now in the late stages of his life, and his illness has been going on for 2.5 years. It is only thanks to Osborn Industries' strong financial resources and various medical supports that it has been able to survive. Connors, Spider-Woman.